This is Audible.
Recorded Books and One Click Digital present Four Friends by Robyn Carr, narrated by Therese Plummer, and directed by Kathleen Gormley.
Chapter 1. Jerry Gilbert answered the door in gray sweats with a tear in the knee, hem on one leg falling down, and a gray t-shirt under her black hoodie. Her short, dark brown hair was spiking every which way from bedhead. She held a cup of coffee in her hand. Her eyes were slits, and there was a snarl on her face. "You're 5 minutes early. Again. We've been over this. Can you please not be early? I value every minute in the morning." Sonia Johansson put a finger to her lips, shushing Jerry. The sun was barely over the rooftops, and she didn't want to wake the house. Sonia wore her salmon sweats, white t-shirt, and salmon hoodie, her silky, shoulder-length mahogany hair pulled back in a neat clip. She backed away from the door and pointed down the street. Jerry stepped outside for a better view. A big pile of clothing, books, and what appeared to be miscellaneous junk was on the Jamesons' lawn. Right at that moment, their friend Andy appeared in the doorway of her house and with an angry cry hurled the tower to a desktop computer atop the pile. Andy disappeared into the house, and Bryce Jameson backed out of the door wearing business attire that was not fresh. His shirt sleeves rolled up, his collar open, his tie hanging out of his pants pocket, and he sported an even worse case of bedhead than Jerry. He held a packed duffel bag. "You're fucking crazy! You know that?" he yelled into the house. He turned and stomped past the pile toward his car in the driveway. "And you're fucking through here!" Andy screamed out the open door. Then she slammed it. "I think Andy might be coming to the end of her rope," Sonia said gravely. Jerry's response was a short burst of laughter. "You think?" she asked. "Should we do something?" Sonia asked. "Oh, hell no," Jerry said, pulling her front door closed. She put her coffee cup on the brick planter that bordered dead flowers and bent to stretch. "It's for them to work out. Or finish off." "Should we ask her if she's walking?" "She's not walking today," Jerry said. "Let's get this over with." Jerry started off down the street at a brisk pace. Just steps behind her, Sonia asked. "What do we say?" "Say nothing. Do nothing." "But—" Jerry looked over her shoulder. "Nothing," she repeated. Sonia came up beside her. "We should see if she's all right." "We should give her time to finish throwing things, if that's what she's doing. I'll check in with her before I leave for work." Sonia tisked. "I tried to talk to her about the relationship quadrant of her house. It's all torn up, and the feng shui is a disaster. She's all out of balance. Now look." Jerry stopped in her tracks. She looked at Sonia. "That's exactly why you'd better stay away from there today. You know how she feels about all your woo-woo stuff. If you pull any of your feng shui, chakra, or karma bullshit today, you're going to end up on top of that pile." "But something could have been done about that." "For God's sake," Jerry said impatiently, walking again. "It was destiny." Ahead of them, about half a block away, a small, lean woman came out of her house, also wearing sweats. She stopped to stretch on her front walk. She was still stretching as they passed, and Jerry called, "Morning, BJ." But Sonia added, "Want to walk with us today, BJ?" "Thanks, but I need the run," she answered, waving them off. When they'd cleared the house, Sonia said, "She's making an awful lot of bad karma, the way she acts." "She wants to run," Jerry said. "Quit asking her. I'd run if my knees wouldn't collapse." "But it's unfriendly," Sonia said. "Some women don't want girlfriends," Jerry pointed out. "I think she's been clear and not unfriendly. Just private. Don't you think that's pretty suspicious? No, I think it's private. Are you going to talk the whole time? Because if you are, I might risk permanent paralysis and just run with BJ. Little grouchy this morning? I bet you had liquor instead of chamomile before bed last night. Shut up, Sonia, Jerry said. The 6 a.m. power walking had been going on for almost 2 years. Sonia had initiated it. She was the health guru, the motivator, often the pain in Jerry's butt. It was Sonia's profession. She was a feng shui consultant and home organizer who did personal color charts, and something she referred to as life reading, which was like a mini study of your past, present, and goals with the objective of total balance and personal success. Additionally, she was a vegetarian, novice herbalist, part-time yoga and meditation instructor, and impossible perfectionist. Jerry had an entire shelf dedicated to books given to her by Sonia on everything from studying your body's pH to gliding through menopause on herbs. Books stubbornly left unread. Jerry and Andy had been neighbors and good friends for 15 years, since before Andy threw out her first husband. They were both now in their late 40s, while Sonia had just scored the big 4-0. When Sonia arrived in the neighborhood a few years ago, Jerry and Andy welcomed her and immediately grew bored with her naturalist and metaphysical leanings. However, and it was a big however, when someone was sick or hurt or in trouble, it was always Sonia who came forth with anything from a massage to a casserole to transportation to, well, whatever was needed. When Jerry had been brought to her knees by a killer hemorrhoidectomy, Sonia was there, drawing the sitz bath, making broth, administering pain meds, and, of course, she was armed with the perfect natural gentle laxative. Jerry had learned you just don't give the right laxative enough credit until you find yourself in that position. Still, she could be tiresome as hell. After 3 miles in just under 45 minutes, Jerry, sweating like a boxer, and Sonia, glistening attractively, they separated. Jerry entered her house noisily. "Everyone up!" she yelled into the house as she wandered into the kitchen. Phil was sitting at the table with coffee, newspapers strewn around, and his laptop open, going through email and checking the news. "They're up," he said, "more or less." The Gilbert kids were 13, 16, and 19. Boy, girl, boy. "You're supposed to make sure they're up, Phil." "I did," he said, without looking up. "I do every morning." She trudged up the stairs and started throwing open doors. "Get up! Don't make me late!" Then she backtracked to her shower and wondered why the hell Phil couldn't accomplish one simple task: get the kids out of bed while she was out walking. Despite the fact she was planning to go in late today, it annoyed her. But lately, everything annoyed her, because she was doing the menopause drill and she was often testy. She let the water run over her naked body, cool water to lower her body temperature. At the moment, all she wanted in life was to feel level, even. She'd always had a short fuse, but lately, she was positively electric and could burst into flame anywhere, anytime. She'd been trying on bathing suits one day, and when she made her purchase, she'd flared up so bright she thought the clerk would call security to frisk her for stolen goods. Talking to the mayor at a fundraiser one night, great balls of perspiration had begun to run down her face. She'd started sleeping naked because of the night sweats, and when Phil rolled over, found flesh instead of flannel, and began to grope her, she'd mutter, "Don't even think about it." When she was out of the shower, dry and cool, she had one of those reprieves that came regularly. She felt perfectly normal, sane, and in control. Then came the inevitable guilt. She should be fined for ever snapping at Phil. She didn't know of a husband who pulled his weight as well as Phil. She knew of no family in Mill Valley in better balance, and that was as much because of Phil as Jerry. While Andy was throwing her husband's clothes on the lawn, Phil was doing his morning chore, trying to get the kids up. It wasn't his fault they'd pulled the covers over their heads, as teenagers did. By the time she was putting the finishing touches on her face and hair, she was wilting again, her makeup melting off her face as fast as she put it on. She flipped on the little fan that was now an accessory in her bathroom. When she got back to the kitchen, Phil had gone to work. Jed, her 19-year-old, was racing for his car to get to class on time, while Jessie and Matthew were arguing over whose turn it was to take out the trash. "Just get in the car," she said. "I'll take care of it myself." After dropping them off at their schools, she called her office. Jerry was the supervisor of caseworkers with Child Protective Services. She said she had a family situation to resolve and would be a little late. Then she drove back to the neighborhood, but parked in Andy's drive. Andy didn't answer the doorbell, so Jerry knocked and then rattled the knob. "Come on, Andy," she yelled. A few long moments passed before she saw a shadow cross over the peephole and the door open slowly. Andy's curling, shoulder-length black hair was clipped up off her neck, a few tendrils escaping, and her face was a combination of ashen and blotchy from crying. Jerry glanced over her shoulder at the pile on the lawn and said, "Have a little tiff?" Andy turned and walked back into the house, past the living room, into a kitchen that was torn apart, under construction. That would be the relationship quadrant of the house. Andy sat in the breakfast nook where there was a cup of coffee. She rested an elbow on the table, her head in her hand, and groaned. "Go ahead. Say it. Say I told you so." "I'm not feeling that mean at the moment," Jerry said. She went into the disastrous kitchen, grabbed a coffee mug from the sink, and quickly washed it. The cupboards had all been emptied of their contents and would soon be ripped off the walls, replaced with new. Jerry poured herself some coffee, then joined Andy at the table. "Must have been a good one." "Same crap," Andy said. "Out all night, comes home smelling like a whore. Lots of excuses about some account executive sitting too close to him at a marathon meeting and smelling him up. No phone call. And apparently they serve booze at those meetings." Jerry replied, sipping her coffee. "There's a new twist this time. I spent most of the night hacking into his email account and read all the romantic little notes he's been sharing with some woman known only as Sugar Pants." "Sugar Pants?" Jerry repeated, forcing herself not to laugh out loud. "Jesus, that's subtle." "Erotic emails, dates being set up, steamy post-mortems on the dates. Do you think if he'd hit me over the head with a naked woman, I would have come to my senses sooner?" "Well, you've suspected." "God, why didn't you stop me? I must have been out of my mind." Jerry just reached out and gave Andy's upper arm an affectionate stroke. As she recalled, Andy couldn't be stopped. Andy had been the divorced mother of a 15-year-old son when she met Bryce a few years ago. He was younger by 10 years, sexy and eager, possessing at least 8 of the 10 requirements to deliver instant happiness to a 44-year-old woman. He made her feel young, beautiful, desirable. Bryce was good with Noel. They were like a couple of kids together. One of the few men she dated who'd taken to her son quickly, easily. He had a good job in pharmaceutical sales, though it required considerable travel. She fell in lust with him, and for a while there was an orgasmic glow all around her. Andy was far from straight-laced, but she wouldn't live with Bryce because of Noel, a touchy and vulnerable teenager. Plus, there was the matter of an ex-husband and his wife to contend with. Andy didn't want anyone making an argument for custody under those circumstances. And of course, she was in love with him. So she married him. Bryce quickly emerged as immature, selfish, short-tempered, inconsiderate, in no way prepared to cohabit, and, indeed, had no experience in cohabitation. He knew exactly how to treat a woman to get into her pants, how to send her to the moon night after night, but couldn't share the day-to-day workload or be accountable to a partner. He didn't like being questioned about where he'd been, nor could he say for certain when he'd be home. The relationship with Noel deteriorated. Bryce became exasperated by the noise, mess, and backtalk associated with teenage boys. This had the effect of turning Andy, who was, by nature, a humorous and agreeable woman, into a demanding, suspicious, resentful nag. They were like water on a grease fire. Everything was always about those buttons. You push mine, and I'll push yours. Bliss hadn't lasted even a year for Andy, but she'd hung in there for 3. She'd been talking about a separation and divorce for 2 years now, and whenever she'd get close, 2 things stalled her out. 1, Bryce knew how to turn on the charm when he wanted to, and he could treat her to short periods of good behavior laced with hot sex. And 2, it just isn't easy to be 47 and acknowledge yourself as a woman who'd twice failed at marriage. "You're going to be late for work," Jerry said. "Let's pull it together." Andy shook her head. "I called in divorced," she said. "I need a day or 2. I have to get my bearings, pack up his stuff, call the lawyer, close the joint accounts." "This is really it, then?" "I was through a long time ago. There were just times I thought divorcing him might be more painful than living with him." She blinked, and a tear rolled down her cheek. "I guess I'm beyond that now." "You'll be all right," Jerry said gently, earnestly. "You were all right before. You'll be all right again." "It's so hard," Andy said, "when you don't have anyone." "Yeah, I know," Jerry agreed. "Yet it's harder when you have the wrong one." You're not 49 and married 24 years without having helped a few friends through the big D. Each one had left a mark on Jerry's heart. Even the fairly simple, straightforward ones were gut-wrenching. To promise to love forever and find yourself pulled into that dark world of animosity and vengeance as you tore the promise apart broke the strongest men and women into pieces. And one of the roughest in Jerry's memory was Andy's divorce from her first husband, Rick. They'd moved into this little bedroom community in Marin County at about the same time 15 years before. Andy and Jerry had both been the mothers of 4-year-old boys who'd become instant friends. Jerry had also had 1-year-old Jessie balanced on her hip, and a couple of years later there was a hot, lusty night when birth control was the last thing she or Phil considered. That night produced Matthew, and a vasectomy for Phil. Andy, however, stopped with Noel, her only child. Young, energetic working mothers in their early 30s with tight bodies, small, happy children, virile husbands, great things looming in their futures. They became good friends immediately. Jerry was working a large slice of Marin County for Child Protective Services as a caseworker, and Phil, a bright young assistant district attorney, had to commute into San Francisco daily, on occasion staying overnight. Andy was a middle school teacher at the time, married to a teacher and coach from a local high school. Andy's divorce came when Noel was 10. It was sudden. What seemed a balanced and content marriage went sour overnight. Rick was unhappy and distant. They were in counseling, then separated. The divorce was quickly final, and before anyone could blink, Rick was remarried to someone who'd been in the periphery of his life all along. The school nurse at his high school. Clearly, he'd chosen his second wife before dispensing with his first. Jerry and Phil, as happily married couples will do, had blistering fights over Andy and Rick's marital problems, each taking their gender's side. For a while, it tore everyone apart. In the end, Phil relented and they kept Andy, lost touch with Rick, seeing him only occasionally when he came back to the neighborhood to pick up Noel for the weekend. Andy's recovery was much more difficult. It was a couple of years before her bitterness eased enough to allow her to date. In the years since, she had advanced herself to middle school principal. Meanwhile, Jerry and Phil settled into a routine, if you can call it that, when you have 3 kids in 7 years and 2 demanding jobs doing the people's work, jobs that required commitment and a strong sense of justice. Neither of them punched a clock. Both of them were tied to pagers in the old days and cell phones now, backing each other up as well as they could. Their lives could be chaotic. Children in dangerous situations that had to be investigated or rescued by CPS or crimes against the people that fell into Phil's bullpen didn't happen on a 9-to-5 schedule. If Jerry failed to do her job well, a child could be at serious risk. And if Phil slacked even a little, the bad guy got away. Phone calls from the police to either of them came at all hours. Jerry would think back to the beginning with longing from time to time. A bright young social worker with a master's degree in clinical psychology marries a handsome young lawyer 4 years her senior, a man who's already being noticed by the district attorney and the attorney general. They were often referred to as the power couple. It was predicted that one of them would land in state politics. They were still fixtures at official state and political events and fundraisers attended by movers and shakers. Their hours in their offices and in the field were long and hard, but in addition, they managed to keep up with the kids. Band, choir, PTA, neighborhood watch, gymnastics, ball games and track meets, concerts, and enough sleepovers and carpools to dull the brain of any card-carrying parent. They had to tag team these events. If Jerry had to table a caseload to attend something for the kids, the next time, Phil might have to push some trial work on a younger assistant DA. Right after the last pancake breakfast of my high school career, I'm going to take a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue into the garage, sit in my car, and drink it right out of the bottle until I can't focus, Phil had said after one of his father duty assignments. That was one of many things that had held them together through 24 years of pressure. Humor. Phil, when he wasn't mentally and emotionally tied to some case, could be very funny. And Jerry had a cynical wit that could make him laugh until he cried or farted. They had a remarkable partnership and friendship that was the envy of many. Their own personal appraisal was that they were busy, overworked, tired, and somewhat dull. But they were doing a damn fine job nonetheless, and had come to worship boredom as a great alternative to chaos. Jerry had known from the beginning that Andy's second marriage wouldn't work. Bryce might have been 34 when they married, but he wasn't grown up enough for family life. He had his business trips, his buddies he liked to run with, a long and ingrained history of never answering to anyone for any reason, and a lot of women before Andy, the last being something Jerry had known would be a tough habit to break. Selfishly, Jerry dreaded what she knew was coming with another divorce, another friend in recovery, and this was her closest friend. She consoled herself that it was like giving up cigarettes. Once the pain of withdrawal was past, Andy would gradually reclaim her stable self. Still, she resented the hours it would eat up, listening to the transgressions of Bryce. Feeling grateful for her anything but ordinary yet predictable life and her committed spouse, she called Phil's office. He was in court. His assistant said there was nothing on his calendar for lunch, and Jerry, feeling like toasting her wonderful partnership and telling Phil how much she loved and appreciated him, called his cell phone. She knew it would be turned off for court. To his voicemail, she said, "Hi, I'm coming into the city. I thought you might like to grab a quick lunch with me. No kids. I'm flying solo. My cell is on." The morning was almost gone, and Andy was done crying. She was working on a list. Things to do to scrape Bryce Jameson out of her life. Number 1 was to call Noel and explain. Noel was in his first year of community college and split his time between his mom's, his dad's, and a couple of friends who had an apartment near the campus. Thus, he'd missed the fireworks early this morning. But he'd witnessed plenty, and Andy knew that was the reason he spent less than the majority of his time at her house. The most humiliating part was the knowledge that he reported back to his father and stepmother. Well, maybe that would change now. Maybe he'd hang around more. Empty the closet and drawers into boxes, she added. Call lawyer. Copy tax returns. Print out bank statements and close accounts. Cancel credit cards. As an afterthought, she wrote, Call GYN clinic. Get screened. The doorbell rang and immediately she heard the sound of a key in the lock. Bob. She'd forgotten about Bob. She looked around the dismantled kitchen and wondered how that was possible. Bob was the carpenter who was renovating the kitchen, and he would have expected her to be at work as usual. He was slow and careful and had other jobs, so it took him longer, but the inconvenience was reflected in his price. Among Andy's many regrets right now was that she'd decided to redo the kitchen. She wasn't sure she could afford it now, without a husband. Bob was whistling as he walked into the kitchen, carrying his toolbox and accompanied by his lab, Bo. When he saw her sitting at the table, he shouted out in surprise, jumped back, and grabbed at the front of his shirt. For a second, he looked as if he might have a heart attack. Bo jumped as well, but then he wandered over to Andy, tail wagging. Lord above, Bob said in a shaky voice. Sorry, Bob, Andy replied, giving Bo a pat. I'm home today. It never occurred to me to call and warn you. He took a breath. Whew, he said, obviously willing his heart to slow. Then he bent a little, peering at her. Not feeling so good? He asked. I'm okay. Personal family business that needs taking care of. Help yourself to coffee if you like. He straightened. Thanks so much. He resumed his whistling and hefted his toolbox onto the kitchen counter. He retrieved a crowbar and began prying the baseboards off the walls and lower cupboards. He stopped whistling and asked, You expecting the Goodwill truck today? Andy laughed in spite of herself. No, Bob. I had a huge fight with my husband and threw his stuff on the lawn. I'll have to go clean it up. He said, turning back to his work. He didn't ask any more questions. After a bit, Andy refilled her coffee cup, which put her in his space for a moment. She leaned against the torn-up cabinet and asked, Married, Bob? In a way, he said. Again, she couldn't help but laugh. Well, gee whiz, you and my husband have something in common. He's married in a way, too. Bob straightened and faced her. There was a sympathetic curve to his lips. He was a few years older than her. He had a sweet face, engaging smile, and twinkling eyes. He might be considered a tad overweight, but Andy thought he looked a lot like a college football coach, or maybe a farmer. Large and solid, robust and cheerful. One of the reasons she'd hired him for the job, besides glowing recommendations, was his delightful disposition. She'd trusted him to be alone in her house the moment she met him, and after spending many hours together during the measuring, selecting, and purchasing for the renovation, they almost qualified as friends, though she knew very little about him. He seemed the kind of man who'd give comfort well. She pictured him with a happy grandchild on his knee. I've been separated for a long time, he told her. Oh, she said. I'm sorry. Nah, it's okay. It's been years now. My wife moved out and neither of us is bothered with a divorce. Oh, what if one of you wants to get married? Nah, I doubt it. Well, if she wanted a divorce, I'd be happy to split the cost with her, no problem. So you see, legally I'm married, but not really. Children? She asked. Unfortunately, no. It was a brief marriage, an uncomplicated split. Andy held her cup up to her lips. I guess you must be over the worst of it by now. Oh, yes, he said, applying the crowbar to the baseboard and with a hearty pull, separating it from the bottom of the cupboard. "Well," she said, pushing herself off the counter, "I have things to do." "Mrs. Jameson?" he asked. "I'm having a dumpster delivered in 2 days for the scraps and trash. The new cabinets are in the shop. The tile is ready for me to pick up, and I'll keep moving here as much as possible. If you'd like, I'd be happy to work weekends on the kitchen." "Bob, you work any time it's convenient for you. Just let me know when, so I'm not trying to throw a costume party when your saw's running, all right? Leave me a note or message on my voicemail saying when you'll be here next. The quicker the better, huh?" "I have a couple of hours in the evenings," he offered. She shrugged. "Fine with me. It'll go a little faster that way." "I don't have anything to do but go to work every day and get a divorce," she said. His face looked pained. "Oh, Mrs. Jameson, I'm sorry to hear that." "Actually, I think it might be a positive change. Bob, would you mind calling me Andy, please?" "Sure, anything you want." Then he tilted his head and smiled. "Short for Andrea?" "No, short for Anastasia. My father is Greek. Know what it means?" "Can't say I do." "One who will rise again," she said. He gave a friendly nod. "And of course you will." She took a deep breath and sighed heavily. "I just hope it's not again and again and again." Jerry spent a couple of hours in her Mill Valley office. She only did the occasional home visit now. As a supervisor, her job was administrative, overseeing other caseworkers and their files, in addition to a million other things, from paperwork to hiring and firing. She'd spent many a night and weekend working at home and in the field, still had to be on call for emergencies with families at risk. So taking the rare long lunch was definitely not an issue with the director. She headed for San Francisco. She could use just an hour with Phil. She'd get an update on city dramas and politics, tell him about her morning with Andy. When she was troubled about anything, she turned to Phil, her best friend. No one could give her a reality check and reassure her like he could. And she was able to do the same for him. When she stepped into the elevator in Phil's office building, she saw that his administrative assistant, Kelly, was standing there, looking at her feet. "Hey," Jerry said. "How's it going?" Kelly looked up, and the second their eyes connected, hers welled up. She couldn't respond or even say hello. She hit the button on the elevator to let her off on the next floor, not where either of them was going. "Sorry," she said in a shaky voice, bolting past Jerry, headed for the ladies' room. Jerry was paralyzed by confusion for a moment. But then, given Kelly had been with Phil for 12 years, and they were friends, she put her hand in the path of the closing door, forcing it open again, and followed her. Whatever was wrong, she hoped her husband hadn't been an ass. That would be hard to defend. Kelly was in her late 30s, plump and lovely, with ivory skin and coal-black hair like Snow White, the mother of a 9-year-old daughter. Her work was hard, her hours long, but she was devoted to Phil, and she saved his bacon daily. She made everything he did look even better than it should. She covered for him, cleaned up his messes, ran his schedule, fielded his calls, everything. They jokingly called her the office wife. By the time Jerry got into the restroom, she could hear soft crying in one of the closed stalls, but there was no one else there. She went directly to that stall. "Come on, Kelly," she said. "Come out. Talk to me. We're alone." It took a minute before the door opened slowly, and she was faced with Kelly, who was looking down in shame, her cheeks damp and her nose red. "I'm sorry," she said. "I kind of fell apart. I'll be fine now." "That's okay," Jerry said, gently rubbing her upper arms. You don't have to apologize to me for having an emotional moment. Can I help? I don't think so, she said, shaking her head. It's just marital stuff. Oh, I wouldn't know anything about that, Jerry said with a soft laugh. I'm not going to grill you, Kelly. I don't want to pry. But if you want to tell me what's wrong, I'll listen. And you know I'm on your side. She gave a sniff and raised her eyes. That's just it. I have no idea what's wrong, she said. It's John. We've been struggling lately. I don't know what to think. He's become so different, distant. Now, why would you say that? Jerry asked, her mind flipping to this woman's husband, a quiet and kind man who seemed very much in sync with his wife, his family. I can't find him a lot, she said with pleading, watery eyes. He has a lot of lame excuses about where he's been. He's distracted, like he's depressed or something. And he's dressing up for work more often. He's a programmer. He doesn't have to wear a starched shirt and tie. And he's not interested in... He's not romantic. I keep asking him what's wrong, but he keeps saying nothing. And we can't agree on anything. I haven't said the right thing in months. Oh no, Jerry thought. I can't have 2 cheating husbands in one day. That doesn't sound like John. You've been married how long? 12 years, Kelly said. Oh, Kelly, there might be something bothering him that you haven't considered. Work, family pressures, money, stress about his age, trying to keep things together for your daughter's future? Are you sure he's not worried about a medical problem? Nothing has changed in the checkbook, and we can usually talk about those things. How about your hours? I know you put in a lot of hours for Phil. That's the same, too. He hasn't complained about my hours or asked me when I'm taking time off. I don't know what to do. Have you suggested some counseling to help you figure things out? Get back on track? He doesn't want to go, she said, shaking her head miserably. They never want to, Kelly, Jerry said with a sympathetic laugh. I'll email you the names of some real good marriage counselors. I'll include men. Sometimes that goes down better with the husband. Tell him if he wants to be happy again, this is a must. Push a little, Kelly. And if he won't go with you, go alone. You have a good benefits package. I suppose, she sniffled. Believe me, Jerry said. At least get some support for yourself. Hopefully for the 2 of you. Is that what you did? What I did? Jerry echoed. Made Phil go to counseling? She asked. Don't tell anyone, Jerry said with a small laugh. I wouldn't want to bruise his macho image, but Phil has succumbed to counseling once or twice. He hated it, but he went. And I think he cleaned up his act just to get out of it. I can see that. You 2 seem to be real happy now. Happy now? Jerry thought. We've had our struggles. Everyone does. But there's help out there, you know. She took Kelly into her arms for a hug. I think I admire you more than anyone, Kelly said. Oh, come on. Being able to forgive him for something like that took such courage, such commitment. Kelly's chin was hooked over Jerry's shoulder, their arms tight around each other, and Jerry could see her own eyes in the bathroom mirror. They were huge. Her mouth was set. She ground her teeth. Suddenly she thought she looked much older than she had that morning. I'd forgive John an affair if he just wanted to be forgiven, to be together again like we were. God, I miss him so much. I know most women say they'd never forgive that, but I would. Jerry had to concentrate to keep from stiffening, to keep herself from either squeezing Kelly to death or throwing her against the stall doors in a fit of denial. Kelly knew everything about Phil. In some ways, she knew him better than Jerry did. He definitely checked in with Kelly more than Jerry. Kelly had to know him like a wife, a buddy, a best friend, and a mother to do what she did for him. "Some things are very hard to get beyond," Jerry said softly. "But anything is possible." Kelly pulled out of Jerry's embrace and, smiling gratefully, said, "But you did it because you're strong and wise. You amaze me. You could have just gotten mad and thrown him out, and both of you would have lost each other forever. But you're so good together." Jerry tilted her head and smiled, a completely contrived smile. Her gut was in a vice. "You like him too much," she said. "I should be jealous. You know more about him than I do." "Not hardly," Kelly laughed. "Seriously, you're a role model for me. If you can put yourselves back together better than ever after another woman, then I can at least try harder to understand what's wrong before I give up on John." There it was, the smoking gun. Another woman. Kelly knew Phil had had an affair, something Jerry had never once suspected. Her mind raced. When? How? Not Phil, she thought. He was a complete partner. He bitched about it, sure. What he wanted was to devote himself to his work, which was important work, and come home to tranquility and order. That wasn't happening at their house, which was full of kids, strife, challenge, noise, confusion. There was always something. He complained, true, but he always came through. Not always grinning like an idiot, but neither did she. She was no different. Her work was equally vital, and she faced the same chaos at home. Being the woman on the team, however, it seemed to fall to her to attempt to pull it together, assign jobs, schedule events. To keep things running smoothly, she needed him, and she didn't take him for granted any more than he did her. They'd made the kids together. There were obvious compromises involved in growing them up. As far as she could remember, they'd never failed to work together to get it done. When? How? She could remember a few rough patches, some periods of adjustment, but she could not remember noticing any of the obvious signs. She paid the bills. There were no unexpected withdrawals of cash, no charged jewelry, flowers, hotel rooms. He'd never been missing for long periods of time. There were no odd phone calls, even on his cell. He took every evening and weekend call within her hearing. He had a tendency to talk so loud she shushed him so she could hear the TV or read. He'd never come home too late to explain. He'd never smelled like another woman. Those nights he stayed in the city, she'd often called him late. He'd always answer. They'd talk for a long time. You don't do that if someone else is lying beside you. Oh, God, she thought. This isn't happening to me. He can't have had an affair. When the hell did I leave him alone long enough for an affair? We were on our phones all the time, checking in, working out schedules. Counseling, she said to Kelly, giving her arm a pat. Now wash your face and get a grip. Thanks, she said. Email me those names? Of course, Jerry said. He's going to fire her when he finds out about this. Do me a favor, will you please? I invited Phil to lunch, but I had an emergency come up just as I got here, and I have to handle something immediately. I was going to swing by the office and tell him myself, but I have to get moving. Please tell him we saw each other in the elevator, and I'm sorry, I have to stand him up. Oh, too bad, she said. I have to rush, Kelly. Oh, and Kelly, don't mention our talk to Phil. It's a very sensitive subject. Still? Kelly asked as if surprised. I'm sure he'd like to keep all that private stuff from the rest of the office. She laughed. Well, the gossip died off a long time ago. Years ago. Years ago? Years ago? Years ago? Where was I? Still, Jerry said. It is, at least for us.
I understand, Kelly said.
Good luck, Jerry said, giving her one last squeeze. Then she almost ran out of the ladies' room to the elevator, to the ground floor, to the parking garage, to the Golden Gate Bridge. She was in a trance of disbelief. The first thing she did was think of the many explanations he might come up with to make this all go away.
Bullshit,
he would say.
When was that supposed to have happened?
He would ask.
That's impossible. If there was talk about something like that, I didn't know about it. I was always too goddamn busy with games and meets and concerts and meetings to fit in an affair. Where did you get something as nuts as this?
But it was a long drive back to Mill Valley, and by the time she got there, she knew. It was true. He'd had an affair. His assistant had known about it, as had others in the office. And she had not. Not even a whiff. He'd pulled it off. She didn't go back to her office. She took the afternoon off and went home. She spent the entire time until the kids came home in the office she shared with Phil. They had a big home, one of the largest on the street. Their office and the master bedroom were on the ground floor. 4 bedrooms on the second floor, one for each kid and a guest room. The office was nicely divided with a built-in desk running along 3 walls in a U shape. They shared a computer, but each had their own laptops as well, and bookshelves to the ceiling, plus 2 large walk-in closets, one for each of them that held their filing cabinets and shelves for supplies. Jerry knew Phil's password and opened his email. But if she knew his password, he wouldn't save anything she could see. Yet she looked through all the saved files, all the old emails. Nothing. Of course there was nothing. And he certainly wouldn't keep personal incriminating files in the prosecutor's office. It was a political job, constantly under scrutiny. She spent a little time looking through hard files he brought home. But in no time at all she knew she wouldn't find anything. There wouldn't be any evidence. Yet, she knew. She knew. Chapter 2. Sonia had a meditation group in the morning at the community rec center, and right after that she spent a couple of hours at the health food co-op. But when she got back home in the early afternoon, she noticed that the kitchen carpenter's truck was backed up to Andy's open garage, and Andy's car was there as well. The pile of Bryce's things was gone from the front yard. She couldn't restrain herself any longer, and she went into the house through the opened garage, guided by the sound of an electric screwdriver. When the noise paused, she said, "Knock, knock." The carpenter turned away from the shelf he was removing.
"Hello," he said.
"Hi, Bob, isn't it?"
"That's right."
"Is Andy here by chance?"
"She's around here somewhere," he said.
"Whew, this is messy work, isn't it?"
she said to him.
"I'm afraid it gets to be a real messy ordeal,"
he confirmed, going back to his job. Sonia wandered through the kitchen and back into the house. She called out to Andy, and Andy yelled, "Back here!" In the master bedroom, Andy was folding clothes into a cardboard box.
"Oh boy,"
Sonia said.
"This doesn't look good."
"Depends on your point of view," Andy answered. "It's probably long overdue."
"You're moving him out?"
"I'm packing up his clothes. He didn't bring much into the relationship. Bryce has always lived kind of loose, few attachments." She gave a sigh and folded a pair of jeans into the box. "I should have considered that."
"Does he have things like furniture?"
"Boy things. A big screen TV, motorcycle, sound system, computer, basics."
"How are you holding up?"
"Hanging in there. Noel is coming over later. I'll explain to him, but he won't be surprised." She looked back into the box. "Or disappointed."
"Oh, Andy, I hate that this is happening."
Like I said, it's overdue. If I'd had a brain, I wouldn't have gotten into it to start with.
So what got you into it?
Sonia asked. She shrugged. I think it was his basic equipment. Handsome, young, funny, endowed. She looked up from her work. I was just so lonely by the time he came along, you know? Sonia shook her head sadly.
I'm going to go home and make you something for dinner. Something healthy and fortifying. Plus a plate full of chocolate cookies. Well, they'll be carob without sugar, but it'll get you over the hump. And carob is so soothing to the digestive tract. I'll round up some tea that'll calm you so you can think clearly and feel your body's messages.
Thanks, I appreciate the thought, but my body is sending me the message that it wants a greasy burger and a pint of Ben & Jerry's with a gin chaser. Or two.
Oh, I know that's what you think you need,
Sonia admonished.
But that'll just dull the senses and prolong the recovery. Trust me. And tomorrow morning, if it's okay with you, I'd like to burn some sage and waft the essence through the house with feathers to clear away his presence.
Shouldn't you wait until he picks up his stuff? Andy asked.
I'll do it again, after. Would you like something to equalize you? I could give you a massage and balance your chakras.
No one's touching my chakras today, Sonia. Not even you.
I have some cleansing herbs if you'd like to do a body cleansing. It can give you such a fresh feeling.
Doesn't that sound terrific? The shits for 24 hours. No thanks. What I'd really like to do is get his stuff out of my space. Andy glanced at her watch. I have a doctor's appointment in 2 hours, then Noel will be over. Sonia's face took on a startled expression.
Are you feeling sick?
No, just a precaution, she said. It turns out Bryce hasn't been faithful.
Oh, God. Oh, Andy, I'll whip up a herbal drink for you.
Due respect, Sonia, but if Bryce left me any souvenirs, that drink will probably have to be made up of antibiotics. Sonia actually got tears in her eyes.
I just hate him,
she hissed. Good, Andy said. That makes me feel way better than herbs. Let's all just hate him for a while. Sonia opened her arms.
Let me hug you,
she said. Andy dropped the clothing into the box and let herself be drawn into Sonia's arms. There was something about the way she held her that almost brought tears to Andy's eyes. Sonia's remedies and hocus-pocus bored her to sleep, but she had a nurturing spirit underneath it all that was wholly genuine and, in fact, healing. She was small, soft, and strong, gentle and comforting. Before letting go, Sonia whispered,
Is there anything I can do for you right now?
Andy pulled back and smiled. Nothing. Just let me finish all this. It will help, believe me.
I'll be home this afternoon. Call me if you think of anything at all. If I can drive you to the doctor so you won't be alone, I'd be happy to.
Andy laughed softly. Believe me, I know the drill. This is my second cheating husband, and I was single a long time in between. I practically have a standing appointment. Sonia said goodbye to Bob as she left through the kitchen. It crossed her mind that the disaster in there was very bad for relationships, it being the rear right of the house. She'd suggested to Andy that they find somewhere else to stay during renovations, but Andy blew her off. Ordinarily, an afternoon with no classes or appointments for her consulting would make Sonia anxious. It meant she wasn't getting the word out through referrals from people whose lives had been enhanced, and that wasn't a good feeling. But today, she needed the time for herself. Even though she hadn't liked Bryce, she grieved for the marriage. It would upset the balance in the neighborhood. She thought about her friends. Their husbands didn't have a great deal in common, but on those occasions they socialized as couples, the men found plenty to talk about. They would stand around in a little clot, holding a drink or beer, talk seriously about their work or politics, tell some off-color jokes, pick at their wives behind their backs like men do. Pure, simple pleasure for them. Sonia met George when she was 28, he 38. They dated for 2 years before marrying and would soon celebrate their 10th anniversary. She hadn't had many relationships before George, and she knew why. She was considered eccentric. But George, being mature, worked out so well. He was calm, consistent. He might not fully appreciate all her zealous care, but she was keeping him healthy and his home life serene. He didn't like to argue. He liked stability and predictability, and she liked that he liked that. She could work with that. She prepared a small meatloaf for him that was more loaf than meat because his cholesterol was up. She lit a few candles around the house and put on one of her soothing CDs, the kind you would hear in the background at the spa. The effect was very calming. George was a financial planner, and his work was fraught with tension as he dealt with clients' futures and moved people's money around. She had time for a warm soak in the tub and a brief meditation so that when he walked through the door she'd smell delicious and be perfectly centered. When he came in, she smiled at him, then her eyes dropped to his shirt.
"Oh, George, what did you spill?"
I don't know,
he said, looking down. He brushed at the spot.
"Don't worry, I can get it out. Can I fix you a special tea? I have just the thing if you've had a hard day."
No thanks, Sonia. My day calls for a scotch.
She clucked and shook her head.
"If you must. I'll have dinner in just a little while. I have to run a meal over to Andy. She's under the weather."
She is?
He asked, lifting his eyebrows.
"I'll tell you about it over dinner. Just be a minute."
She took 2 containers on a tray across the street to Andy's. When she saw Noel's car in the drive, she knew she'd just hand them off. She didn't want to interrupt them. When Andy opened the door, the unmistakable aroma of greasy pizza drifted through, and Sonia frowned, then forced a smile.
"Trust me,"
Sonia said as she passed the tray.
"This is better for you."
Andy said thank you, and Sonia went back to her own kitchen. She caught George fixing a second scotch and chose not to comment. Once they were settled with their meals, hers was a pasta and green salad with beans. His was the loaf meat and vegetables. She said,
"Bryce and Andy have split up. They're getting divorced."
Oh?
He said, looking up from his fork briefly.
Too bad.
It was really dramatic. When Jerry and I went walking this morning, she was throwing his belongings out the front door onto the lawn, and they were screaming obscenities at each other.
George smiled.
Is that so?
"It's not funny, George. She has to be tested for venereal diseases. Apparently he hasn't been faithful."
George made a face.
Really? I don't need to know that.
"Some people have pretty complicated, tragic relationships."
I guess that's true,
he answered. He pushed his plate away.
"You haven't eaten much. You're not upset, are you?"
No,
he said.
I had a late lunch.
"Not something bad for your cholesterol, I hope."
Of course not, Sonia. I had a plate of grass. It was scrumptious.
She smiled patiently.
"Oh, you had something bad, I can tell. Well, that's why I go to so much trouble to make sure you eat well in the evening. No matter how you carry on, I know you appreciate that I look after you as well as I can."
Indeed I do. I just wish that occasionally you could look after me with a spice or two. I'd love to taste my food briefly before it passes through my body.
"And I'd like you to last," she said. Because I love you so.
You sure you don't want me to last so you have someone to control into old age? He returned, lifting a graying brow.
George, what a thing to say! Just when one of my best friends is going through a terrible divorce.
And getting tested for venereal diseases, he added. You'd better rush her over some grains and herbs.
Sonia laughed at him. You love to do that, don't you? Pick at my remedies. Well, I guess I'm smart enough to know that I don't have what she needs for something like that. It's prescription only. I'm going over there first thing tomorrow to burn some sage and smudge the air with Indian feathers just to clear out the negative presence.
He stood from the table and shook his head. I'd be disappointed if you didn't. Jerry ordered a pizza for the kids. Once that was devoured, they headed for their evening pastimes. Family room TV, computers, phones, homework. Usually in that order. Jerry fixed herself a drink instead of dinner, wondering briefly if Sonia had an herb for homicidal tendencies. She was going to confront Phil, of course. She'd been with the man a long time. She thought there was nothing she didn't know about him. I've been getting fart marks out of his underwear for almost 25 years, for God's sake. Though it was still biting cold in the March night, she bundled up and went out onto the deck, under the starlight. At least she wasn't hot. She'd been trying to size up her emotions all day long and still didn't have a handle on whether she was enraged, confused, hurt, or completely off base. She went over every day of their marriage, the births of the children, the fights, the really hard times. There was the year she lost both her parents, one after the other, to cancer. It was a blur. She'd been vacant, wandering around in a complete daze. But Phil had picked up the slack. He was completely there for her. No one could have comforted her better. Could he have done that and still had someone else in his life? Someone he went to and said, "You can't believe how bad things are at home." She saw Phil enter through the kitchen, toss his briefcase and laptop on the breakfast bar, and wander through the house, looking for her. It was the first thing he did every night unless she was standing in the kitchen. Eventually he found his way to the deck just as she was exhaling a long stream of cigarette smoke. Her first cigarette in 12 years. He stood in the doorway, noted the drink and cigarette, and said, "Jesus Christ, did someone die?" "You had an affair," she said evenly. He took a panicked step toward her, his face in a frozen state of shock, and after making a partial recovery, said, "I'd better get a drink and a jacket." He turned to go back into the house. So, he had. If he hadn't, he would have said, "What? What the hell are you talking about?" And all she could think was that the son of a bitch was still good-looking, maybe better looking than he had been at 28. 53 now, still sporting a full head of that thick, rich brown hair, now delicately threaded with gray at the temples. His face was just mildly lined, but not so much from age as from the sun on the golf course. Then there were those teeth, beautiful and strong. He wasn't yet seeing the periodontist, but she was. Up till today, she'd been happy for him about that. And he'd managed to stay fit, maybe the slightest paunch, graying chest hair, but he was tall and solid, strong. She hated him so much. He came back outside with his own drink, wearing his weekend jacket over his shirt and loosened tie. "Lay it on me, Jerry. What's going on?" "You had an affair. I just found out." "And where'd you hear that?" "Never mind. Just tell me."
and start with the truth because you don't know how much I know." He took a deep breath and a drink from his glass. Then he said, "I had an affair. Years ago. I'm sorry. It's been completely in the past for a long, long time. I'm sorry," he said again. "It wasn't your fault. It was my fault. My failing. My inadequacy. You can't imagine how much I regret it." "You had an affair," she said again, blown away by his admission. "I need you to tell me about it. The truth about it. When it started, who it was, when it ended, and most important, why." He leaned back in his chair. "The why might be impossible. I've asked myself 100 times. Years ago, there was an attractive woman in the office. We worked together briefly and hit it off right away. She was very personable, funny. I did the one thing I thought I'd never do. Not only was it straying from my marriage, which I'd never even been tempted to do, but also it was a coworker, the potential for major league sexual harassment. Defying all common sense, I made a pass. She responded to me. We had a couple of lunches, met for a drink a few times. She was single, lived alone, and I made the mistake of going to her place one late afternoon and got carried away, knowing it was wrong, feeling like shit with guilt, but it got started. It ended almost 6 years ago. Nothing like that ever happened before, and it will never happen again." Jerry did a quick mental calculation. 6 years ago, while he was having an affair, the kids had been 7, 10, and 13. She remembered that year and the preceding year. Soccer, band, one starting middle school. Her mother had died of uterine cancer 9 years ago, her father quickly following of prostate cancer. That had been a horrible time, but by 6 years ago things had leveled out emotionally. As far as she could remember, there wasn't anything particularly noteworthy going on. They hadn't had a standoff about him buying a sailboat. None of the kids were sick or in trouble. She hadn't yet been having the menopausal symptoms that rocked her stable world. "When did it start?" she demanded. He hung his head briefly. 7 years ago. It was on and off for a couple of years. Not steady, but on and off. "A couple of years?" she asked, horrified. "On and off, Jerry," he said. "I'd see her, then tell her I just couldn't do that and wouldn't see her again for months. Then slip back, break it off, slip back, and so on. Oh, for God's sake, slipped? Can't you come up with anything more intelligent than slipped?" "No," he said. "I honestly can't. I never drank too much. My job was secure. My caseload wasn't any worse or high pressure than usual. We weren't in any kind of huge crisis that I can remember. You and I were getting along just fine." She felt the sting of tears in her eyes, and it made her furious. "Then why?" Her voice cracked. "I don't know. She wanted me. Someone desirable actually wanted me. You and I were fine, but there were always so many complications keeping us from... I guess I was thinking like an 18-year-old. But really, there should be a statute of limitations on shit like this. I screwed up. I haven't screwed up since, and you can be damn sure it won't happen again. And it was a long, long time ago." "Who is she?" "No," he said without hesitation. "She's gone. It's over. We haven't had any contact in over 5 years, and there's nothing to be gained." "I might have to see her," Jerry said. "No," he answered again.
I don't know where she is, what her life is like, but I've messed up my life enough. There's no point in messing up hers as well. Jerry, I realize what happened is unforgivable in your eyes, but I'm here because I want to be your husband and want to be with my family. That's the bottom line. That's all I want. Whether it's perfect or at times difficult, that's my choice. Not something I have to rely on willpower for. There was never any question about loving you. God, you can't really have done this, she said. You had an affair for 2 years, and I never knew, never even smelled it in the wind. I wasn't with her often. I'm busy, you know that, and I never once missed a family thing to be with another woman. I swear to God. I never let it interfere with my family, my marriage, or my job, he said. Well, she laughed humorlessly. What magnificent control. Tell me, was the sex at least fantastic? Irrelevant, he said, bolstering himself with a deep drink. Not to me, it's not. Jerry, the worst sex I ever had was fantastic. Men and women probably look at that differently. You know they know in the prosecutor's office. He sipped again, maybe nervously. I realize there was some gossip, but I only leveled with one person, my boss. When it was over, I told the DA I'd been involved with someone in the office. I find it hard to believe he shared that with the troops. He has a lot of faults, but he learned how to keep confidences years ago. Why'd you tell him then? I told myself it was because we serve at the discretion of the people. Because if there was ever an accusation of any kind, I couldn't let him be blindsided. But in the years since, I realized that it helped to end it for good. Confessing. Because I knew what I'd done was wrong, and I was consumed by guilt. I think it was like standing up at a meeting and saying, "Hi, my name is Phil, and I cheated on my wife." He told me that behavior could not be tolerated, and if I valued my job, it had to stop. Phil chuckled. Imagine that from him, huh? Son of a bitch has a revolving door for a zipper. He took another drink. I could have done the same thing here with you. Confessed. Let you hit me over the head with a baseball bat until you were convinced I could be a better husband. But I couldn't risk losing you. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she stamped out the cigarette. My God, Phil. I think my insides are festering. I'll be peeing blood by morning. He leaned toward her. He reached for her hands, but she wouldn't let him connect. Listen. I did the wrong thing. Not you. I hoped you'd never be hurt by it. I hoped I'd make it right over time by being a good partner, a good father. None of it was your fault, and I'll pay the price. But don't let it eat you up. No reason both of us should carry the load. And yet in her mind there were so many things she couldn't quite place in the context of the affair. She remembered that during sex one night he said, "Didn't you used to move your hips?" And she'd laughed, thinking he was so funny. Was that when he realized he needed a woman with some passion? He'd remarked that he loved her coming to bed naked these days, and she'd firmly told him not to get any ideas. They were too tired at night, too rushed in the mornings, had too many kids around the house on the weekends, and never, absolutely never got away alone. And then there was the fact that she was hot flashing her brains out and her vagina felt like sandpaper. The things people don't tell you about menopause. But 5 years ago, 7 years ago, she hadn't had any of those symptoms. She'd been so content. He'd asked her if she wanted to get away for a weekend, if only to the city, just the two of them. When was that? He hadn't asked in a long time, and she'd never suggested it. They hadn't escaped,
There were always too many family and work obligations. She asked herself if she'd driven him to her by being so unlike a mistress, and that made her want to kill him on the spot. "I never had an affair," she said. "I know," he said. "No, you don't know. You don't know any more than I knew about yours, but I'm telling you, I had just as many kids, just as little sex, just as much pressure, and I never had an affair." "Jerry." "Phil, I don't think I can live with you now, knowing." "Let's not do that," he said calmly. "Let's work through it if we can. Go to counseling if you want to. Do whatever it takes, but let's not throw in the towel now. After almost 25 years and one terrible mistake that I'll do anything I can to make amends for." She shook her head and wiped the moisture off her cheeks. "I don't know if I can do it," she said with a hiccup of emotion. "After everything you've seen in families, the abuse, addiction, crime, neglect. Jerry, please keep your head. We can weather this. We love each other." "We're not like those families," she sniffed. "You and I, we were always different. We always played as a team." "Fuck you, you asshole! You played on another team." "All right, listen to me. If you decide you can't live with it, if you can't forgive me, we'll deal with that. But first, you have to give it a little time. Some effort. You obviously just learned of this, and you're hot as a pistol. If you feel the same way after we've tried to get beyond my crimes, we'll make a plan that's best for the family. But not the very day you find out. It's reactionary." "Weren't you reactionary? Falling into bed with her like that? Not even sure why?" "Absolutely," he said with a nod. "And trust me, the price was high, even without you knowing what I'd done. Give yourself a little time to think. Please. You've done some real stupid, lame-ass, highly punishable things in our marriage," she said. "I was with my dying mother, and you were supposed to pick up the kids and bring them, but you lost track of time and left them standing around outside the school, waiting while it was getting dark. And they were so little." He nodded solemnly. She didn't add that she'd fired a hospital water jug at him when they'd finally shown up, and despite the fact she'd left a nice purple bruise on his head, he'd held her close while she cried. For a long time. "I was about to go into labor with Matthew, and you went on a fishing trip because the mayor asked you to go, to represent the prosecutor's office." She'd been so angry with him for that. She was so afraid she'd have to have the baby all on her own. But Matthew waited for his father. "You drank too much at the neighborhood block party and peed in the clothes hamper in the middle of the night." A slight smile threatened his lips. "You don't deserve for me to think it over." "I know. But I won't leave the house without telling the kids why." "You're not serious." "I'm completely serious. It was my mistake. I'll fess up. Take my medicine. I hope we don't come to that, Jerry. You know the best counselors in the business. Pick one out, set us up. If that doesn't help, at least we will have tried." "See? Right now you're just too goddamn calm," she said. "Like you've been ready for this day for a long time and had it all planned, what you were going to say, how you were going to play it. You lawyered up. You strategized it." "You're partially right," he admitted. "I've had years to think about what I'd say if you found out, if you came at me. I decided a long time ago I wasn't going to lie or make excuses." He shook his head. "I'm so sorry." She wished he'd have spent that time coming up with a good story to refute what she'd heard. She didn't want to know what she knew. "Please don't sleep in my bed tonight." He gave a resigned nod. She rose to go to their room, but stopped before entering the house. Pulling her jacket tighter around herself, without looking at him, she asked, "Did you love her?" "I loved you. Always. But her. Did you also love her?" She turned to look at him. He stood up and faced her, his hands in his pockets. "I wasn't using her. She was a nice woman. I was fond of her. I was attracted to her, and I cared about her. You know I'd have to have some feelings, that I'm not the kind of man who fucks around. But from the first time we were together, even before we were together, I told her I had a good marriage, that I loved my wife, that I didn't want a divorce. I feel as bad about what I did to her as what I've done to you." "So, you loved her, in your way?" "I never waited, honey. I knew how much I loved you, but I wasn't thinking with the right head. I was all steamed up and driven. I wish I'd known how to stop that, but, Jerry, I wasn't done with my sex life. I was still interested, responsive. I can't undo it. I can tell you one thing. I might have thought that's what I wanted at the time, but it didn't make me happy. It made me miserable." She shook her head in equal parts disgust and pity, then turned and went to the bedroom. Wasn't done? She couldn't remember a time he'd let her know something was missing for him. The bigger ache came from knowing there hadn't been anything missing for her. She'd thought they had the perfect marriage, the perfect family. If he'd been beside her in their bed, she would have kicked him every time she turned over. But having him on the family room couch left her feeling so alone. She cried. In every crisis of her life, she'd turned to Phil, and now he was the crisis in her life. She wanted him to feel more pain for her, yet if he'd come to their bed and tried to hold her through her tears, she would have torn his eyes out. If he apologized one more time, she might stab him in his sleep. The next morning she went for her walk, and she wore sunglasses. Of course, Sonia and Andy could tell something was wrong. "There's a dreadful situation at work I can't talk about yet," she said. "I'll tell you when it's okay to." Andy called Bryce once she had his things packed up. It had only taken a couple of days. She got his voicemail and left him a detailed message. She was filing for divorce, would be canceling credit cards, closing the joint accounts, and would have copies of the statements for him, a final accounting. She knew he had a company credit card he could use, but still she asked if he needed money. He came for his things that very night. He told her in a very subdued, boyish way that he'd be fine financially. She knew in that instant that he was relieved to be free of her. She cramped his style. He wasn't the kind of man ready to have serious ties. She didn't bring up the house. There was already a divorce lien on its proceeds of sale from her first husband. It appeared Bryce was going to take his belongings and go away quietly, content to have the ball and chain removed from his life. There was something about the simplicity of it that hurt more than the screaming fights. He was so easily done. Finished. Why couldn't she have made the break long ago? She knew why. It was embarrassing to be so foolish, so wrong, at her age. When Bryce came, he was with one of his closest friends, using his truck to load the big screen, sound system and speakers, boxes of clothes and books, toiletries and miscellany. Bryce rode away behind his possessions on his motorcycle, and all the while Bob, working in the kitchen, managed to stay very busy and very quiet. It was completely over in an hour, and Bryce would never be back. He hadn't even waved goodbye. The trash was full of Sonia's concoctions. The entire house was filled with dust from Bob's construction in the kitchen, plus the odor of burnt sage from Sonia's cleansing voodoo. Jerry, who was Andy's rock, was distracted by some heavy work problem and felt terrible about her lack of support, but Andy reassured her that she was getting along pretty well. She'd gone back to work the morning after the boy toys disappeared from her life. While there was a part of her that wished for quiet and solitude in the evenings, there was another part grateful that Bob was in her kitchen, pleasantly working away as the sun set. She sat on her bed with the news on, there being no TV in the family room anymore, and took odd comfort in the humming, whistling, and construction noise. She wandered into the kitchen. "How's it going?" she asked him. "Good," he said. The crowbar was being used to pry the old chipped ceramic tiles off the floor. "Very good." "I'm going to have a glass of wine," she said. "What can I give you?" "Oh, I'm just fine with water." "I didn't mean I was going to get you liquored up," she laughed. "I realize you use power tools, but how about a cola or something?" He looked up from his work, smiling. He wiped a rag across his sweating bald head. "That would sure be nice. Thanks." She went for a glass in the laundry room where she kept the few dishes she needed since the kitchen cupboards had been torn out and carried away. The refrigerator was purring along in the garage now. She couldn't actually cook anything, but she could get ice and keep things cold. As she looked inside, she said, "Hey, have you eaten?" "I have," he said. "Had something on my way over." "How about Bo?" she asked. And as she did so, the yellow lab lifted his head and looked at her with those sad eyes that suggested he hadn't been fed in days. Lying eyes that made her laugh. "Don't believe a word he says. I always take care of Bo first," Bob said. She poured his cola, her white wine. She settled at the table in the nook, still undisturbed and covered with dust. "Could I ask you a personal question?" He glanced over his shoulder. "Sure. If I get confused by it, I'll make up an answer." "Funny," she said. "Why did you and your wife separate?" "Oh, that," he chuckled. "It's real simple, actually. She left me. She's gay." Andy actually choked on her first swallow of wine. "Gay?" she echoed. He laughed. "Don't ask me the chronology of that, okay? I mean, since birth, I assume, but of course I had no idea. We weren't exactly kids when we got married. I was over 40, she was over 30. It was something she struggled with. Spent a lot of time at church, trying to get the cure. I think she just wanted to be like everyone else, live an average life and have children. But that's really not the way to go." "Holy shit, Bob," Andy said. "Life's not easy if you're gay, even in San Francisco. If your family thinks you're just being difficult, people keep trying to impress that all you have to do is concentrate and you'll stop being gay. It's a little more complicated than that." "Well, I'll say," Andy said, taking a gulp. She wanted to know everything, right now. How'd that work? What made her choose him? How was sex? And the one she couldn't help? "You didn't have the first idea? Going in?" "No," he said, shaking his head. "That was stupid of me and wrong of her, I guess. But I understand. I think she was really trying. She had high hopes." "Oh, man," she said, overwhelmed. "I gotta know. How long did it last?" "The time we were together? A couple of years from the time we met. She's such a sweet girl. We were good friends first, then decided to get married. I admit, when she first told me she just couldn't pretend to be straight anymore, I was mad. But I couldn't stay mad at her, you know. Her life was more of a struggle than mine, so I learned a little tolerance. For a long time there, I'd been worried she was sick or something. But finally she just told me the truth.
She thought she could stop being a lesbian and could be married with children, but it just wasn't going to happen. He lifted his head and looked upward as if remembering. She asked me if it would be okay if she left, and I said of course. What was I going to say? No?
But did it? Well, did it damage your masculinity?
He laughed. I didn't have that much experience with my masculinity, he said.
But you were an older guy, and... She stopped. I'm having this conversation with my kitchen carpenter, she thought, internally appalled. Yet she couldn't help it. His take on this was fascinating.
Nah, was all he said.
Did you ever hear from her again? She asked.
Oh, yes, all the time, he said. Once or twice a year now, at least. She's with someone now, very happy. They've been together quite a while. They'd like to have a child together. In fact, I was offered the job, but I declined. They both like me, he said with a lovable, almost mischievous grin. She's still just the nicest, sweetest girl. She always thinks to ask me how I am. And I'm the same as before.
Wow, Andy said. And I thought he was an ordinary workman with an ordinary life.
But there was something about him that, in all its simplicity, was deep, thoughtful.
Doesn't she want a divorce? Andy heard herself ask.
I think it's kind of irrelevant, he said.
Well, how do you know? You might meet someone someday.
Oh, I sort of doubt that. A little late in the game for me. But I have her phone number. If I called her and said something about that, there wouldn't be a problem. We had an agreement when she left. Real simple and non-legal, The date of the split, the assets, which were as close to zero as you can get. I scrounged up a couple $1,000s to help her get on her feet, and she was so grateful for that. We're good.
You gave her money, too? Andy asked.
Well, she had to have some walking around money. It's not easy to start over, especially around here.
Bob, I think you're pure gold.
Me? Nah, anyone would have done that. Like I said, she's a real sweet girl. I'm just so glad to know she's okay. He looked at her closely. Understand? All she could think was,
I want to be like you.
That pure. So undamaged even though he'd gone through a potentially devastating experience.
Sounds like you've completely forgiven her. For lying to you. For trying to have a straight life at your expense.
Mrs. Andy, it didn't cost me anything to forgive her for that. I just assume everyone is doing the best they can. Besides, she's a good person. He looked at her and asked, How are you getting along since,
Since the TV and motorcycle went away? She asked with a laugh. I'm still kind of numb, I guess, because I haven't had much of a reaction. My son was relieved. He hadn't been getting along with my husband too well the past couple of years. And I know this is going to sound kind of silly, but it's nice you're working here. Makes me feel less alone.
Yeah, that's the hard part. All of a sudden, alone. My wife, she might have been a lesbian, but she was, most of all, a great friend. We had a lot to talk about every day.
Well, I'm used to being alone. Bryce traveled in his job, so he was gone several nights a week anyway. And when he was in town, he wasn't the homebody type. He was more the party boy type. Thus the divorce.
I'm awful sorry, Andy.
Thanks, she said. She got herself a refill of wine. I'm going back to my room to watch TV. Holler if you need me. In fact, I'm going to invite Beau, if that's all right.
He's probably got sawdust and stuff on him.
I'll ask him to shake. Beau, want to watch some CNN for a while?
Beau got to his feet and wagged his tail.
That'll be nice, she said to Bob. A guy I can trust on the bed watching TV with me.
You enjoy him. He can be a real good friend."
"You can come and find him when you're done. I'm not going to bed or anything. I'm only in the bedroom because it's quiet and there's no TV in the family room." 3 hours later, Bob knocked softly on the bedroom door, which stood ajar about an inch, and Andy sat up with a start. Bo was sitting upright on the bed, wagging and making a noise that was a combination whine and moan. "Come in," she called. Bob gingerly pushed the door open, and Bo bolted off the bed to go to him.
"He make a good TV, buddy?"
"He put me to sleep," she said. She stretched. "That was great."
"It's his best trick. See you tomorrow night."
"Thanks," she said. "That might be one of the kindest men I've ever known," she thought. "Too bad he's Bob."
Chapter 3. Jerry booked herself and Phil for 3 emergency sessions with a crisis counselor. She chose a woman she'd used through CPS, a woman she thought was very good, even though her instinct said if her heart was in it, she'd have selected a man who could understand Phil. But she didn't want Phil to get understanding. She wanted his head on a pike. And at this point, Phil would have taken counseling from Jerry's mother had she been alive. He was that accommodating, that beaten down with guilt and remorse and hope. He would do anything to make this go away. She scheduled them for 3 evenings running, from 2 days following his apologetic admission. They told the kids they had meetings. She had no idea what he had to say at the prosecutor's office to leave work on time for a change. She secretly hoped he had to say, "I cheated on my wife, and if I don't go to counseling with her right now, I'm getting thrown out of the house." She wanted him to feel her pain. His claims of great guilt and remorse weren't doing much for her. But he made it home on time to go with her. They held it together pretty well during the session. Phil seemed to struggle, but tried to answer the counselor's questions. Jerry thought for a prosecutor he'd make a lousy witness. Judges wouldn't accept answers like, "I don't know what I was thinking, what I was looking for," or, "There wasn't anything missing in my marriage that I was trying to make up for. I was just extremely tempted and I failed." As was typical of marriage counseling, the real bloodletting and fireworks came later, after the session, usually in the car on the way home, probably to the great entertainment of cars passing by. "She's trying to get me to fight it out with you. Take shots at your choice of sleepwear is the thing that drove me to it," Phil said. "She's just saying it wasn't the affair. It's what's going on in our marriage," Jerry fired back. "Bullshit. There wasn't anything going on in our marriage that hasn't been going on for over 10 years. It was the same. It's always been a busy marriage, one full of pressure, stressful jobs, kids, horrible schedules, tight budgets. And you're not asking me if the marriage has been satisfactory lately. It's been the same. If I asked, you'd say whatever you had to, because now you're scared you're going to lose everything. I was always afraid of losing everything. She's trying to get me to say I'm just a little boy who wanted to cum my brains out." "Well, didn't you say as much? Isn't that what extremely tempted means?" Jerry railed. "I'm saying I don't know why. 7 years ago, for whatever reason, I didn't have much willpower, much restraint. I never once thought, Jerry's not putting out, so this is okay. I had accepted how we were." "Accepted how we were? You're blaming me?" "Jesus, I'm blaming us. I knew this was going to come back and bite me in the ass, but I couldn't help myself. I was tempted because it felt too goddamn good to have someone actually tempted by me. You and the counselor want to hear me claim you're a frigid wife, that I'm just an irresponsible asshole. God damn it, Jerry, I'm not a player. I have never been a player." "You son of a bitch," she blustered at him. "Like it was my fault, not wanting you enough." "Come on, don't go there," he said meanly. "You know as well as I do that for the past 10 years, sex in our bed is rare at best. We'd have to get sex therapy to get up to once a month."
I know it's real rare for you to make an effort. How many no thank yous do you think a husband can get before he figures out that's not on the agenda? Oh, so that's your story now? That I said no thank you too often and damaged your frail little libido? That I drove you to the other woman? Listen, the most love I feel in that house is when you hand me my list of chores and praise me like a puppy for doing as I was told. Ah, Jesus. We don't need a therapist to help us say cruel things like this to each other. Christ! Well, maybe if you'd fucking hold up your end, I wouldn't be so tired at the end of the day. See what I mean? Why don't we just rent a cabin in the woods and fire insults and accusations at each other? It would be cheaper than $100 an hour, and it sure as hell isn't helping put us back together. You want to know all the ways you were a less than perfect wife? Want to tell me all the ways I failed as a husband? Because I'm sure the list is long and ugly for both of us. When they got home, they separated in silence, holding back the rage in front of the kids. Given they were teenagers, they were mostly oblivious. Jessie asked Jerry, "You mad about something?" "Just worn out from a problem at work, honey," she said. "Be patient with me." "It's not, that menopause thing." "No, it's not that menopause thing." By the end of the week, a mere 5 days after the affair came to light, Jerry told Phil, "It's time. I need to go to counseling alone. You need to find your own counselor, and we have to separate." "You're giving up?" "I don't know. If I can stop hating you, maybe we can work it out. But right now, I'm just in too much pain." "Where do you expect me to go? Our finances can't withstand another residence." "I don't care. Stay in the city, come out for dinner, visit on weekends, whatever. But I can't fight about it anymore. There's just no explanation for what you did, and I can't get past the betrayal. You just have to give me some space and time." "If that's what you want," he said. "But I still love you." "Well, I don't love you right now. I want to, but I can't love a man who can do what you did without even knowing why. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again." "Fine," he said. "This weekend we'll tell the kids." "I don't agree with that," she told him. "We tell them what they're old enough to understand. That's what we do in this family. In fact, you wrote that rule. You're the social worker." "I don't think they're old enough to understand," she said. "Yes, they are. They're not old enough to sympathize, and it's not in their experience, but they'll know what we're talking about. They'll know that what I did was wrong, that you being out of your mind angry is reasonable." She shook her head, and a large tear escaped. "Why did you do this to us, Phil?" she asked in a desperate whisper. "I can't explain. I've had nightmares about this for over 5 years. If we're not stronger than one indiscretion, then I completely misjudged us. I thought, given all we've had to handle, both personally and professionally, if it came to this, we'd find a way. We've seen families through murder that didn't give up this fast. 1 2-year discretion. Do you have any idea how many times, during those 2 years, I put my arms around you and held you? How many times you told me not to get any ideas? God, Jerry! I remember when the kids were little and we were both exhausted from work, the house was collapsing, everyone was screaming they needed something, and we still snuck away from them, locked ourselves in the bathroom, and—" He shook his head. "I don't know when that stopped happening for us, but it stopped." "Why didn't you say anything before it was too late?" "I thought I had." He looked down for a long moment, then looked up again. "Never mind. It wasn't because of you. It was me. I should have found a way. But then I didn't know it was going to be too late. There was a very small part of her, remembering those days so long ago, that wanted to say, "It was me, too. Let's see if we can get it back." But she said, "I'll tell Jesse if you'll tell the boys." He gave a nod. "Sunday," he said. "Then I'll go to the city." "You're going to drop it on them and leave them with me?" "No, of course not. We'll tell them separately. I'll stay through the evening, and when the house quiets down, I'll head out. I'll handle as much of this as I can, but it's your decision for us to live apart. And we don't do that to our kids without them knowing the reasons." At 5 o'clock on Sunday, Phil knocked on Jed's bedroom door and said, "Hey, Bud, I have to talk to you about something. Can you come with me?" "Where?" he asked, getting up from his reclining position on the bed. "We have to go somewhere away from the house so I can talk to you in private. Just come on, you'll have the details soon enough." They walked a couple of short blocks to the neighborhood park. Phil sat on the top of a picnic table, his feet on the bench, elbows on his knees, head down. Jed stood in front of him. "Come on, man," Jed said impatiently. "What the hell's going on?" "Your mom and I are having some problems," Phil said. He felt his eyes begin to water. His throat threatened to close. "Serious problems. Oh, Jesus. This is the hardest thing I've ever done." "Come on, Dad. You're getting divorced or something?" "I hope not," Phil said, and watched his son deflate, as if all the air had just been sucked out of him. "It's my fault. I want to tell you why, and I need your help with Matt. He needs to know the facts, but he's kind of young to understand." "You're shitting me," Jed said in a panicked breath. "Oh, man, you're shitting me." "Several years ago, over 5, I broke the oath. I cheated. I don't have an excuse. It was wrong. I never wanted to lose your mom, lose my family. I never wanted another woman. But I guess I was weaker than my hormones or something because I cheated. Your mom just found out and she really wants to kill me right now. She'd like us to be able to work things out, but she'll need some time to decide if she can forgive me." "What?" Jed asked, though he'd heard clearly. "What?" "You wouldn't do that to Mom." "I hear you, buddy. I never thought I'd be that stupid or that wrong, but I was. When she found out, and I still don't know how, though I have a few ideas, it just hurt her so bad she got us right into counseling. We're going to keep going, but she's too angry to live with me right now." He reached out and put a strong hand on Jed's shoulder. "Doesn't mean I won't be around. I promise I'll be around plenty. I want to spend time with you guys. Plus I have to hang close in case your mom wants to talk about it. Or yell at me about it some more," he added with a lame smile. "Why?" Jed asked. "Why what, son?" "Why can't you work it out with you home? You guys fight all the time. You always work it out." "We don't fight all the time," he said. "We argue about little shit sometimes. This is different." "Well, did you say you're sorry?" "Of course," Phil said. "I didn't just say it, Jed. I mean it. I've never been so sorry about anything. But there's all that trust. You count on it. You stake your lives on it, depend on it. And when the trust is broken, you can't just say sorry, you know? You have to pay penance. You have to work hard to put the trust back in the relationship." "Oh, man." "She isn't going to give in easy," Jed said, running a nervous hand through his short, spiky hair. "This is Mom we're talking about.
Phil wanted to laugh. At least smile. Boy, did they both know Jerry. She was brilliant, classy, strong, and stubborn. There was that little male bonding thing going on with Jed, and Phil was in a position to appreciate it more than his son knew. But he kept a straight face. Here's what I want you to know. This is very important. I want you to know I'm willing to do anything for her forgiveness. Anything. I'll try to get her trust back, I swear. While we're working on that, if I'm not around the house and you need me for something, need to talk to me, you call my cell phone any time. It'll be turned off for court, but I'll answer any other time, day or night. With me, bud? Yeah. You going off with some other woman? Jed asked. No, absolutely not. I love your mother. I don't even know where that woman is. I'll do whatever I can, son. I'll try my best to get our marriage back. Our family. Jed, I'm so sorry. You mad at Mom for this? For saying she doesn't want to live with you? Nah. But I'll be honest with you, this whole thing has caused us to say a lot of real nasty things to each other. We have things to get over. You're going to have to be mature, patient. Give us a chance to work it out. This wouldn't be the best time to be the badass we both know you can be. When was this? When did you say? Over 5 years ago, Phil said. Jesus. You haven't done that since, have you? Phil just shook his head. Well, then what the fuck? Listen, son. I didn't take the other woman out for a soda. I was intimate with her. That's the betrayal that sticks, that hurts. I'd love your mom to say, oh well, I hope you learned your lesson, but it's not going to be that easy. And it's up to her. She's the one who was wronged. So give her a break. You understand, Jed? He thought for a long moment. Then he said, I understand life around our house is going to suck big time. They talked a while longer. Jed had questions that Phil answered a little differently than he had with his wife. He still couldn't say why, but he did relent that the woman was pretty, nice, smelled good, made herself available. Jed was 19 and had been with his girlfriend Tracy for about a year. They'd had many father-son talks about Jed's responsibilities as a man. Phil knew the boy was sexually active and understood feelings of lust. He hoped he wouldn't follow in his father's footsteps and stray just because he was a little bored, a little needy, or whatever the hell it was. I thought I was a bigger man, Phil said. I hope to God you learn from this. You have a problem with your girl, your wife, your frickin' hormones. You better find a way to communicate that. Find a better way to deal with things than I did. Man, you always seem so perfect, Jed said. But when you fuck up big. If trying to tell her kids was horrible, preparing to tell Andy and Sonia was torture. And Jerry had no idea what she was going to say to her coworkers at CPS. She pinched the fat gathering below her waist and knew it was impossible to say she needed time to see her counselor twice a week for anorexia. On Monday morning, when she was to meet her friends for their walk, Sonia was at her door 5 minutes early. Jerry came out with her coffee cup and led her to Andy's. When Andy opened the door, Jerry said, Got the coffee pot on? Sure. I have to tell you both something. Let's go inside. We'll walk tomorrow. When they were seated at Andy's sawdust-covered table, Jerry went through the chronology of events, from the encounter with Kelly in the elevator to the confrontation with Phil, the 3 disastrous counseling sessions and brutal arguments that followed. And then she described telling the kids he was sleeping elsewhere for the time being, and why. Couldn't you have come up with some story? Andy asked, horrified. Believe me, I wanted to, Jerry said. Don't tell him I said this. But Phil was right. They're not preschoolers. They have to know why. My husband had an affair, and I'm too angry to live with him right now."
"How'd it go?" Andy asked.
"As bad as possible." Jed was silent and brooding, disillusioned, actually more angry with me than Phil. But Jessie fell apart. She sobbed almost uncontrollably. And Matt shrugged and asked something like, "How long will this take?" And then he asked if it was all right to go pitch a few balls with a couple of friends. Baseball season's starting. At dinner, it was quiet as a tomb, except for questions about their routine. Rides, takeout orders for dinner, chores. Matt asked if there was going to be child support. They know about those problems from friends. Moms who are suddenly unable to pay for school trips, that sort of thing. Then, before the plates were cleared, Jessie lost it, threw a glass across the room and screamed at us both, asking how we could do this to her. She's 16, so it's all about her. When the house was finally under control and quiet, Phil and I had another fight in the garage as he was leaving with his suitcase.
"What did you fight about?" Sonia asked.
She laughed weakly. "Our routine. Child support."
"What's up with the routine? The child support?"
"He's going to stay in the city. He'll come out to Mill Valley as much as possible when he's not working till 9 or 10. If he's not around as much, can't carpool, he also can't be expected to drive all the way out here just to bring home dinner or help with homework. It'll be a major adjustment. Before, if I was going to be late, he was on time and vice versa. And he said he'd take care of the bills. But I've been paying the bills for over 20 years. He just gets his cash out of the instant teller or my purse. Now he's going to have his check payrolled to him rather than direct deposited and give me money. He needs money to pay for a place to stay." "Ugh, forget about it," she said, waving her hand. "It's just logistics. We don't know who does what. We always used to know who does what." They'd also fought about him leaving, though she asked him to leave. So they fought about the fact that he made her make him. And she cried half the night again.
"I can't believe it," Andy said, resting her head in her hand. "I never even imagined this possible."
"Me either," Jerry said. "I never knew anything was wrong with us."
"But it was 5 years ago," Andy said. "You sure you want to separate over something that's been over that long? 5 years doesn't give you some peace of mind?"
"I can't just forget about it," Jerry said. "He said he tried but couldn't get my attention. I'll tell you one thing he never tried, though. He never said, 'I'm tempted by a pretty woman at work and I need us to have more sex.' He never came clean with me. Instead, he got involved knowing the risk. Apparently, we were worth the risk. I just can't go through that again." There was a little lie in Jerry's memory. She couldn't exactly remember Phil romancing her, letting her know he was feeling needy. But she could remember their sex life dwindling, all but disappearing, and not being sorry. It was so gradual she couldn't put a time marker on it. She remembered when Andy met Bryce and was flushed and floating because of all the erotic sex, and Jerry had just laughed at the absurdity of it. "Better you than me," Jerry had said. "I don't think I could handle the stress at this point in my life, and God knows I can't spare the sleep." There was one truth. She hadn't realized it was just her. She thought it was both of them, their libidos beaten down by everything else. And she didn't think he minded either. She thought he'd gone as dry as she had. She did remember times he snuggled her, pressed up against her, tried fondling. Most of the time she said, "Oh, Phil." Honestly, she couldn't remember when they'd last had sex. Months ago. And she had no memory of whether they were doing it more or less than that 7 years ago. But then along came a woman. A small, young blonde with fluffy hair, in Jerry's imagination, to awaken him, stir him. What was so unfair in that image was that Jerry couldn't possibly compete. Not with her stretch-marked stomach, saggy boobs, torn sweats, her tired eyes, her menopausal mood swings. What she did have, from the day they met to the day before she heard about the affair, was the ability to communicate with him about anything and everything else. Their professional lives had so much more in common. They used each other for sounding boards all the time. When it came to family, they shored each other up, at least one of them always being there for the kids. And they were unfailingly there for each other, whether it was a work problem or personal crisis, obsessively interested in each other's lives. They worked together like synchronized swimmers to keep everything running as smoothly as possible. And they didn't just have meaningful conversations sometimes. It was all the time. And on those evenings, they were both at home and could relax with a glass of wine or sit in front of a fire on cold winter nights. Their time wasn't consumed by passion or even that unhurried, gentle love she remembered from younger days. It was companionship that filled the hours. Conversation, laughter, empathy, advice for each other. Maybe a movie or quiet time when they both read. Companionship, partnership, perfect symbiosis. She didn't know when or how the lovemaking disappeared. She'd always thought it was normal for the sex drive to relax, to become better friends than lovers. She thought his libido was exactly like hers, no longer urgent. It simply went to sleep. When she thought about growing older with him, she never thought of sex being a part of their lives. Their lives were so good, their relationship so strong, it never once occurred to her they needed anything more, except maybe time. Honestly, if he'd said, "I need a good, hard, sweaty roll in the hay before I lose my mind," she would have laughed at him. They argued, yes, but they'd laughed a lot too. Their chemistry was good. She kept telling herself the marriage had such value, such depth. It just couldn't have been all about sex. Sex was something they could have fixed. She wasn't sure how, but something could have been done. Their first week of separation was difficult at best. The kids were angry and quieter than usual until they had regular short flare-ups, outbursts that had nothing and yet everything to do with their parents living apart. Jerry watched them carefully, fully aware that few people understood how closely depression and anger were linked. Jed was absent a lot, typical for a 19-year-old in college with a steady girl, but when he was around, he held his tongue, a feat for him. Matt, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. His conversation was all about baseball. Jessie was in the worst shape, snotty and disrespectful, sneering sarcastically when answering her mother, muttering under her breath. "You probably didn't notice there weren't any chips or Cokes since you're hardly ever here." And, "Why do I always have to stay home just because you and Daddy have this thing going on?" Once in a while, Jerry heard what sounded suspiciously like the B word directed at her. She was so awful that Jerry wanted to smack her. But then Jessie got out the photo albums, looking through the family pictures as if someone had died, as if trying to remember how they'd been before this. A second week passed. Jerry seeing her counselor twice a week, whole sessions during which she did little talking and a great deal of crying. She slept poorly and wondered often if Phil was finding comfort somewhere else. Angry because she wasn't finding comfort anywhere. Angrier still because she had no desire to seek out any other form of comfort. It wasn't that she was bored with Phil sexually. There just wasn't so much as a spark in her. "How long can I do this before I say uncle?" she wondered. "Is it better with you as a cheater than without you as a partner?" Then Jerry looked through the photo albums herself, left on the coffee table by Jessie. She studied their faces, hers and Phil's, 20 years ago, 15, 10, 5, 2 years ago. He was a good-looking man who had seasoned with age and experience. She looked at herself in the pictures very critically, but she had photographed well. She'd probably never qualified as beautiful, but she was handsome. 5'9", slender, long neck, high cheekbones, engaging smile. She knew she was fortunate. Tall, slim women tended to look decent in everything from shorts and jeans to cocktail dresses. She marveled at the frequency of so many shots being captured while she smiled into the camera and Phil gazed at her. And in every goddamn one of them, from 20 years ago to 2, even though the time it was happening for him with someone else, they looked happy and loving. How was that possible? Jerry soldiered on, walking in the early morning, driving kids to school, going to work, coming home in the evening to manage her home and family, sometimes finding Phil there using the computer in his home office after having spent time with the kids. Then she'd lie in bed at night feeling so robbed, so alone. Every expectation shattered. Sonia was having a really hard time with Jerry and Phil's separation. She was trained to intuitively know when intimates were in trouble. 100 seminars and retreats had helped her to develop these skills. She tried not to say anything when she noticed small things, like a person's chakra auras or the balance in their homes being out of whack. But truthfully, except for the usual disruption of a busy household, she'd always judged the Gilberts to have the stuff of a solid, unbreakable family. This troubled her because she loved Jerry. She should have paid closer attention. She refused to offer to clear the presence of Phil out of the house with sage and feathers. She hoped this was just an altercation that would mend. She didn't offer healthy meals or special herbal drinks because while Andy would become annoyed and throw her offerings in the trash, Jerry was just testy enough to shake her till her teeth rattled. So she remained positive, urging Jerry to listen to her body's messages and use her instincts in getting through the rough patch with a goal of emerging stronger, better. And Jerry snarled at her. Then she came home from a yoga class to find George was home early. She found his car in the garage, and she went into the house and called out to him. He was in their bedroom, packing.
"George,"
she said, surprised.
"Do you have to leave town?"
He turned slowly, gravely. "No, Sonia. I'm leaving. I've rented a place. I'm sorry, Sonia. I'm moving out. I just can't do this anymore."
"Do? This?"
The candles, the tinkling music, the little waterfalls, the bland meals, the way out there philosophies on destinies being altered by where people put the goddamn red candle. I just want a normal life."
"No,"
she said, shaking her head, laughing nervously.
"You're just teasing me again."
He took a breath.
"This is no joke. I can't take it. I feel like a fucking chia pet, constantly fed and groomed. I don't want you in charge of my sleep patterns, my cholesterol. I take goddamn pills for my cholesterol. It's not necessary for me to eat grass. My home life is intolerable. Seriously, Sonia, if you want to do this for a living, have at it. Knock yourself out, but I'm through."
"But where will you go? What will you do?"
"What will I do? Spill food on my shirt and let the dry cleaner get it out. We haven't had an adult conversation in years. It's all you telling me what to eat, what to wear, scolding if I want a drink, going on and on about my fucking chakras. I managed fine never knowing I had chakras."
"But we have sex at least twice a week," she said.
remembering everything Jerry had said about her deteriorating sex life with Phil.
We have sex exactly twice a week, Tuesday night and Saturday morning. And you want the truth? I couldn't care less. Sex isn't the problem, and frankly, it never was. Not even before I met you. But I can't be in this kind of relationship. It's loony. I want to come home and turn on the football or baseball game, eat bloody red meat on a TV tray, spill on my shirt, fall asleep on the couch, wake up tired and hungover once in a while. George, you'll be taken care of. Don't worry. I'm sure your heart's in the right place, but if I come home to candlelight and spa music one more time, I'm going to snap. We're not right for each other, Sonia. We're not. I don't want you to make me last so that every day of my life feels like an eternity. I'm miserable.
But you'll be alone. No one will care about you.
He thought about that for a moment and said, I know. Then he zipped his bag, hefted it, and walked out of the room. He turned at the door. If you need me, just call my cell. I won't abandon you, but I have to stop this now, before I go totally crazy.
But George,
she cried, running to him, grabbing his shirt sleeve.
You want me to change? I can make changes. We'll compromise.
He just looked at her.
Sonia, you can't change this. And you haven't heard a thing I've said in 10 years. You need to just carry on. Be yourself, and let me go.
And then he left. Jerry walked out of her house at the crack of dawn, holding her coffee cup. Andy emerged from across the street at about the same time. Sonia hadn't been early. Jerry made a mental note to thank her for that. Sonia was go, go, go all the time. She seemed to see it as her mission to keep her friends in shape, moving all the time. Jerry and Andy met in the middle of the street. "Where's little Mary Sunshine?" Andy asked. "Sleeping in?" Jerry asked with a short laugh. BJ came out of her house down the street and the women waved at each other. BJ began stretching for her run while the other women wandered up Sonia's walk. "We could sit on the planter box, finish our coffee," Andy suggested. "Yeah, but I'd rather get this over with," Jerry said. "You doing okay?" Andy asked. "Ugh," she said with a non-committal shrug. "I think I'm doing what all women in this position do. Half the time I want him killed. Half the time I just want him back." "Bryce must be a real loser," Andy said. "I'm pretty miserable, but I don't want him back. I just want the kitchen finished and some energetic young stud to come over at least a couple of times a week, then leave quietly." "You're disgusting." Andy laughed at her. "Really? You're just bitter. Not that I blame you, but I hope you can work this out. I love Phil. I know he has to be punished, but I love him. If I didn't love you more, I'd take him off your hands." They approached the door. He watches himself brush his big, beautiful teeth, splatters all over the mirror and everywhere. He snores like a locomotive and farts in his sleep. He blows his nose in the shower and poops 3 times a day. "Oh, he's regular. That's good. That's one of the things I'll be looking for in a man," Andy said with a laugh. Then she knocked on Sonia's door. "Knowing what you know, you could not have a man like Phil." "Sister, if I could get a man down to 1 infidelity per 25-year marriage, I'd think I was queen of the universe." Andy knocked again. "I'm not ready to laugh about this yet," Jerry informed her. "Where the hell is she? She's usually pacing outside my door at least 5 minutes early. Hit the bell." "I don't want to wake George. He doesn't get up before 6. I wonder how he gets away with that, being married to the hyper one. Ring it anyway." When there was still no answer, Jerry pounded on the door. "What the heck?" she muttered. "Andy, see if you can see in the garage windows. See if there's a car in there." Andy handed off her coffee cup and jogged to the front of the garage. She had to jump up and down to get her eyes up to the windows in the garage door. Then she stopped and turned toward Jerry. "Just her car," she said. "You think they went out for a whole night somewhere?" "She would have scheduled that with us 3 weeks in advance," Jerry said. Then she pounded again and yelled, "Hey, Sonia! Sonia, come on!" "They're not home," Andy said. "She would have called. You know her. She'd pull herself off the operating table and call to say she's running a little late because of major surgery." She pounded and yelled again. "You'd better get in there," a voice said from behind them. They turned to find BJ standing on the front walk. BJ shrugged. "She's never missed a morning. She's never been a no-show. She's relentless." Andy and Jerry exchanged looks, knowing how true that statement was, wondering for only a split second how BJ, who didn't know them at all, would read the situation so accurately, so quickly. "Don't you women have keys to each other's houses? Because something's got to be wrong. If she's not in there, maybe she's in the hospital. But you'd better find out." What could be wrong? Jerry asked herself as much as the others. BJ shrugged. I don't know, but she's wound a little tight." Again, Jerry and Andy exchanged glances. Then Andy bolted across the street to get the key to Sonia's house that she kept in her desk. She ran back across the street, leaving her front door standing open. Jerry opened the door slowly, peeking in. The house was still, quiet and dark, all the blinds drawn. She stuck her head in and called softly, "Sonia? George?" Then, turning, she said, "I don't think anyone's home." Suddenly, BJ was there, brushing past them and striding purposefully into the house. She paused in the great room, looked right and then left, then headed down the hall toward the bedrooms. Jerry and Andy followed a bit more slowly, unsure if searching the house was the right thing to do, even under these circumstances. Then BJ yelled, "In here!" Whatever visions Jerry and Andy might have had as they raced to the master bedroom, nothing could have prepared them for what they found. Sonia sat on the floor between the bed and the bureau, her back against the wall. She wasn't wearing her usual perfect, colorful walking togs, but rather a skimpy little outfit, the type she'd wear to her yoga class. BJ was kneeling in front of her, then backed away as the other women came closer, letting them in. Sonia's hair was limp and stringy, her face red and damp as if she was sweating, her eyes glassy. Her breath was rapid and shallow. She was hyperventilating. She almost smiled when she saw her friends, but instead put one of her hands out toward them, showing nails gnawed down so severely they were nipped into the skin, pink and sore. "I bit them all off," she said weakly. "Sonia, what's the matter?" Jerry asked. "Are you sick?" "I'm okay," she said. "I just need to move pretty soon. I have to get up," she said, yet made no effort to rise. "Maybe she had a seizure or something," Andy said. "Ask her if she took anything," BJ said from behind them. "Sonia, did you take something? Medicine? Maybe a whole bunch of your magic herbs?" She shook her head, remaining against the wall. "Where's George, Sonia? Has he gone to work?" "George," she said, shaking her head. "Poor George." "Sonia, what? What about George?" Jerry demanded. "Get her to the hospital," BJ said from behind them. "She's having some kind of psychotic break." Jerry turned and looked at BJ. She was shocked that BJ would catch this before her, with her master's in psych. But looking back at Sonia, it was obvious. Everything was all wrong. She wouldn't have put on yoga clothes to walk in the morning, but she did have an afternoon class 3 days a week. She might have been like this since yesterday. But where was George? And the torn-up nails, the sweating face and greasy hair. Instead of asking any more questions, she said to Andy, "Get your car, pull into her drive. Let's go." "Maybe an ambulance?" Andy asked. "Get the car, right now." Then to BJ, she said, "Help me here." And they each took one arm and slowly lifted Sonia to her feet, urging her to walk. "You're going to be okay now," she murmured to Sonia, leading her out of the house. "It's going to be okay. Just come with me." BJ left them to take their friend to the hospital. Jerry sat in the back with a Sonia she couldn't even recognize. She asked her questions all the way to the hospital, but didn't get any answers. Sonia would sigh softly, or whisper, "Poor George," or just shake her head and turn unfocused eyes toward Jerry. It took quite a lot of confusing explanations at the emergency room before they put Sonia in an exam room. Jerry called her house, and Jed answered. "Listen, I didn't walk this morning. I know, Mom," he said. "Some lady came to the door and said you had to rush Sonia to the hospital, but she didn't say what was wrong." "What's wrong?" "We don't know. She hasn't seen the doctor yet. It's like she's drugged or something. I have to find George. Get my address book out of the kitchen drawer and see if his cell number is there. Look under Johansson. I know I don't have it in my phone." "Sure," he said. "Want me to get Jesse and Matt to school? I can be late for class." "Please. I should stay here until—" "Here it is," Jed interrupted, reciting the numbers. "Thanks, honey. You're in charge. I don't know when I'll be back, but I won't go anywhere else without calling your cell or leaving a note at home. Want me to run your purse and phone by the emergency room?" "Could you? That would help." It was a long, tense hour before George entered the ER and went directly to the nurse's station. He produced his insurance information, asked questions, answered, nodded solemnly. Jerry crept closer to listen, but it didn't take long for the nurse to pull George away from the desk just as a doctor was exiting Sonia's exam room. Jerry would have liked to sidle up to them and eavesdrop, but the doctor was speaking in low, private tones, so she shrank back. "Mom?" She turned to see Jed standing there, holding her purse. "Oh, honey," she said. "This is so good of you." He shrugged it off. "You know anything yet? Like what's wrong with her?" "No, She stopped talking as George approached them, his head down. She turned her attention on him, touching his arm. "George, what's wrong? What happened to her?" He took a breath. "It's a little complicated. The doctors called for a psych consult. They're going to be keeping her for a while. I'll go see her in a minute. They've given her something to calm her down, but—" "Calm her down?" She was almost catatonic. "Not on the inside," he said. "Her brain was on overdrive. She needs medication." "She won't like that. Maybe they should tell her it's herbs." "George, where were you? Aren't you usually home in the mornings?" "Yeah, well, that's the complicated part. Sonia and I have separated. I left our home yesterday. It must have come as more of a shock than I anticipated." "What?" "I imagine we'll divorce, Jerry. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. It was never my intention to abandon her. I just can't live in that loony bin any longer." Jerry got in his face. "You left her?" She felt Andy and Jed each grab hold of one of her arms, keeping her back before she launched on him physically. "Did you talk it over with her first? Air your... Did she know?" "Oh, I talked, but Sonia never listened. Do you have any idea what it's like living in a temple? I thought I had prostatitis, I was peeing so much. But it was just all the goddamn fountains and waterfalls in the house. The candles, the meditation music, the herb-infested meals that tasted like lawn clippings.
She did all of that for you. I'm sure she thought so, but I asked her not to. There's more stimulation on a mountaintop monastery in Tibet, he said. Really, I did my best. Sonia's kind of nuts. Jerry was straining against the hold Andy and Jed had on her. You know she can't take that sort of thing. You should have given her a list to work from or a date to deal with. You can't just leave her. She's too fragile for that. Mom, Jed said, pulling on her arm. Geez, Mom, there are people. I have to make arrangements for her, George said. Maybe we'll talk later. And he turned away from them. Jesus, Mom, Jed admonished. Calm down. People are watching. Jerry turned abruptly and sat down on one of the chairs against the wall. Her cheeks were flushed. She threaded her fingers into the short hair on top of her head, kneading a little wildly. How could George know so little about his own wife? Didn't he realize Sonia clung to all that stuff to keep her steady? She had to have her bag of tricks to get through the days. It was her life raft. And organization, planning, they were her religion. She couldn't cope with a shock like suddenly losing her husband, her marriage. And then Jerry realized it was she who couldn't cope with that. Her reaction to George was more about Jerry feeling her own marriage was gone, suddenly and without warning. Just as Sonia relied on all her woo-woo stuff, Jerry had always relied on Phil, on their marriage. God, she said. I'll apologize. I was emotional. Scared. She took a few deep breaths and put her hand on her son's knee. Go on to school, honey, she said. I'm not leaving till I see her. Maybe I should hang around in case you know. Nah, I'm fine. I'm not gonna lose it. If I go berserk, I'm sure they can give me something. You sure? Jed asked. I mean, you've been a little rocky lately. A huff of laughter escaped her. You think? She asked. Not only was her life falling apart, the whole neighborhood was hitting the skids. It's been a rocky few weeks, but we'll be okay. Okay, then. Andy, keep an eye on her. Then he leaned over and gave his mother a kiss, something he never did in public and was loath to do in private. Whew, was all Jerry could say, leaning back in her chair to wait. 2 hours later, the nurse let them in to see Sonia. She was lying back in the bed with her eyes closed, her arms relaxed at her sides. They stood there for a second, looking down at her. She looked 15, lying there, small and vulnerable, weak and pale. Not their perky Sonia. While her energy and zeal drove them both crazy, this image was far more unsettling. Sonia opened her eyes, saw them, but didn't move a muscle. Jerry picked up one of her limp hands and said, "Oh, honey." A tear gathered and ran slowly down Sonia's temple into her hair. She whispered something, and Jerry leaned closer to hear. She whispered again.
He said, I made him feel like a chia pet.
Chapter 4. Jerry and Andy left Sonia in the late morning, went home, and then to their respective jobs. Sonia was going to spend at least a night, maybe 2 in the hospital, but she was becoming more lucid by the minute, back in reality again. Still, a break like hers was going to require supervision at the least, medication and psychiatric follow-up at the most. Paperwork had been piling up on Jerry's desk with the distractions and crises in her personal life, and she called Jed's cell phone to ask if he could get the kids home from school so she could stay late to tackle some of it. She was more than a little conscious that if she didn't have her oldest son stepping in to help so agreeably right now, she'd be completely lost. She also took note that he was coddling her, trying to warm her up, get her more reasonable toward his father, as though all this inconvenience was her doing, not Phil's. By the time she got home, it was nearly 8. Phil's car was in the drive, and when she walked in, the first thing she saw was his briefcase and laptop on the table in the nook. Then he walked into the kitchen from the family room. "What are you doing here? Did the kids call you?" she asked.
"Jed called. Said you had a really bad day," he said. "Is Sonia all right?"
"She scared me pretty good, but I guess she'll be okay." "You got the story?"
"I did,"
he said.
"Kind of feels like the whole neighborhood is coming apart at the seams. You okay?"
"I've been better," she said, going straight to the refrigerator. "Kids eat?"
"Jed took care of that. He got takeout. Their choice. I reimbursed him and gave him an extra $40 in case he has to do that again. Listen, it's not working out, me staying in the city. I'm gonna find something around here, closer to home, in case there's some emergency. I don't want to be so far away through the dark hours, when the goblins come out."
She felt a smile threaten. The goblins, they called them. The problems kids had. The last-minute school assignment that was already late, a fight with a girlfriend or boyfriend, a ride that didn't show up to bring them home, a disaster of any flavor. "Is that in their DNA?" she asked Phil. "Our children have never had any problem in their lives before 10 o'clock at night." She pulled out a bottle of cold white wine.
"Probably your DNA. You used to stay up late, get yourself all worked up over some problem with a coworker or family at risk, and poke me at about 3 in the morning to work it out with you."
"I'll take the blame for that one," she said. "Are you leaving right away?" He eyed the wine and said hopefully,
"I don't have to."
"Good," she said. She grabbed 2 wine glasses out of the cupboard and headed for the door. "Hang out here for them if you can. If they ask, tell them I'm home but had an errand. I shouldn't be long."
"Andy's?"
he wanted to know. "Actually, no. A neighbor I barely know helped us with Sonia today. It's reasonable to say that if she hadn't stepped in, we might have left Sonia alone there, out of her head, for days. I think I should say thank you. Maybe try to get to know her better. If you have to go,
I can wait around a while."
"Because if you have to go, just let me tell the kids I'm home and where I'll be. They stay alone all the time. They'll be fine."
"I'll wait for you,"
he said.
"You sure you're okay?"
"Work's piling up," she said. "You just can't get separated, go to counseling, have medical emergencies and all that without some fallout." She was about to leave, then turn back. "Are you going to counseling?"
"I am,"
he said with a nod. He went to the table in the nook, opened his laptop and sat down. If he was staying, he'd get a little work done, she assumed. "Get anything out of it?" she asked.
"I'd rather have needles in my eyes,"
he said.
"I'd rather have another vasectomy. I'd trade 2 sessions for a colonoscopy."
She smiled. "Those sound like good alternatives. I'll think about that." Once outside in the cold night, she thought, "That's what I need. I need that Phil back." But he was damaged now and not the same in her eyes. She'd never thought they were so different, but apparently they were. He was vulnerable to sex. She was vulnerable to a mere 60 seconds of understanding, support, humor, friendship. She walked down the street to BJ's house and knocked on the door. A young girl's voice asked, "Who's there?" It's Jerry from down the street." "Hang on," she said. In a moment, a series of locks slid and BJ opened the door. She cocked her head, frowning, and Jerry lifted the wine in one hand, the glasses in the other. "I thought I'd thank you properly." BJ held the door open for her and, over her shoulder, said to a young boy and girl, "Can you go do your homework in your rooms, please?" They picked up books and papers from the dining table and exited quickly, quietly. "Wow," Jerry said. "That was impressive. What do you have on them to make them obey like that?" BJ almost smiled. "They're good kids. Listen, you didn't have to—" "I thought you'd want to know about Sonia," Jerry said. She put the wine and glasses on the table, reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a corkscrew. She went after the cork. "I've been wondering about her," BJ said. I very rarely drink alcohol. Have a little sip of this. It's good stuff. Unless you're in recovery or something. Just not much of a drinker. How is she?" BJ asked. "Very unstable, but leveled out at the moment, thanks to drugs. They're keeping her at least overnight to decide if she needs psychiatric intervention, medication, counseling, whatever. It turns out her husband left her yesterday. She went into a tailspin, meltdown. You don't know this about Sonia," Jerry said, pouring, making sure BJ's was just a small amount, a taste. "She's the neighborhood health nut. She has a little business. She consults on all kinds of stuff, from feng shui to something she calls life patterning. She sells inner peace and tranquility, but she's really always searching, always trying to find the answers. Herbs, exercise, meditation, holistic cures. She thought she had everything figured out, and yet never saw it coming. He walked out on her without warning. She went down like a torpedo." "Wow. I thought she was just another suburban princess." "Yeah, that's how she looks. Very superficial. But she's the best person I know. She'd do anything for anyone. A few years ago, when she was still new on the block, I had a hemorrhoidectomy that just wiped me out. The pain was indescribable. My husband ran for his life. My best friend got weak in the knees and almost passed out just looking at me. But Sonia was there, giving me every kind of comfort she could pull out of her hat. Without her, I don't know what I would have done, and we were practically strangers. She removed the packing from my—" She stopped and shot BJ a look to find her smiling. BJ took a sip from her glass. "Well, suffice it to say, if not for Sonia, I wouldn't have had a bowel movement in the past 3 years. She's weird, but sincere. She believes all that shit." Jerry sipped. "If it wasn't for you today, we wouldn't have rescued her. We would have left, waited for her to call. I just thought the situation was strange. I've been watching you three for almost a year. She'd drive me crazy." "Yeah, she drives us crazy." Jerry smiled. "Still, it is what it is." "You mind if I ask what you do? I know you work." "I work for Child Protective Services, psychologist. I was a caseworker for years, and now a supervisor." "No kidding. You've seen some stuff, then." "I'd venture to say I'm pretty desensitized. Life's rough out there." "And you couldn't see something was all screwed up with Sonia?" BJ asked, confused. "I would have in a second," Jerry said, defending herself. "But man, you got it right away." She clinked BJ's glass. "What do you do?" "Nothing much. I work for my brother, an electrician with his own small business. I answer the phones, schedule for him and his guys, invoice. It's not a big job, but it's flexible and gets me by. I can cover the kids' schedules." "Divorced?" Jerry asked. BJ looked down. "Their father is dead." "Oh, I'm so sorry." "Thank you," she said quietly, not making eye contact. Then she lifted her eyes and said, "I haven't had a glass of wine in so long. You're right. I think it's very good. I don't know anything about wine, but I like it. This was nice of you. It was the least I could do. Listen, I know I haven't been exactly, well, outgoing. Hey, don't apologize. I figured you for on the private side, which is fine. Maybe if I knock once in a great while, you'll let me in. No obligation, of course. You should know, not that it matters to you, but the three of us, the power walkers, we're all separated from our husbands, within 3 weeks of each other. It's brutal. I'm not here to dump, but just so you know, my husband's trying to carry his part of the load, but I'm relying on my son Jed. He's 19. BJ took a sip. I'm sorry about that, she said. Well, these things happen. Something told her BJ didn't want the details. She picked up the cork, shoved it back in the bottle, and stood. This is for you. Thanks for sharing it. I'll let you get back to your evening. It was nice of you to drop by, BJ said, standing also. I hope Sonia's going to be all right. She'll be all right. We'll look after her. Do you have my number in case you ever need anything? Need anything? BJ asked. We're a bunch of women without men around, Jerry said. At least I have a 19-year-old around much of the time. Yours are still so young. I'm right down the street. You never know when something might happen in the middle of the night. A fright or something. Emergencies, I mean. I'm not recruiting you for the neighborhood bake sale, I swear, she added, smiling. But I am on a first-name basis with a lot of Mill Valley cops. CPS work and all. BJ went to the kitchen and got a pad of paper. Wanna write it down for me? Jerry did so, then turned away from the table to go home. Want mine? BJ asked. Even though I'm not much good in emergencies. Jerry went back to the table. Looked to me like you're great in emergencies. I wanted to be sure to say, I'm grateful that you got involved this morning. I suspect it was a very big step for you. It's pretty easy to tell you aren't quite ready to get too involved. BJ handed her a scrap of paper with a phone number. It said BJ above it, no last name. Thanks for everything. You're welcome. Thanks for dropping by. For the wine. Jerry was all the way home before she realized she'd left the wine glasses on the table. 2 of her nicest. Well, there would come a time to get them. If she was any judge of BJ, she'd make it a point to return them so she'd have no ties. This was a woman nervous about attachments. Phil was still at his laptop in the kitchen. That was pretty quick, he said, closing it up. Nice woman, but not really interested in finding chums around here, she said, taking off her coat. She was suddenly so tired. I'll take off, unless you need me. You can have the couch if you want it. Thanks, but I have court in the morning. I'll have to be pretty, he said, grinning. He shrugged into his jacket and picked up the laptop and briefcase. What are you working on? Armed robbery. SOB fired on a cop. It shouldn't be complicated. It's a slam dunk. We'll have a plea agreement before trial. He's going away. Ew. Cop's okay? Yeah, he missed. Phil moved toward the door and Jerry followed him. She walked him out to his car through the garage. He put his stuff on the hood and turned toward her. I'm really sorry about Sonia. You don't like Sonia that much, she reminded him. Well, I don't dislike her either. It just makes me uncomfortable when she closes her eyes all spooky and reads my aura. Maybe I'm just paranoid, afraid she's going to see some black squiggly thing that's going to kill me. She laughed. Thanks for checking on things. You had a rough day, he said. Then he pulled her against him and for just a moment held her. It was what she needed, to feel him against her in the quiet of the night. It felt so good to have his strength wrapped around her. It had been 3 weeks since she'd felt the confident power in his arms. Then she pulled back, I can't, she said in a whisper. This is the hardest part to let go of. You. Like this. My friend. My partner. You don't have to let go of it. But everything is different now, she said. It's not for me. Come here, he said, pulling her back. He put his arms around her again, and her mind flashed back. Do you know how many times I put my arms around you to hold you? And how many times you told me not to get any ideas? God, Jerry. She allowed herself to be held for a luxurious moment, wondering if it was a mistake to indulge in him, even this safely, this briefly. Do you remember when I met you? He asked softly. You were my witness in a child molest case that was shaky. The second I met you, you scared the hell out of me. No, I didn't, she said. Oh, he chuckled. I knew immediately. He would never be uncomplicated, quiet, manageable. You were on fire. I wasn't sure putting you on the stand was a good idea. She pulled back slightly. How'd I work out? She asked. You were brilliant. I had to have you. He pulled her back toward him. How are we doing here? We making any progress? We're not screaming at each other, but I have a lot of issues. Any chance we can work on some of those issues under the same roof? He asked. I hate not living with you, and the kids need us to be together. Don't ask me to take responsibility for that. I understand, he said. She pulled out of his arms and took a step away from him. I wonder if you do understand, Phil. The kids, they want us together again, no matter what the cost is to me. They want me to look the other way, get over it. They're not hating you for what you did to our marriage. They're mad at me for taking offense that you had another woman in your life for 2 years. I knew this would be hard, but I never knew that no matter which way I turned, it would end up being my fault. It's not. It is, she said, suddenly hurting all over again. It's my fault I can't live with you because of it. My fault I found out. My fault I got mad about it. You spent 2 years boinking some woman from the office, but 3 weeks is too long for me to be upset about it. What is it with mothers, huh? Why is everything in the whole goddamn world always the mother's fault? You don't think they're just a little pissed at both of us? No, I don't. I think you're coming off looking like a good guy who made a little mistake, and I look like a stubborn, angry, unforgiving demon. Aw, Jesus, Jerry. Come on. Let's not do this. For a minute there, we were actually friends. There it is again. It's like I'm doing it to you. What if I let you hook electrodes to my balls and just fire away until you think I've paid? How about that, huh? He asked, giving in to his own anger. She smiled at him and started walking backward. Tempting, Phil. But I'm just going to try to resolve my problems with the situation. Thanks for helping me out tonight. Talk to you later, she said. Then she hit the electric garage door button and closed him out. He'd never get it. It wasn't just the other woman. It was him needing the other woman. It made her feel not good enough. It bit so deep, she ached with it. If it was true that men married their mothers, Jerry would be proud. Muriel Gilbert was on her short list of most admired women. Phil had 2 younger brothers, both married. One lived back east, one in San Diego. Muriel and Stan Gilbert kept a small condo in Scottsdale, but they spent much of their time in other locales. They made use of timeshares they'd had for years and owned modest investment properties in Boulder, Maui, and San Miguel, Mexico, that they leased to vacationers when they weren't using them. That and homesteading with each of their sons for weeks at a time. Having been married as long as she had, Jerry had heard a million stories about the worst mothers-in-law on the planet, but hers was the best. Muriel had embraced Jerry as a daughter the second they met and proved to be a fantastic grandmother who was devoted but didn't get in the way too much. She was very careful to follow second to Jerry's mother after the births and never pressured them for visits, for time. They started out as friends, for which Jerry had been so grateful. But then Jerry's own mother died, and had it not been for Muriel, she wouldn't have gotten through it. Muriel came immediately, skipping her summer in Maui, and stayed on, getting Jerry and the family past that horrendous period, and then came back when Jerry's father was dying, and again helped them pull things together. But the time after all that was probably the most significant. Muriel stepped in as the mother Jerry had lost. Friendship yielded to kinship, and Jerry adored and respected her. Muriel and Stan were spending the spring in Mexico, and they called every weekend to talk to the kids. Jerry knew it was only a matter of time before someone slipped, mentioned that Mom and Dad weren't living together at the moment. Jerry was pretty sure Phil hadn't dealt with his family on this issue. All his energy seemed focused on making it go away. So she called Mexico. "I have some news that's going to startle you, so be sure you're sitting down." "I'm sitting," Muriel said. "What is it?" "Phil and I have separated. We have some problems." Jerry heard a whoosh of air on the line, probably the sound of Muriel sitting down. "Merciful heavens," she said weakly. "What on earth?" Jerry took a breath. "The kids know the bare facts, so it's only reasonable that you do. I just learned that years ago he had an affair, one that lasted 2 years. He admits it. He's sorry. He'll do absolutely anything to atone. But honestly, Muriel, well, it was me. I asked him to sleep somewhere else for the time being, while we both get a little counseling. That's the best I can do." "An affair?" she asked in a breath. "Phil?" That was my exact reaction. "Of all my sons, oh hell, of all the men I know, I would have judged Phil to be the last." "I know. Please," Jerry said earnestly, "please don't blame me." "Oh, for God's sake, of course not." "Listen to me, Geraldine. Humans have lapses in judgment, and when they do, it's their own burden. I hope you're not taking this on, as if there was any way you could have headed this off." "Maybe if I'd been more amorous." "Right," Muriel said with a snort. "And you'd have been too damn tired to work, carpool the kids, and see everyone fed and clothed. Then he'd have to have found another woman for that. The stupid fool. He made a mistake. Sooner or later, you'll have to let it be his mistake. Lord, I think I might kill him." Jerry felt her eyes well up. "Thank you, Muriel," she said softly. "Don't thank me for making sense. I just hope he finds a way to win you back, because if he loses you, he will have lost the best thing that ever happened to him. And don't make it too easy for him. Believe me, all the same." "Think carefully," Muriel said. "I know he's not perfect, and now I know he's also not that intelligent, but do think this through. It will be hard for you to find a man who's truly your equal, and while I don't know anyone more capable, life alone can be dreary. And sad. Very sad. Punish him as much as you need to, but dear girl, don't be hasty." Then she took a breath and muttered, "The ignorant fool!" "It's already pretty dreary," Jerry said. "Muriel, thank you for not blaming me. Thank you for not saying I should just get over it, since it was years ago. All I have to say to you, darling, is thank you for letting the stupid fool live. I hate him at the moment, but he's still my son. No longer my favorite son, but I think I'll probably go on loving him, even though he apparently doesn't have a brain in his head. Oh, Muriel, I do love you. Do you need me? Should I come? No. I think we should try to carry on this way for now. He's spending some time around here, in close touch every day, if not always present, and he's doing everything he can. We should let things simmer a while. I have things to figure out, and I can't be distracted. But thank you. If you need me, you have only to call. I'll come at once. Jerry laughed into the phone. That would serve him right, she said. His mother and his wife on his case. Yes, I can't think of anything more likely to make him wish he were dead. Bob was already at work in Andy's kitchen when she got home from school at 5 o'clock. She positively sparkled when she saw him. Hey, she said brightly. You're getting an early start. I'm laying down the ceramic tonight. You're going to have to stay off it for 24 hours. It could slide the grout. Okay. Did you have dinner? I grabbed something on the way over, he said. I'm starting to think you're afraid I might poison you, she laughed. I offer every night, but you've always already eaten. He stood straight and grinned, patting his firm, round stomach and treating her to that hypnotic grin of his. Look at me, Andy. You think I've missed many meals? You look healthy, she said. That's not what the doctor says. What? Is your doctor worried about you? Everything seems to be holding, but he's convinced I'm overweight and headed for a coronary. That's why I try to stay away from him. I feel fine most of the time. Most of the time? She asked, suddenly stricken with worry. Doing the work I do, my back and knees kick up sometimes. I'm fine. My age, you get aches and pains. Do you mind if I ask, just how old are you? 53. Getting up there. Well, you're just a few years older than me, she said, opening her takeout carton on the dusty table. Not possible, he said, getting down on his knees again. You look like a young girl. I'm a 47-year-old girl. Can I get a glass of wine before I'm closed out of the kitchen? Sure. You have plenty of time, but it's going to go real fast now. After the tile, there's not much to do. Just the appliances, countertops, baseboards, touch-up. Do you still like the new cabinets? Gorgeous, she said. What am I going to do with myself in the evenings when you and Beau aren't here? Oh, I'm sure you have plenty to do without someone making noise and messing up your house. She'd have to try to remember. This routine had given her so much comfort that she dreaded the kitchen renovation being finished. At first she thought it was just having someone around the house, but soon she noticed it was more than that. It was the quality time they spent together. Bob was there almost every day, and she spent at least an hour just talking with him. Then she'd take Beau to her bedroom to lie beside her on the bed, and she'd catch up on the day's paperwork or just relax. Sometimes Beau would curl up next to her and she'd nod off. Sometimes he'd roll over on his back and she'd idly scratch his belly while she watched TV. She hadn't had a dog since she was a child. She realized more attention should be given to the serenity that came with scratching a big old dog's belly. An hour of conversation every day for 4 weeks at least. That was quite a lot of talking. She knew so much about him, had told him so much about herself. She knew he lived in the guest house behind his sister and brother-in-law's very large home. Their grown kids and grandkids were frequent visitors. It was like living with family while having his own place. He tried not to impose on them and help them out whenever he could. They seemed to enjoy him being there. He felt no real urgency to move, and certainly didn't have the income to afford real estate in Mill Valley. Sometimes their conversations were quite personal. She told him about her marriages and their failures, about trying to raise a son without the regular presence of his father. She even told him she probably got involved with her second husband because she was vulnerable to a good-looking, virile young guy. And then she tried to apologize for being so indiscreet. But he brushed that off. That's just normal. Biological. Don't be embarrassed by that, he said. He told her about the few relationships he'd had, none of them intense. He felt he'd been a single man his entire adulthood, even though he'd been married once. But I've always been very shy around girls, he said. Never did develop a good line, a smooth move. I was destined to be a bachelor. That's hard to believe, Andy said. You're a good-looking man, and... He laughed at her. Andy, please. I'm just an old bald guy with a little too much flesh on the bone. But she didn't see him that way. He was a large man with big, strong arms and hands. He might be a little thick around the middle, but it did nothing to detract from his appearance. He had the most beautiful smile, and his eyes always glittered when he talked, as if he was happy to his core. He had nothing in common with the type of man she'd found herself attracted to over the years. She always went for guys who could be models, but none had ever soothed her so deeply with their voice. She hadn't expected it from someone shy and quiet like Bob. But as she got to know him, she noticed he had a sexy voice, deep and rich. As for hair, he didn't have much, but that didn't make him unattractive. She especially liked his thick, dark, expressive eyebrows and the tiny cleft in his chin. They talked about how they chose their careers. Andy had majored in education, thinking she could fall back on her teaching degree after she'd done something fun, like work for an airline for a few years, travel and play and see the world. But then, during her student teaching term, she fell in love with the students and found enormous satisfaction in helping them learn. Bob took almost an opposite turn. She should have guessed by his diction, his dialogue. He was an educated man. He had a degree in philosophy that was entirely useless to making a living. He planned to go on, get an advanced degree, teach. But then he began helping with home repairs, renovations, started working with wood, building and installing custom cabinetry. He discovered working with his hands filled his days with a quiet contentment he'd never felt before. It wasn't a high-powered career. It didn't pay all that much. But there was simply nothing else he'd rather be doing. He worked for a custom builder in addition to taking on some of his own jobs, and the two added up to a lot of time and adequate income. But he wasn't exactly climbing the ladder of success. He was a working man. I guess I'm just a classic underachiever, Bob said with a laugh. Why would you say that? Look at the amazing work you do. Well, I'm not striving for anything, really, except to do what I do as well as I can. I'm self-indulgent. It feels good. I should challenge myself more, I guess. Did I tell you my wife has a Ph.D.? In theology, of all things. I guess that's why she tried so hard to fit into the straight world. They talked about their childhoods, their neighbors, their culinary likes and dislikes. Andy couldn't think of any subject that hadn't been covered, and the thought of him not working in her kitchen every day left her feeling more bereft than Bryce's leaving had. Really, I'll hate it when you're not here. Having you to talk to has been like therapy, she confessed. Probably not real good therapy, he said, laughing. You should get a second opinion. It's been more than satisfactory as far as I'm concerned, she said, eating a little more of her chicken Caesar salad. I don't think I've ever had such meaningful conversations with my husbands. That's too bad, he said. Men and women have such different perspectives. They should explore it more. You had good conversations with your wife, didn't you? Oh, yes, he said. That was the hardest thing to give up. If we'd never been married, the friendship could have remained very close, I think. But we had that history, you know. I wanted a partner who was also a wife. She wanted a friend who wouldn't presume that much. She had to move on. I had to let go. Andy sipped her wine. "How's your sister's stomach?" she asked. He sat back on his heels. "It turns out to be her gallbladder, and it's coming out in a couple of weeks. That'll fix her up. How's your neighbor, Sonia?" "Well, she's improving, but she'll never be the same, which is a challenge for me. On one hand, I'm so relieved not to put up with all her goofy stuff, from those herbal drinks to the way she insisted things had to be placed around the house. But on the other hand, she's gone into a decline, so disappointed that all her theories failed. She's not herself at all. She used to be peppy and obnoxiously positive. Now she's like the rest of us, tired, ratty, worn down, feels like she failed." "Oh, no," he said. "Isn't there any compromise in her mind? Like maybe all that stuff didn't work for her husband, but that doesn't mean it's all wrong?" "It's more personal than that," Andy explained. "It's not just that it didn't work on him. It obviously didn't work for her, because she couldn't see this coming. Now she thinks she doesn't know her stuff, doesn't have any intuitive power, can't head off a domestic disaster." Someone needs to remind her that marital disharmony involves two people, even if one of them is intuitive. "Oh, how I need him in my life," Andy thought as she sipped her wine. "Dear God," she said, "what am I going to do without you? I'm thinking of renovating the entire house, even though I don't have a dime." He laughed. "I admit, I haven't looked forward to a job as much as I look forward to this one. You turned out to be one of my most favorite people." Phil Gilbert's secretary buzzed him. His mother was holding on line 1. "You utter fool," she said before he could get his entire cheery greeting out. He let his head fall to his desk, but he kept the phone to his ear. "I thought this might happen, eventually," he said, slowly lifting his head. "How are you, Mother?" "Incredibly disillusioned." "I hope you're not going to ask me what I was thinking." "Why bother? If you had a clever answer for that, you'd be sleeping in your own bed. Are you going to be able to patch this up?" "I'm doing everything I can, Mother. Really, there's nothing you can do to make me sorrier." "More's the pity. That's a challenge I think I'm up to." "Philip, what are you doing to rectify this situation?" "I'm doing everything she asks of me, Mother. Jerry's in the driver's seat." "Take a leave. Take her to Tahiti or Alaska or Rome. Do something demonstrative and flashy. Buy her—" "Mother," he said, cutting her off. "Mom, that isn't what Jerry wants from me right now. I can't win her back by throwing money at this. Believe me." "You have to do something. What exactly are you doing?" "I'm not going to explain the details of our attempts at reconciliation to you. If Jerry wants to do that, fine. But I'm doing everything I can, and you'll have to be satisfied with that." "Hogwash. Have you bought her jewelry? Flowers? Lingerie?" "Mother, stop it. You know my wife, and you apparently know all about our situation. If I bought her jewelry, she'd pawn it. She'd feed me the flowers and hang me with the nightie. Now back off before you make it worse." "That hardly seems possible, Philip. Who was it? Tell me that." "Not on your life," he said. 20 minutes later, having spent the entire conversation refusing to discuss either his sins or his strategy for atonement, he told his mother he loved her and hung up the phone. He sat still for a moment. He'd been wrong. His mother could make him sorrier. He tried to remember Jerry's deep breathing techniques from those long-ago Lamaze classes. Well, certain things had to be faced, Muriel Gilbert being one. Obviously, if he didn't tell those who needed to be told, Jerry would. Although it filled him with dread, he buzzed his administrative assistant. "A minute, please, Kelly." She came into his office, carrying a notebook. "Close the door, please," he said. She did so and settled herself in the chair directly facing his desk.
I apologize. This is overdue. There's a situation you should be aware of. I don't consider it confidential, but I would appreciate your discretion,
he said. Sure, yes, she said, pen poised to take notes. This kind of briefing was routine for her.
Jerry and I have separated. I'm not living at home, but I can be reached on my cell phone.
She looked up, startled. Her usually rosy cheeks lost all color. No, she said in a breath.
It's been a few weeks, to be accurate. She just learned there was an indiscretion on my part many years ago. She needs some time to come to terms with that. We're in counseling. I'm optimistic.
But I just saw her. We talked about...
Kelly stopped.
Oh, God, she said. Oh, no.
That's all, he said. It'll undoubtedly get out, but I haven't told anyone else. I'm hoping this gets resolved before there's a lot of conjecture.
Oh, God, she said again. How did this happen? I thought the two of you... Oh, God. She took a few deep breaths. How did she find out?
I'm not really sure, he said. But she did. I had decided a long time ago that if I was confronted with it, I wouldn't lie. I guess it was bound to happen eventually. She's a frequent visitor in these offices.
Kelly scooted to the edge of her chair. Phil, boss, listen, it could have been me. Oh my God, if it was me, I'll just kill myself.
I really don't think we need any collateral damage here.
But I'd like to explain, please.
It doesn't matter, he said. The important thing is that you know what's going on. It puts my schedule at some confusion sometimes because...
No, please. I have to explain. It was a while ago. I'm not sure exactly when, she said. Jerry caught me crying in the elevator and followed me to the bathroom. I'd been having some trouble at home with John. She was her usual self, counseled me, laughed with me. Really, over the years, the things she said in passing made me think she knew everything. I mean, even I didn't know everything, but I was pretty sure something was going on with you, and, well, over time, she'd said things like she was ready to leave you for being such a typical man, being led around by your...
Kelly stopped and cleared her throat.
That she'd come this close to throwing you out, that some things seemed unforgivable, but with the right kind of information and help... Oh, Jesus, I thought she knew... And I praised her for her strength and wisdom, putting her marriage back together after something as difficult as another woman.
Phil clasped his hands on top of his desk. It was an honest mistake, he said.
No, it wasn't, she responded, shaking her head. I'm trusted with sensitive information all the time, officially and unofficially. I never say things I'm not sure about.
I know that, Kelly.
She caught me in an emotional moment. It had even crossed my mind that maybe John had someone... Oh, God. I thought we might be kindred spirits, both having gone through the same thing. I did this to you, to your marriage.
You didn't do anything wrong, he said. Can we put this to bed, please?
I should resign. If you can't trust my judgment...
Don't be ridiculous. I could never replace you.
I could call her. I could tell her I'd just been listening to idle gossip, that I had no evidence of any...
Kelly, he said somewhat sternly, I admitted to the affair, and you weren't just listening to idle gossip. Although we never discussed it, you were taking my calls, making my appointments, delivering messages for me when something came up that prevented me from keeping an appointment. And there's the matter that she's kept in contact with you.
But you never allowed me to pass on a message or change of address. You never...
It's out, he said. I was past it long ago, but Jerry can't get over it yet. Can I count on you to keep this under your hat from now on? I think that's the best either of us should expect from each other.
She sniffed and lifted her chin.
I'll write a letter of resignation.
I don't want you to do that. I won't accept it. You're not only very important to me personally, but extremely important to the district attorney's office. Your mistake is understandable. In fact, the mistake was mine. I apologize that you were ever involved.
Would it help for me to call her? Apologize? Tell her that...
I wouldn't recommend it. She's explosive. Really pissed. She's not angry at you, as far as I know, but another mention of the situation might have her planting small bombs around government buildings.
Oh, God.
We're all going to have to take this one day at a time. There will be a period of adjustment. It might get worse before it gets better. If you could manage not to say anything more about it, that might be best.
Sir, I just can't tell you how...
Kelly, you can't start calling me sir. I'm not angry with you. In fact, I'm relieved to know it was you and not a lot of office talk. We'll have to move on now.
But if you end up divorced or something?
I'm not thinking that way. And if I know Jerry, neither is she. She's putting all her energy into figuring out what it's going to take for me to earn back my place in her life, and as soon as she lays it on me, we'll get it done. It's starting to sound like it could be really bloody. But hey, I'm a big man. Although some of her suggestions have been barbaric. Now really, that's all the time I have for this. He looked back at the paperwork on his desk.
I just wish there was something I could do.
Hunker down, he said without looking up. We're going to ride it out. Hope for the best.
Yes, sir,
she said, rising slowly. When she got to the door, she turned.
Sorry, boss. I almost forgot. Clay wants to see you at your first opportunity.
Call his office, Phil said, picking up a pen and scribbling something in the file on his desk. Tell him I'll be up in 20 minutes. Almost half an hour later, Phil exited the elevator to the executive suite of the district attorney, Clayton Sturgis. He made the trek to the top floor of the building almost every day, and on some occasions several times a day. The executive assistant told him to go right in. Clay was standing in front of his windows, hands in his pockets, gazing out at the Golden Gate Bridge. He turned slowly toward Phil. How do you like that view? I've always liked that view. Well, it's going to be yours soon. It's time, Phil. I'm not going to run again. I'm leaving for private practice, and you're the heir apparent. They want you to run, of course. What should have been the best news in his career hit Phil in the pit of his stomach like a boulder. He tried not to let anything resembling panic show on his face. I'll have to talk to Jerry, the kids. Fait accompli, Clay said, waving it off. You've been slated for this job for at least 10 years. Tell her you're finally running. She'll be thrilled. Phil thought if one more thing appeared to be going right for him in the middle of Jerry's breakdown, she might actually dig up some electrodes. He thought about explaining that the opportunity he'd always wanted couldn't have come at a worse time. But instead, he said, Private practice? A transitional phase. I have my eye on the Attorney General position. Public office tends to get into your blood. He picked up a folder. The committee for my re-election would like to meet with you as early as next week. You have the option of putting your own people in place, but I can vouch for these folks. At least hear what they have to say. Really, Clay, I haven't made my decision yet. Meet with them anyway. You have some time before you make the commitment, but I can't see you turning your nose up at this. You're ready. The prosecutor's office is ready. The mayor will endorse you. It has your scent all over it. Phil took the folder. Thanks, Clay. It's an honor to be asked. Sonia was released from the hospital after 2 days. She was given a prescription for an antidepressant and a schedule of appointments for counseling. But her breakdown caused a 180-degree turn in her behavior. She was lethargic and morose,
and it was hard for Jerry and Andy to know if it was the antidepressant slowing her down, if the medication just wasn't working yet, or if it was simply how a woman feels when her husband walks out on her. George had taken Sonia to the psychologist for daily appointments the first week, and 3 visits in her second week, but she was still extremely sluggish and hard to motivate. Jerry and Andy met in the street in front of Sonia's house at 6 a.m., each holding their coffee cups. For the past couple of days, they'd been rousting Sonia out of bed to walk with them. If they didn't, they feared she might lie there until she got bed sores. "Ready?" Jerry asked.
"Are you sure this is the right thing to do? It makes me uncomfortable,"
Andy said. "We have to. She has to get up, get moving, get some exercise, work off the side effects of the antidepressant, or of George, who knows which. Give her another week, she'll start making her way back. Besides," Jerry grinned, "think of it as tit for tat." They went to Sonia's door, unlocked it, and entered. The house was different now after just 2 weeks. It was no longer like walking into a pristine health spa. Light, airy, and calm, with gurgling waterfalls, aromatherapies from spices and herbs to lavender. Now it was musty and dark, blinds drawn, dishes stacked in the sink, shoes kicked off anywhere, clothes tossed over chairs or sofas. In the bedroom, dirty clothes were left on the floor where they'd been dropped. And there was Sonia, a lump in the rumpled bed that looked suspiciously as though it hadn't been made in forever. "Geez, it's starting to look like my house," Jerry said. She opened the blinds in the bedroom, though it was just beginning to get light outside. She pulled back the covers and tugged on Sonia's arm. "Come on, Lala. Time to walk." Sonia said, limp. "I think I'll have a day off." "No days off while the happy drug is moving through your veins. You have to get up. It's time to walk. Come on. You'll feel better, I promise." Sonia achieved a sitting position, skinny legs dangling, head down, her snarly hair canopying her face. Andy was digging around on the floor for some sweats and a t-shirt. She found some wrinkled clothes and held them out to Jerry. They were the pretty salmon-colored sweats, but were definitely not clean. Jerry reached for the sweatpants, and Sonia flopped backward on the bed. She muttered. "Maybe later, huh?" Jerry squatted and began working Sonia's feet into the sweats. She started to laugh in spite of herself. "Oh, man. There was a time I would have paid to see this. Come on, my little la-la lamb. Up you come. Don't make me slap you." "You wouldn't slap me," she muttered, slowly pulling herself upright. Then she just stood there, the sweats around her ankles. Jerry gave her a second. Then, resigned, she stooped, grabbed the waist of the sweats, and pulled them up, tying them around Sonia's middle. She pulled the nightshirt over Sonia's head and watched as her arms just flopped back to her sides. "I could use a little help here, Sonia," Jerry said. Sonia slowly opened her eyes into mean little slits. Jerry laughed at her. "Want a bra, or are you free boobing it today?" "Bra," Sonia said miserably. Andy handed Jerry a sports bra plucked out of the pile of dirty clothes, and Jerry handed it to Sonia. "Get with the program, Sonia. You know I can't get you in this thing." Sonia took it, put it over her head, and wiggled her arms through the holes, pulling it down tight over her small breasts. Next were the t-shirt and shoes. Then Jerry grabbed Sonia's hand and said, "Come on, let's get this over with." On the way through the living room, Jerry grabbed a sweatshirt off the back of the sofa and held it for Sonia to shrug into. Then they went out the front door. Standing in the street at the end of Sonia's sidewalk was BJ. "Mornin'," she said. "I thought maybe I'd walk with you today, if that's all right." "Well, this is a nice surprise," Jerry said. "Isn't this a nice surprise, Sonia?" "Leave her alone," Sonia said meanly. She needs her run. BJ surprised them by laughing. Getting a little feisty, aren't you, girlfriend? Well, you wait. I'll have you running right alongside me before you know it. Chapter 5. Andy had meetings after school and was late getting home. She didn't bother stopping for a takeout dinner. When she walked into her kitchen from the garage, she saw Bob sitting at the new breakfast bar. He stood immediately, grinning. He wasn't wearing his overalls, but a knit shirt and jeans, all spruced up. He threw his chest out, lifted his chin. When he did that, Andy thought he looked so confident and in charge. Patriarchal. With that pose, he looked as if he should be standing in a photo behind a wife and 7 sons, the proud leader of a strong clan. Andy looked around. Blonde oak cabinets, granite countertops, gleaming ceramic floor, shiny appliances, new stainless steel sink, freshly painted trim. It was flawless and stunning. She shook her head, looked down at her feet, and sniffed. A couple of tears spilled from her eyes, and she gave a hiccup of emotion. "Oh, you don't like it," he said, deflating in disappointment. She lifted her head, the tracks of tears glistening on her cheeks. "It's beautiful," she said. "It's more beautiful than I imagined it could be." "I hardly ever do a good enough job to make someone cry." "I don't want it to be finished," she said. "But it took 2 weeks longer than my estimate," he said. "The sooner the better, you said. I should probably give you a discount." Beau was sitting right in front of the kitchen sink, alert, wagging his tail expectantly. Andy walked toward him and reached into the jar of dog cookies she'd been keeping for weeks. Whenever she came home, he got a cookie and a pat. Then he'd lie back down, content, polite. "I just don't know what I'll do without you," she sniffed. "I couldn't have gotten through the past month if you hadn't been here almost every day." He gave her a sweet smile. "Come over here and sit down," he said. "Let's talk this through." She sat across from him at the breakfast bar. There in front of him was his final invoice, the balance due, her house key sitting on top of it, and it nearly made her crumble. He reached his hands across the short space and took both of hers. His fingers were thick, his nails clean and trim, calluses on his fingers and palms. It was the first time they'd actually touched, and she loved the feel of his hands. He gave hers a little squeeze. "You did get through it, Andy. You're going to be fine. You rise again and again, remember?" "Because of you," she said. "You helped with everything." He shook his head. "Nah, that's not true. You've been through a rough time. You're a little vulnerable, that's all. Just talking about things probably helped. It usually does. But you're young, beautiful. You have good friends. That son of yours, he seems like a fine boy. I can't help thinking what a comfort it must be to have a son. You'll never be alone." "I'm not young, Bob, or beautiful," she sniffed. He laughed. "I guess it all depends on where you're standing. That's how you seem to me. Really, if you'll just think about it, you have every reason to be happy. Have a nice life." She grabbed a tissue off the gleaming new counter, but then she immediately took his hand again, not wanting to let go. "What is it now? You've always been so positive," he said. "In the worst of it, you haven't been this emotional. I don't even remember you getting upset when the TV and stereo went away." She chuckled through her tears and shrugged. "Because I was never so happy to see anything go away in my life." "There you go," he said. "You're about to start a whole new life." He grinned. "With a whole new kitchen." "Why'd I have to do the kitchen?" she said. "I live alone. Noel's hardly ever here, and I sure don't cook for myself. I don't even like to cook very much."
But don't you just have the slickest counter, the prettiest wallpaper to look at while you're eating your takeout?" He laughed and pulled his hands back. "I've enjoyed it too, Andy. We were lucky. We had a good working relationship. Doing this kitchen was pure joy for me."
"It was?" she asked.
"It was indeed. I don't know when I've had so much fun. But I have a favor to ask. Would it be all right to come back on the weekend when it's nice and sunny in the kitchen and get a few pictures of the finished job? It's for the book I showed you, the one I used to show potential clients." He lifted his chin and looked around. "I'm especially proud of this one. I owe it to you. You let me have my way about some things I've wanted to do for a while now." She glanced over her shoulder. He talked her into the wine rack right in the breakfast bar, the paint trim around the wallpaper, the black granite with the blonde wood, the smoky glass in the cupboard doors, scallop trim underneath. She looked back at him.
"It's awesome."
She stood and went to the cupboard for 2 wine glasses.
"We're going to toast it," she said.
She pulled a bottle of wine out of the new rack.
"Pinot Noir okay with you?"
"Fantastic," he said.
She removed the cork, poured them each a small amount, and watched as Bob swirled, sniffed, tasted, gave a nod. She poured them a little more and lifted her glass. "To your amazing talent," she said, composed once again.
"To your trust, patience, and money," he replied with a laugh, touching her glass.
"Money," she said. "I have to write you a check."
"After the wine, Andy. Nothing better than enjoying a job well done."
"You really put your heart into it, Bob, and cleaned up so nicely."
"I'm afraid the rest of the house is probably a disaster from all the construction dust. It's the nature of the beast."
"I'll give it a good cleaning on Saturday." "Why don't you come over on Sunday?" "Hey, how about dinner on Sunday after your pictures are taken?"
"That's awful nice, Andy, but I probably shouldn't."
"Why not?"
"You don't like to cook, for one thing."
"I'll make an exception for a really good carpenter. Noel might be here too. Of course, I have to schedule an appointment with him."
"Kids," he said, laughing. "It's a real busy time of life." "All right, what the heck. But only if you promise not to get all weepy on me again. I can't stand to see you sad about anything."
"I promise," she said, smiling.
She reached for her purse and got out her checkbook. She wrote a check, tore it out, and pushed her purse aside. Bob's hand was out to accept the payment, but she put it on the counter and slid it away.
"No," she said. "First tell me one more time about growing up on that farm up north, about your dad and your sisters."
So he told her another story about his dynamic father, the strength in their family, a man of great humor and understanding. Probably would have helped her form that image of Bob as the head of a clan of fun, hard-working, life-loving people. When he got to the part where his father died too young, only 64, for a moment Andy identified with Sonia, feeding her husband grass and herbs, lighting candles around him to keep him balanced and healthy and safe for as many years as possible. The thing about Bob was, even when he got to that part where he lost his father, he could tell it pleasantly, as though that was also an important passage in his life. His memories of the man were stronger than his grief at the loss. She picked up the wine bottle to pour, but he put a hand over the top of his glass. "I have to go, Andy. Connie is just home from the hospital after her gallbladder surgery."
"Oh," she said. "She probably needs your help."
"No," he smiled. "She's all taken care of, but I'd like to visit with her for a little while. I like to make her laugh and watch her grab her fat middle and groan."
"That's evil."
"I know," he said. "It's a side of me I just can't control." He reached for the check, folded it, and slipped it in his pocket. "What time on Sunday? I'd like to come before it's too late. I want to get pictures while it's light in here."
"Is 5 too late?"
"That should be perfect. I'll see you then. Come on, Bo. Time to go."
The dog got up and went directly to the back door, wagging his tail and looking over his shoulder at Bob. I might just have to get a dog, Andy thought.
Thank you,
he said.
See you Sunday.
When he was gone, she leaned her forehead against the door and felt the sting of tears again. What in the hell is the matter with me? She wondered. I'm out of my mind. Noel and Jed had been inseparable in grade school, played on the same sports teams in middle school, were good buddies who drifted in different directions in high school. While they developed individual interests, they always remained close, even when they didn't spend a lot of time together. After graduation, they attended the same community college. Each of their mothers had decided they needed a year to mature before going to a large university. But they didn't have any of the same classes. Jed leaned toward pre-law, while Noel was more interested in the arts. Plus, Jed had Tracy. Girlfriends took up time. When they were little, they looked as if they could have been brothers, a couple of skinny, freckled blonde boys. But as they developed their own personalities, so did they come into unique appearances. Noel was a healthy, strong 5'9" with clear, slightly olive skin, dark eyes, and dark, curly hair like Andy's. Jed took after his father. He was tall and lean, just over 6 feet, reaching for Phil's 6'2", with thick, sandy brown hair. Despite the fact that they moved in different circles, they remained trusted confidants and the best of friends. It was a rare Saturday night that neither had any commitments. Noel was trying to spend a little more time at his mother's house since Bryce had left, and Jed's girlfriend was at some chick thing, leaving him on his own. Noel had called Jed to catch up, and when they realized it was a free evening, they met at the park a few blocks from their houses at 10 p.m. They sat at a picnic table in the dark under a big tree. They could hear the noise from a raucous volleyball game on a brightly lit sand court not too far away. Noel fired up a joint, inhaled it greedily, and passed it to Jed. He held in the smoke for a moment, and then let it out.
So, he around at all? Your dad?
Jed took a healthy hit, held it.
Yeah,
he said.
I guess they have some kind of deal about who's picking up Matt and Jess. Unless one of them calls and tells me to do it. It happened right here, man. He was sitting right here when he told me.
How'd he do it? Noel asked.
Straight to the point. He cheated on my mom and she went out of her mind. Booted him out.
Noel sucked on the joint, passed it back.
You think they're gonna split?
Jed took his hit.
They are split, man. It's just up in the air if they stay split. I know I'm supposed to feel sorry for my mom. I mean, she got the bad end, right? But my dad, Christ, he almost cried telling me. I almost hugged him, you know?
Noel laughed, accepted the joint.
Is this good shit or what? Very good shit. I'm getting high. Starting to think about Tracy already.
Noel giggled.
I've got another one. By the time we finish it, you won't be thinking at all. So, you okay with Bryce leaving?
Okay? He asked.
Okay. Ah, shit, he couldn't leave fast enough to make me happy. Problem is, my mom thinks I should be at home all the time now. You talked to her yet? Tell her what's going on with you?
You know I haven't.
She'll tell my dad. And Glenda, the step witch. It's over when that happens. You don't know that for sure, Jed said. I mean, I didn't freak out when you told me you were gay, did I? Yeah, but you're different. It's not like you could do anything about it. But my dad? Oh, he's gonna do something terrible.
Jed turned toward Noel.
Hey, man. To quote Geraldine Gilbert, the world-famous psychologist, it is what it is.
Noel had started wondering what was wrong with him when he was 13. When he was 16, he fell for a guy in his theater class and realized he'd known since way before he was 13. He just couldn't put a name to it. He told Jed when they were both seniors. Jed wasn't the perfectly evolved high school senior. The news caused him to jump back about 6 feet in shock and probably fear. His best friend, gay? That just wasn't right. But Noel and Jed had grown up in a part of the world where being gay wasn't exactly breaking news. Plus, Jed had a mom who dealt with difficult issues on a daily basis, and while being gay in itself might not be a case for a social worker, coming out was rough, and could lead to all kinds of issues that ended up in case files. Jed's dad worked with a few gay guys in the prosecutor's office, and what homophobic attitudes Jed might have expressed when he was younger were pretty much worked out of him by the time he hit junior high. But Noel's dad, Rick, the football coach, was a classic homophobe. He made frequent bigoted remarks about fairies, limp-wristers, queers. Not around the high school where he taught and coached, because that could get him in trouble, but at home, he laid it on pretty thick. He liked physical, athletic, masculine guys who seemed to leave no doubt. But of course, Noel could enlighten him. It wasn't always obvious, and some of those guys were actually gay. Noel had girls all over him all the time. Way more girls than Jed had ever had around. His dad found that impressive. Noel had a couple of gay friends who shared an apartment, and he spent a lot of time there where he felt most comfortable, free to be himself. He'd managed, with some difficulty, to keep his parents from meeting his friends because they would know at once. They weren't hiding their sexual orientation the way he was. Jed and Noel talked for a while about the complications of their lives, their parents' lives. They were about halfway through their second joint when they heard a deep male voice. "Evening, gentlemen." They both jumped in surprise. Jed quickly tossed the joint and it landed on the grass just a few feet away. There before them was a cop on a bike. Park police. Riding up within seconds was his backup officer. "Go ahead and put your hands on your heads, all right?" The first one asked pleasantly. "Aw, come on. Go bother someone else," Noel said. "Shut up, man," Jed warned him. "Just shut up." Great, Jed thought. It wasn't as if it was his first joint, but he wasn't a frequent user, and he'd never been caught before. Not only did his girlfriend, Tracy, disapprove, but his dad had told him a long time ago that if he ever got picked up for anything that could embarrass him in his job, he should just assume Daddy wasn't going to step in and try to cover for him. Jed was on his own. He'd have to face the music, and his father wasn't going to make any excuses or reel in any favors. Figures it would have to be drugs. Jed was more likely to have a few beers, and he never drove under the influence. Oh no, his driving violations were all totally sober. His mother always pointed out he could be an idiot without the assistance of pot or beer. The cops patted them down. Jed had been seen tossing the joint, which the first officer picked up. Noel, however, had a small baggie of marijuana and some rolling papers on him. That made the situation a little more serious. It wasn't quite enough for felony possession, and he didn't have the paraphernalia to be dealing, but he could actually go to jail if the police decided to take things to the extreme. If they didn't like Noel's mouthiness or were in bad moods, they could hook him up and call for a prisoner pickup. Jed had learned these things as a prosecutor's son. In the end, they were issued tickets. 19-year-olds didn't have a call placed to their parents. They'd have to appear in court, deal with the mood of the judge, at least pay fines, maybe get stuck with community service. Who knew what the end result would be? Noel didn't have to go home and tell his mom and dad what happened in the park, and he hadn't been exposed as gay, so his big secret was still safe. But Jed knew his dad was going to hear about this. If someone in the court system didn't pick it up and tip Phil Gilbert, then the press might. They were all over the prosecutor's office, looking for stuff to embarrass them. If the press could, they'd try to find a case where Phil came down hard against a person for pot possession, then would claim he'd watched his own son walk away with a pat on the butt. The officers left them with their tickets. "Hey, sorry, man," Noel said. "Not your fault. I was smoking when they came up." "Yeah,
Yeah, but I never told you I had a bunch of stuff. I don't care about that. That's your stuff. But I gotta go. I have to think about what to do, what to say. Don't say anything, Noel said. We go pay a fine. You don't understand, Jed said, shaking his head. At our house, you can't keep a lid on this kind of thing. Lid, Noel laughed. They called a few ounces of cannabis a lid. Funny. Jed wasn't feeling high or giddy at the moment. His parents had split. Both of them were leaning on him for help. Tracy wasn't going to like this. It wasn't going to be nice. I gotta get home. He grabbed Noel's upper arm. Try not to lip off at the judge. Trust me. That's the way to 6 weeks in a soup kitchen. Soup, Noel said, laughing. I'm kinda hungry. Ah, Jesus, Jed said. I'll see you later. Jed plunged his hands in his pockets and headed for home. If he remembered, Jessie was out with friends and Matt was somewhere overnight. When he was leaving a little before 10, his mother was nodding off in front of the TV in the family room with a stack of reports in her lap. When he snuck into the house, those pages had slipped onto the sofa beside her, and she was leaning her head against her hand, sound asleep. He went to the kitchen to forage for food, conscious that he was moving slowly, making noise. It wasn't long before he heard her snort, shift. Jed? She called out. Yeah, Ma. You're home? He laughed. Nah, I'm still out. She responded, not moving from the sofa. Jed started building a sandwich very methodically. Between layers, he stuffed handfuls of potato chips into his mouth. He heard the sound of a noisy car, the laughter of boys. The front door opened with a crash, and he heard scuffling, more laughing, and the sound of rapidly departing footfalls, the racing of a motor, the squealing of tires. Then his mother screamed. Jed! He moved toward the foyer of their house, and what he saw made no sense. His mother was crouched in front of Jessie, who was sitting on the floor slumped against the wall, apparently passed out. Jessie! Come on, Jessie! His mother was saying, patting her cheeks. Jessie asked sleepily. Jessie? Whew! Are you drunk? Oops, Jessie said. Then she hiccuped and giggled without ever opening her eyes. Jerry looked over her shoulder and up at Jed, who was towering over them, staring stupidly. Help me out here, will you? Jerry asked, pulling at Jessie, who was completely limp. Jed leaned over but lost his balance and instead wobbled backward a couple of feet. Jerry frowned at him. Can you help me here? She asked. I have to get her upstairs to her bedroom. Check her over, make sure she's all right. Call Dad, Jed said. Just help me. I can't, Ma. I'm stoned. Her mouth hung open for a second. Then she slowly looked between her two oldest kids, muttered a disgusted curse, and dashed for the phone in the kitchen, moving pretty fast for an almost 50-year-old who'd been asleep on the couch for an hour. She dialed Andy's number. Help. I've got my hands full. One kid's drunk, one's higher than a kite. The high one was with my high one, Andy said. If you can leave yours, I need help with Jessie. I've got a potentially terrible situation. She hung up and rushed back to her daughter, who was vomiting in the front hall. The smell of second-hand beer filled the air. Jerry found herself thinking, at least it was beer, probably enough to create this disaster. There could also be drugs, the type of which she didn't even want to think about yet. Jessie wiped her mouth with a trembling hand. Oh, Mom, she said, starting to cry. She only cried for a second before she added to the catastrophe by retching again. Jerry ran to the laundry room for a few towels, then back to the foyer to find Jed on his hands and knees trying to communicate with Jessie. By the time Jerry had covered the mess in towels, Andy was in the doorway and Jed skulked away to the kitchen. Jerry looked up at Andy with imploring eyes.
She was dropped off by a gang of boys, she said, her voice low. Her blouse is buttoned funny. Andy took just a second to absorb the meaning of Jerry's words, then took charge, squatting in front of Jessie. "Okay, chickie," she said. "We're just going to take off your icky clothes, honey." She began unbuttoning and helping her out of her blouse, leaving her in her jeans and bra. Then Jerry and Andy, one on each side, pulled Jessie to her feet and helped her up the stairs. The first stop was the bathroom, where Jessie vomited again. They finally got her to the bedroom, where Andy pulled back the bed covers. Before sitting her down, they peeled off her sloppy $150 jeans. "Should we stand her in the shower?" Andy asked. "I don't think so. Just the clothes off. I don't know what happened to her tonight. I don't want to destroy any evidence," Jerry said. Andy froze. Then, shaking her head with worry, stooped to remove Jessie's boots and jeans so Jerry could ease her into bed. Before covering her, Jerry looked closely at her legs, including the insides of her thighs. "Jessie?" Jerry asked, leaning over her. "Jessie, can you tell me what happened tonight?" "Beer," she said with a drunken whimper. "Did anyone hurt you? Who were you with? Who brought you home?" "Drew," she said. "Oh, God." She leaned over the side of the bed, retching. But she was down to just miserable gagging, her stomach empty by now, and Jerry was quick with the trash can. Jessie lay back down on her pillows, moaning. "Call Phil," Andy said immediately. "No, I don't want Phil right now." "Think of him as a legal consultant," she said. "If you need to know how to treat this situation, he'll know." "I know. I'm a social worker." "And he prosecutes crimes. If there was a crime against your daughter, he can help you now more than I can. Besides, you know he has to be told. I'll stay with her. Go call him. And on your way to the phone, whack Jed in the head." Jerry glanced at the clock. It was late, per typical. She went to the kitchen to find Jed standing at the counter, eating. She shook her head in disgust. She hoped that all 3 kids weren't picking tonight to act out. She called Matt's cell phone, and it went straight to voicemail. Against all good judgment, she dialed the number of the friend where Matt was spending the night. There was no answer. Her heart was pounding, and her thoughts were racing as she left a terse message. "This is Jerry Gilbert. Matt is supposed to be spending the night there tonight. When you get this message, please call me and let me know that he's there, safe, no matter what time it is." Then she called Phil. She called the phone in his small one-room rented flat near his office in San Francisco rather than his cell phone. It was Saturday night, and she wanted to know where he was when she needed him. He answered on the second ring. "How fast can you get here?" she asked. "I'm in way over my head." "What's going on?" he asked. She'd heard him say this into the phone hundreds of times when he took calls from detectives at the scene of a crime, or from his office late at night. "Jed's high on something, Jessie's drunk and puking, and Matt doesn't seem to be where he's supposed to be." "High? Drunk? Not where—" "Jesus! What's going on?" "I'm not sure yet, but my big issue right now is that Jessie is completely wasted and was dropped off by a group of boys who just dumped her in the house and then ran. I don't know if I should shower her off or if something bad happened to her while she was—" Phil didn't miss a beat. "No shower. Remove the clothes, bag them but don't wash them. Keep her comfortable. Is Jed in any danger?" "Jed," she said, turning to him. "What did you take?" "I didn't take anything, Ma. Just smoked a little dope. Sorry." Jerry went back to the phone. "Pot," she answered. "And there's no answer where Matt's spending the night. I'll have my cell on if anything develops. Sit tight. I'm on my way." She hung up and highly resented the feeling of relief it had given her to connect with Phil and have him on his way. After all, he wasn't really hers anymore. He was second-hand, like buying back a suit from the consignment store. It was new when you first got it. Then you sold it through consignment, and someone else used it for a while, then put it back on the market. Someone had been in it for a couple of years, then offered it back to her. By the time Phil made it to Mill Valley, the situation had settled somewhat. Jessie was lucid, though still intoxicated. She insisted nothing terrible had happened to her. However, she was supposed to have been out on a date with a senior named Drew, but they had hooked up with 3 other boys, so it was Jessie getting drunk with 4 boys. Not a safe equation in Jerry's book. Jed had come down from his high. He sat on the sofa in the family room and didn't make eye contact with anyone. A call had come from the household where Matt was spending the night. They'd gone out for pizza, and everyone was home safe. Andy headed home as soon as Phil arrived, and Jerry got to work cleaning up messes in the foyer, bedroom, and kitchen. Phil sat first with his daughter, trying to get whatever information she could give in her state of inebriation. By the time he got to Jed, Jerry had the laundry running and had gone to the bedroom, leaving them alone. Phil sat down beside his son.
"You talked to your mom about what went on here tonight?" Phil asked. "She didn't want to talk to me. She told me to just wait for you,"
Jed said. He put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a ticket.
"I got cited."
Phil studied it for a moment, then looked at Jed.
"Got anything to say?" Like why?" "I was trying to chill out."
Jed looked at Phil hard. His eyes narrowed.
"I guess you thought you'd be the only one a little jammed up by this thing with you and Mom." "No, actually I thought it would go hardest on you kids. But I didn't think you'd take dumbass chances like this. I thought we understood each other." "Like you never had a joint," Jed said accusingly. "We went over that. I was a kid once, but you knew the risks."
Phil tossed the citation back at his son.
"Says you were cited in the park, right out in the open." "Smooth."
Jed sat forward angrily.
"Listen, I'm sorry and I'll handle it, okay? Kind of sounds like you really don't give a rat's ass if I have a joint, but you'd rather I not get caught." "Oh, I give a rat's ass," Phil said. "I'd rather you not drink underage too, but I know you do from time to time. So let's at least be safe. Be careful. I can't control you, Jed. I can only give you advice. I hope that before too many more years go by, you grow up. See, it's not in your best interest to dabble in drugs or take stupid chances with the use of alcohol."
Jed got red in the face, and when he spoke, he sneered.
"I hope before too long you decide it's not in your best interest to leave me holding the goddamn bag around here."
Phil kept his cool, but he sat taller and matched his son glare for glare.
"If you weren't a little stoned and a whole lot stupid, I'd have you up against the wall right now. But I don't think much I say is going to get through that cement block you're using for a brain. Go to bed."
"Fine." Jed stood and bolted up the stairs. When he got to his room, he slammed the door for good measure. Phil knew Jed was at the end of his rope. He took a breath and wearily dragged himself to his feet. He walked down the hall to what was once his bedroom and knocked on the door. Jerry called out for him to come in. Jerry had changed into clean sweats and a t-shirt. She sat cross-legged on the bed.
"Sounds like that went well," she said. "Listen, Jessie had herself in a real bad place tonight. 1 girl and 4 boys in a car with a bunch of beer. I'm not convinced all's clear there. She denies anything happened, but she was very drunk, so who knows? Those boys could have taken advantage of her. Can you get her in to see someone this week? If she crossed the line, she needs to be better prepared, and if the line was crossed while she was unable to give conscious consent, maybe something will turn up, or maybe she'll tell a professional."
Jerry's spine straightened a little more with every word. "If you think that's possible, I can take her to the ER first thing in the morning. Have them run a rape kit."
"You see any bruises? Any suspicious marks? Semen stains? You undressed her, got her down to her panties. You know what to look for." No, nothing suspicious. That's why I didn't call the police. If she'd been raped, you'd have a strong suspicion. Probably they just got her drunk, got her to say and do some things she ordinarily wouldn't. But we should follow up.
We? Jerry asked with a sarcastic laugh.
I'd be happy to take her, Phil said a little impatiently. Don't you want to be the one to go? Wouldn't it be less humiliating for Jessie to go with her mother?
She sighed and nodded.
What's Jed got to say? Oh, it's my fault he got caught smoking a joint, Phil said. I didn't push him too hard. We'll talk again tomorrow morning.
Jerry shook her head and let go with a little humorless laugh. She punched the bed.
All this, just so you could get laid. I don't feel like going around with you, Jerry. My kids are hurting.
Your kids?
They are still mine, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. But I'm living here with them, and with all the hurt in this house.
That's your choice. You want the key to my place in the city? It's up to you. And for your information, I wasn't just looking to get laid. I was looking for a lot more than that, but I knew the whole time I wasn't going to find it.
You did love her, she said, keeping her voice down.
I loved you. But we weren't firing on all cylinders. It was probably more my fault than yours. We aren't ever going to know. Now I just want to get my kids through this because I know for goddamn sure it isn't their fault. I'll be on the couch.
I didn't invite you to have the couch.
I didn't ask your permission,
he shot back. Then he pulled the door closed as he left. Jerry sat. Of course, Phil deserved every nasty insult she could hurl at him because he'd had the affair. She'd been over all of this with her counselor, twice a week. It was impossible to reconcile in her mind because she'd been okay with their marriage and he had not, and she'd had absolutely no idea. If you don't know something's wrong, something's missing, just what the hell were you supposed to do about it? It was like having some vital nutrient missing from your diet and not being aware until you're in kidney failure. She was equally responsible for their marriage. She knew that. When she called, he came. Then and now. It was because he was committed, and she understood that. If only he hadn't reached beyond their boundaries to quench his thirst. Anything else would have been easy to forgive. She wanted to find a way to forgive him, but it just didn't seem to be in her. She was still so confused, so angry, and she hated the way she felt. Jerry had never had an easy time with sleep, even when there wasn't a huge crisis. She drifted off only when bone-tired. But even exhausted, she couldn't relax if something major had her mind whirring. Her thoughts drifted between what might have happened to Jessie, what Jed was going through, scary images of 13-year-old Matt running wild and unattended on the mean streets of Mill Valley. But there were no mean streets in Mill Valley. It was an upper-class suburb. So, of course, she had to revisit the image she had of her husband boinking some 25-year-old buxom blonde because his ratty, tired, menopausal old wife didn't have the energy or enthusiasm to get all frisky 3 times a week. But when she called, he came, even though he'd have to suffer through her verbal barbs and spikes. It was almost 3 in the morning when, frustrated, she got out of bed and crept into the family room. The TV was still on, though the volume was turned down. Phil was snoring, and he was curled up as much as possible on the sofa. He usually just sprawled, spread eagle in their bed. His arms were wrapped tightly around himself. It was a chilly April night, typical in the valley at this time of year. The Pacific night breezes were cold straight through May. She looked down at him, and the one thing that struck her was that she missed him so much it hurt. She'd relied on him so heavily through all the years of their marriage and needed him. Tonight was a real wake-up. Any other Saturday night in history, they'd each have known exactly where the other was when Jed wandered in from the park, when Jesse came crashing in the front door. But tonight Phil was living somewhere else when she needed him. She'd give anything to go back. Not 7 years, but just 7 weeks. She had no idea what going back 7 years could do to change things, but if she could just go back 7 weeks, she'd somehow manage to miss that elevator ride with Kelly, and they'd be as they were, firing on enough cylinders for her peace of mind, at least. She couldn't forgive him. Not yet. But she did cover him with an Afghan before turning off the TV and going back to bed. Chapter 6. When Jerry opened her eyes on Sunday morning, for just a split second, everything was right with the world. She could smell coffee. Phil was up, moving around in the kitchen, like any Sunday morning. Then it all came crashing back to her. He'd slept on the sofa. Jessie was passed out in her bed. The night before was a wide-awake nightmare. She dragged herself out of bed, splashed water on her face, brushed her teeth, and headed up the stairs to her daughter's room. The clock on the bedside table said it was just after 7 a.m. Jerry sat on the edge of the bed and reminded herself she'd conducted hundreds of interviews. She knew how to read eyes, facial expressions, body language, knew the weight of words. That this situation was personally traumatic might compromise her judgment slightly, but it didn't even touch some of the horrific family problems she'd been required to assess in her job. She jostled Jessie. "Come on, honey. Wake up for me." Jessie grunted. "Can't I sleep? Please?" "Sure you can, after you talk to me. Come on. It's important." "What?" she whined, trying to pull the covers over her head. Jerry pulled the covers back, and Jessie pinched her eyes closed in agony. "Open your eyes. We have to talk." Jessie opened one eye. "I'm sorry, okay? I won't do it again." She tried pulling the covers again, but Jerry held them. "What?" Jessie demanded. "I'll let you go back to sleep after you tell me what happened last night. Right now, I'm too worried to wait." "I drank some beer," she said. "I told you, I won't do it again." "It wasn't some beer," Jerry said. "It was enough beer to make you pass out. You were very sick, and your clothes were on funny when you came in." Jessie's eyes opened and stayed open. She was still for a moment, then scooted up in the bed. "What do you mean, my clothes were on funny?" "Your blouse was buttoned weird, like maybe it had been unbuttoned, then buttoned up by someone else, someone who was dressing you." Jessie's gaze instantly dropped. Jerry put a finger under her chin and lifted it. "Were you sexually assaulted last night? After you'd had too much beer?" "What?" Jessie asked, aghast, her eyes open wide. "Did those boys take advantage of you? Hurt you?" "Oh, God," Jessie said, running a hand through her hair, her eyes tearing up. "Oh, God, please just leave me alone." "I have 2 choices, Jessica. I can get some answers, or we can take you to the hospital, make sure you're not hurt, make sure you haven't been raped. Were you molested? Anything?" Jessie just stared at her. "You were dropped off by 4 boys who ran after they dumped you in the house, passed out. They ran?" "As fast as they could. I got to the front door in time to see them getting into the car. I checked you over as well as I could, but I have to hear something from you. What do you remember?" "Oh," she moaned. "Oh, no." "Did someone undress you?" "No," she said, shaking her head, looking down. I undressed myself. On a dare. Start at the beginning. You were going out on a date with Drew. We were out, and we ran into a couple of his friends who had a case of beer in the trunk. We drove out by the vineyards, parked, drank some beer, and I got stupid. I guess I had too much. Someone said if I took my shirt off, I could have another beer. I didn't feel like I was going to pass out, get sick. I felt fine. Silly, but fine.
What happened next? Jerry asked.
Nothing really. Someone said something about my father, and someone else made me put my shirt back on, and they said they were taking me home. I don't remember anything after getting back in the car.
Are you sure nothing happened in the car? After that? Jessie's eyes narrowed.
One of them said, "You know who her father is? Get her out of here."
Are you sore anywhere? Could you have been hurt? Raped?
I didn't have sex, she said. I would know.
And how would you know exactly?
Because I know when I've had sex, she said.
Jerry felt her stomach knot, but she was a trained professional. Her expression remained passive. Are you sexually active? On the pill or anything?
It only happened a couple of times. A while ago. I wasn't planning on it happening with Drew. I don't like him that much. In case you were too busy to notice, I don't exactly have a boyfriend right now.
You're sure about last night? Jerry asked. Because if anything bad happened, we can still get help.
Nothing worse than this, she said. You checked me over? While I was asleep?
Oh, yes, absolutely, Jerry said with a nod. I would have called the police if I'd seen one suspicious mark on you. You were incapacitated, not able to make a decision, to consent to anything for yourself.
God, please just let me die right now. First you throw Daddy out, then you examine me while I'm asleep.
Passed out, Jerry corrected. She wanted to talk about the suggestion that she threw Phil out, but this morning wasn't about that. They could revisit that later. She'd explain that she asked him to leave while they went to counseling, and he agreed to go. It was the best she could do.
They ran because I was totally drunk and it was their beer, she said wearily. I hate them. They're a bunch of losers.
But you went with them, Jerry said.
I didn't have anything better to do,
she said with a shrug.
I don't feel so good.
I can imagine, Jerry said, standing up from the bed and getting out of the way. Jessie swallowed a couple of times, went pale, charged out of bed and made a beeline to the bathroom. Jerry left her daughter's bedroom and went downstairs to the kitchen. Phil was sitting at the table with his laptop open, and the Sunday San Francisco Chronicle spread out in front of him. Except for the fact that he was wearing last night's clothes, it was almost as if their lives weren't inside out. It was how Sunday mornings had looked for years. They were a couple of hard-working public servants with never enough time, and both of them took advantage of Sunday mornings to catch up on news, get a little work done while the house was quiet. Often they'd sit at opposite ends of their long kitchen table, individual laptops purring, maybe some conversation about the news, a case, a project, the kids, the week's schedule. It was one of the things she had loved about them, that they were so alike, so in tune. And it had all been a trick. Everything was all wrong when it had looked so right. What she missed most wasn't the deep conversations, not the warm, reassuring hugs, but the times they were simply together, quiet, like this. Just being in the same room with someone you depended on, working or reading or watching TV, knowing you could speak if you had something to say, but there was no pressure. She poured herself a cup of coffee and sat across from him.
I woke Jessie and made her talk to me. "How is she?" he asked, closing the lid on the laptop. "I'm convinced she just got drunk and made a giant fool of herself with a bunch of idiots. We're lucky they're just a bunch of idiots. She could have been in serious danger." He hung his head and shook it briefly. "Listen," she said. "I'm really not emotionally ready to think about reconciling, but I need a better plan. I can't keep track of these hoodlums alone." "I have a line on a place in town," Phil said. "A guest house. It's expensive, but close. Available in a couple of weeks. I was hoping by then—" He didn't finish. She ignored that. "How often are you seeing the counselor?" "Once a week. Twice a week would cost me a spleen." "What are you working on?" "Working on? You know, are you getting anywhere? Discussing anything that might help me understand?" "We're looking at my feminine side." "What?" she asked with a sudden burst of laughter. "I don't want to have a feminine side, but this is what we're talking about. Apparently I have an overdeveloped masculine side, which I took as a compliment, but the counselor didn't. I make too many assumptions. I compartmentalize. I can put problems from work in one corner while I deal with problems at home and vice versa. I'm not sensitive unless my own little male feelings are at stake." He sipped his coffee. "Can't you just torture me for a decade or so? I'm in such agony. He's a weird little prick, and I think he hates me. I thought, being a guy, you thought he'd understand you. I hoped, since I don't understand me." "Couple of weeks until the guest house is ready, huh?" "She wants it painted. The landlady." "Can you tell her that's not necessary? Because really, I have to have some help around here." "It's a little old lady. She likes me. I could try." "Please, try. I'm going to take Jessie to the doctor anyway, and I'm going to ground her. Will you stick by me on that? It's the only way I know to keep her safe until I figure her out. If I clip her wings, she can't end up in a car that has a case of beer in the trunk." "I'm with you. Can we ground her till she's 26? Jerry smiled at him. "She's so beautiful, so brilliant. Such a dimwit," Phil said. 16, Jerry said. "It's half grown up, half too stupid for words." "Do you remember being like that? Because I was never like that." "Were you like Jed?" she asked. Phil instantly hung his head. "Oh, yeah. I was probably 2 of Jed. The dumbass. He was sitting in the park smoking dope with Noel. I guess he really thought that one through. He knows there are park police all over the neighborhood just looking for dipshits like him." "I need you around more. I just can't do it alone." "I know, Jerry," he said. "No one could." "Women do it all the time," she said. "But I can't. They're independent kids. We made them independent, but they're used to having 2 of us to ride herd on them. No matter how long it takes for us to come to a decision about where we're going, we have to figure out how to help each other get them through these years. Last night was too close. Jed could have been using something worse. Jessie could have been hurt. You're the only one making a decision about where we're going, Jerry." "Okay, let me put it this way. While we're separated, we still have to work together until they're out of the woods. Really, I'd like to just shove you in a hole right now, but I won't sacrifice my kids because I'm hurt and angry. Help me with them, Phil." He took a breath. "You're calling the shots. Tell me what you need. That's all you have to do. I need you 5 minutes away when you're not in the city working. I need you to help me parent more." "Done," he said. "I'll talk to the woman with the guest house today." She just shook her head. "I've walked at least 100 women through separation and divorce, and suddenly I don't know how it's done." "Wait," he said. "Divorce? You're not thinking that way already." She was quiet for a moment. What if we can't put things back together? It's been weeks, and I'm still—" She bit her lip. "I just don't feel married anymore, Phil. At least I know I don't have the marriage I once had." "Don't go there, Jerry. That's a whole different subject. I'm real clear on the anger, on your need for space and time to work through this, but I'm not ready to have a discussion about divorce." "Maybe we should talk about it," she said. "I can't reassure you that it won't come to that. Maybe we should know where we both stand." He picked up his coffee cup and took a slow sip. "I don't recommend it," he said. "It puts a final stamp on things. If you start thinking that way, you're not really giving me, us, a chance. I'm willing to do anything, whatever you need, but when you bring divorce into the dialogue, I'm not letting you call the shots anymore." She stiffened. "Just what are you saying?" "I hate this, Jerry. I don't think living apart is getting us anywhere. I think we should be here, together, talking rather than fighting, eating at the same table, sleeping in the same bed. Believe me, I know how to do that without touching you. I think we should be trying, both of us. I should be trying to do whatever I can to reassure you I can be trusted again, but you should be trying to get past the rage, because we're not going to know if we can make it until that's not part of the landscape anymore." "I just can't live with you," she said. "Fine, if that's what you need. But I think of this as a temporary separation while we work on our problems. I don't see it as a separation preceding divorce. When you start talking divorce, you put me in a whole different place." "The lawyer place?" she asked sarcastically. "The father place. The abandoned spouse place. You abandoned me for her." "No," he said calmly. "Not for 1 hour of one day. What I did was wrong, but let's stay clear on what I didn't do." "And just what didn't you do?" He stared at her hard, thinking. He shook his head. "I'm not even going to bother. You already know." They sat in stony silence. "I'm going for a walk," Jerry said. Jerry walked a hard half-hour, ending up in the same park where her son had been nabbed for smoking pot. She sat on the ground and leaned against a tree trunk. "And just what didn't you do, Phil?" The thought kept reverberating in her mind. It's why she'd had no idea there was another woman. Phil never let his commitment slip. And not just his obligations to the kids, but also to her. He never really put anyone ahead of her. So that's what he wanted from her. For her to see the marriage as a whole entity with one small imperfection. But what Jerry couldn't understand, what filled her with anger, was the idea that the marriage could be so strong and balanced, yet he would still need another woman. In making a list of pros and cons, it wasn't difficult to admit, even through red-hot rage, that Phil was a good father. Not just good, but excellent. And he'd been a committed partner through the worst crap. He'd been a rock through death, disaster, and at least a couple of years of Jerry's hot flashing, sweating, and mood swings that jolted her unpredictably. As a provider, no question. He not only put in long hours and made a good living, but he pursued an honorable task, working on the side of justice. Given what she did for a living, that meant a great deal. And wasn't she all those things too? Yet she'd never succumb to the temptation to stray. She felt tears on her cheeks, and at the same time found herself shaking her head in soundless laughter. No, she'd flirted. She'd even found the occasional man tempting. But she'd never run into a man who had more to offer than Phil, who was everything to her. Everything. Handsome, strong, brilliant, funny, devoted. But she wasn't everything to him. "Bad morning?" Jerry looked up to see BJ standing over her. She was wearing her running clothes, panting, drenched in sweat. Jerry wiped off her cheeks. Marital problems suck. Yeah, I'll bet, BJ said. She sat down on the ground in front of Jerry, folding up her legs under her. Need a shoulder to cry on? Nah, not really. It's so typical I'm going to be reading about it in Good Housekeeping in a few months. That right? He's at the house right now, Jerry said. I called him. My teenagers went nuts last night. Everyone got in trouble and I was in over my head. So he came, stayed, slept on the sofa. And this morning we were having a conversation about how to work together as parents, even though we're not living in the same house. And it started. The button pushing. She shrugged. That's how it works. I've been through it 1,000,000 times with friends and clients. I said something about the potential for our divorce, and he warned me he wouldn't go along with that quietly. I felt threatened. He felt backed into a corner, etc. She sniffed and wiped her nose. He had an affair, she said. Ouch, was BJ's singular comment. A long time ago, but still, ouch. Yeah, son of a bitch. I might have never known, and we'd have gone on forever, just like we were, until it happened again. So, you're glad you know, BJ said. No, I'm not. I wish I didn't know. I'm starting to feel like I don't have the right to be this mad. I wish I could catch him, that's what I wish. In our bed, that's what I'd like. With the children watching. Something so egregious, no one would even question my feelings, which are still so hot I can't get a rational thought through. She sniffed. Even my best friend asked me if I couldn't get over it since it was a long time ago. Get over it? If I let myself think about it, I want to kill him. They sat for a quiet moment. Then BJ said, Instincts are the hidden genius. Maybe the worst thing you can do is question what you feel. Jerry's head came up and she looked at her. Okay, the second worst, BJ said, smiling. Jerry was suddenly aware that when BJ smiled, a slightly crooked smile, she was a pretty woman. Jesus, BJ. This almost qualifies as reaching out. Maybe I'm coming out of my shell, she said. Anyway, you were nice to me. It doesn't hurt to be nice back. It's appreciated, Jerry said. First walking with us, now this. It got easier when I realized you guys don't have perfect lives. Right now we don't even have manageable lives. I'm teetering on the edge. Andy's getting her second divorce, and Sonia's half crackers. Jerry looked around the park. Every year, right before school starts, we have a big neighborhood party here. It's an amazing party, celebrating getting our freedom back after a summer of having kids home. Well, everyone celebrates but Andy, who's going back to school with all the little jerks. Were you here for the last one? Barely. I had just moved in. I watched some of it from the house. Weren't ready to come out yet? Not then, no. I was new to Paradise, not really up to being scrutinized by the elite of Mill Valley. Jerry laughed in spite of herself. You live in the same neighborhood. Just sort of. It's not my house. I don't even rent it, as a matter of fact. A friend of my brother's is letting us house sit for a while till I get on my feet. I'm here because my brother's business is close and he could give me work. No insurance? With your husband's death? Afraid not, she said. We're very lucky, so don't get the idea I'm complaining. It's an awfully nice house to just let someone use. But then they have a lot to spare, I gather. I'm a little out of place here. I should be living much smaller, cheaper. Probably we all should, Jerry said. Oh, I think you're where you're supposed to be. I'm from a pretty poor section of Fresno, barely scraping by. But you and the girls? A district attorney's wife, school principal, and the wife of a successful financial planner? I think you fit pretty good." "Who told you all that?" Jerry asked. BJ shrugged. "I asked the owners about the neighbors before I moved in." "But you asked me what I did for a living." "Yeah, I know. Making conversation. You and your husband, you and the son of a bitch, are neighborhood legends. High cotton." She grinned her crooked grin. "Huh," Jerry said, astonished. "And I don't even know your last name." "Smith," she said. "Honest to God, Barbara Jean Smith. And if you ever call me Barbara Jean, we're all done talking." Jerry laughed. "Well, how do you do?" she said. "Big sneak." BJ pulled herself to her feet. "I'm gonna go shower, run the kids over to my brother's for a while, and break into Sonia's house. I stopped by there yesterday. Since it wasn't a walking day for you, and she's still in a fog, I tried to roust her out. She wouldn't come out. She's living in a cave. But that house? Whew! It's starting to actually smell bad." Jerry stood. "Seriously? It seemed okay on Friday when we got her up. It's a mess, but—" "Yeah, but it's turning." BJ made a face. "I have a lot to pay forward. I'm gonna see if I can help her clean up." "When will you be over there? Maybe I'll come over too." "Don't sweat it," BJ said. "You have teenagers going nuts and a son of a bitch to threaten and nag. I can handle it." "When?" Jerry asked with a laugh. 10 or so, I guess. But really, I'll stick the SOB with the kids. He needs to be punished." "Right," BJ laughed. Jerry got to Sonia's house ahead of BJ. "What are you doing?" Jerry asked when Sonia answered the door. "Nothing," Sonia shrugged, running a hand through her tangled hair. "You must be doing something." "Watching the shopping channel, that's all." "The shopping channel? You?" "Well, I'm meeting BJ here," Jerry said. "We're gonna help you straighten up the house. You've been too groggy to get to it, I guess." "I don't want you to straighten up the house," Sonia said. "I don't want anyone to do anything." "Come on, don't be like that. You've been there for me 100 times. "This is different," Sonia said. "Yeah, it's you this time." Jerry brushed past her and walked into the house. For the second time, she was a little embarrassed that BJ had been more observant, caught that something all wrong was taking place before Jerry. She wrinkled her nose. The house was starting to take on an odor. Or Sonia was. "I guess I've been a little caught up in my own drama," Jerry muttered. "Are you just so tired, Sonia? It doesn't look like you've cleaned up around here in a while. Or yourself, for that matter." "It doesn't matter," Sonia said with a shrug, turning away and going to the family room sofa. She flopped down, staring at the TV. Jerry observed the squalor all around. Discarded socks, kicked-off tennis shoes, scrunched-up tissues, dirty coffee cups, a couple of plates, glasses, an apple core in a bowl with what looked like little spit-out bites, all rotten. She walked over to the table and picked up the remote, turned off the TV. "Hey," Sonia said. "Go take a shower," Jerry said firmly. "See if you can find something clean to wear. Do something with your hair." "Really, I don't feel like it." "I know. I can tell. Do it anyway." "I don't—" "Sonia, I'm tired of looking at you all a wreck, falling apart. If you don't do as I say, I'm going to get in the shower with you and scrub you up." Jerry shook her head. "It's not like you to go to pieces like this. Geez, you're in worse shape than I am, and I had to call my cheating husband home to help with the drunk and stoned teenagers. Come on, we're going to get you straightened out. Now cooperate. What George did was pretty crappy, but really, I don't want to talk about it," Sonia said. I have to talk about it 3 times a week with that counselor, and I refuse to talk about it anymore. Then go take a shower. Without another word, Sonia turned and headed for her bathroom. Jerry went to the kitchen and surveyed the mess. Sheesh! It looked as if a plate hadn't been washed, a surface cleared or floor swept since George departed. There was rotten fruit in a bowl surrounded by tiny flies. The loaf of bread on the counter was green, the tissue box empty and surrounded by used tissues, balled up. She heard the shower running and went to open the blinds and windows in the front room to air the place out. She wiped a hand along the fireplace mantel and looked at the dust on her fingers. Then she noticed there were a couple of imprints of dust-free spots. A round spot on the side table, a square spot on the mantel, an oval shape on another accent table. Nothing had been touched in the house, nothing cleaned or tidied, yet things had been moved. Looking around carefully, she saw little tufts of hair on the sofa, the floor, the coffee table. Holy Jesus! She picked one up and rubbed it between her thumb and forefinger. Sonia's hair. What the hell? She went through the kitchen to the garage. Everything looked to be in order. The workbench was tidy. Sonia's car was immaculate. The lawnmower and yard tools stored neatly in the corner. And there were a few boxes, taped and stacked. There was nothing written on them, and Jerry knew Sonia was an obsessive labeler. She pulled back the tape and opened the top box. Oh, she said. She moved it off the stack and opened another. Oh, God, she said. She didn't bother with the third and fourth. When she got back to the kitchen, she noticed the answering machine light was blinking. She pressed play. You have 57 new messages, the mechanical voice said. Jerry's lips silently repeated the number, stunned. The first message played. Sonia, we missed you at your meditation class, and the center's director said you hadn't called in. Let us know if you're going to have class on Friday. The second message was similar. Sonia, hi, Patty James. Have you stopped teaching yoga on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings? No one got a message. Are you out of town? Call me. Jerry listened to a few more and then heard, Sonia, it's Bev Sorensen. I was just wondering how long you're going to be on leave of absence. I want to sign up for your next class. Jerry stopped the machine. Sonia wasn't taking or returning calls. She dropped out. 57 messages? Yikes. She phoned Andy. I need you at Sonia's, she said. Everything all right? No, Jerry said. Can you come? Be right there. Jerry opened the cupboard just above the phone. There, neatly taped to the inside of the door, was a list of phone numbers, beginning with George's cell phone number. Good girl, Sonia, Jerry said. George answered on the third ring. Hi, it's Jerry Gilbert. I'm at your house, Sonia's house. Have you been here since you left? Sure. I pick her up for counseling appointments. Why? Didn't you notice what's going on here? What's happening to her? Yeah, I noticed. She's very depressed. The doctor said, George, did you look around the house? Did you notice her? I noticed Sonia, yes, but I just waited inside the door for her to get her purse. I just can't stand hanging around there. And there didn't seem to be anything I could do except make sure she attended counseling sessions. I hoped in time. George, she said, cutting him off, exasperated. She hasn't cleaned a thing since you left, including herself. She hasn't washed a dish, done a load of laundry, changed the sheets, or showered. She packed up all her fountains, candles, chimes, books, relaxation DVDs and CDs, everything that defines her. She's filthy, sitting in front of the shopping channel, hardly eating. I've only taken a glance,
but I think there's nothing but rotten food in the house. And who knows if she's sleeping too little or too much. She's sick, George. Really sick. Hello? She heard Andy call from the front door. She sees the counselor 3 times a week and she's on medication, George said. Well, maybe it isn't working, and the counselor obviously hasn't picked up on these signals. We've been coming over here weekday mornings to get her walking a little bit. We get her up and dressed and out the door, but I don't see any evidence that she's brushing her teeth, combing her hair, or anything. Is there a psychiatrist on her case? George gave her the name and phone number. Andy stood in the kitchen, watching Jerry on the phone. By the time Jerry had written down the psychiatrist's details, BJ was standing next to Andy, both opposite Jerry across the breakfast bar. All right, George, thanks, she said. Then, sure, I'll let you know. Jerry hung up and looked at the other 2 women. Okay, we've got a problem. Sonia's in bad shape. She's dangerously depressed, filthy, lethargic, and she got rid of all her woo-woo stuff. I'm calling her doctor, and then I'm taking her to the hospital. She can't be left alone in this condition. She might be suicidal. Well, holy shit, Andy said. You sure? Of course not, but I'm not going to take any chances. Or one of these mornings we're going to come over here to get her out of bed and she's not going to wake up. She swallowed and pinched her eyes closed. She's pulling out her hair, she said softly. She dialed a phone number, got a recording, and scribbled down the emergency number. What should we do? BJ asked. Jerry whirled around, picked up a couple of pill bottles from the windowsill over the kitchen sink. Count these, she said, handing them each a bottle. You don't think if we get her cleaned up she'll feel better? Andy asked. It's not that simple, Jerry said. It's medical. She's way around the bend. When she got the emergency answering service for the doctor, she knew exactly what to say for the quickest possible response. Hi, I'm Jerry Gilbert calling about Sonia Johansson. I'm a clinical psychologist and I'm her neighbor and friend. I'm here at her house and I believe she may be suicidal. I need to talk to the doctor immediately. It's an emergency. After she hung up, she faced Andy and BJ. BJ held the bottle toward Jerry and said, 58 of 60. 60, Andy said, holding out her bottle. She isn't taking them. What made her so groggy and sleepy? Depression. Black, dangerous depression. Look, I'm sorry to leave you 2 with the mess. Just see if you can throw out the garbage, maybe wash a load or 2, get it presentable, and make the smell go away. The phone rang and she picked it up, looking at the caller ID. I like that. He's right on it. It wasn't a he. Dr. Sidney Calle was a woman. Jerry explained who she was and what she'd found, and Dr. Calle told Jerry to bring Sonia to the mental health clinic at the hospital as soon as she could get her ready. When she hung up, Andy and BJ were still standing by, waiting. I'm taking her in. Oh, God, she said, running her hand through her short, cropped hair. Oh, man, I hope she doesn't give me any trouble. You want help? BJ asked. No, I want to do this alone. I've done it before, but never for a good friend. Jesus, how did I not notice? Is it because I'm such a miserable wreck at 6 a.m? Crap! She started toward the master bedroom. Then she turned. BJ, once again, if you hadn't said something, this could have been so much worse. BJ shrugged. Just take care of her. When Jerry got to the master bedroom, Sonia was sitting on the edge of her unmade bed, wrapped in a towel, looking at her knees. Her hair was dripping onto her lap. She hadn't gotten all the soap out of her hair. Okay, my little la-la, she crooned. I'm going to help you with your hair. Come back to the bathroom. Oh, just never mind it, Sonia said. I should probably just lie down for a while. No, honey, Jerry said, pulling her hand. We have things to do. Come on.
She led Sonia to the bathroom and let her sit on the closed toilet lid while she brushed and dried her hair. Jerry could see bald, scabby spots here and there on Sonia's scalp, and before she could finish, tears were streaming down her cheeks. But Sonia, so catatonic, didn't notice. As Sonia continued to sit passively, Jerry went in search of clean clothes. There was a big pile of dirty clothes right in the middle of the bedroom floor, but fortunately, Jerry was able to dig out some clean underwear from a drawer, and she found a fresh-smelling and comfortable sweatsuit. It was probably the only reason they hadn't noticed how badly Sonia was falling apart. Maybe she wasn't showering, but she was putting on clean clothes now and then. Once dressed, she stood Sonia in front of the mirror. "Want a little lip gloss or something?" Jerry asked. "No, forget it," Sonia said. "I should probably—" "We have to talk now," Jerry said. She sat Sonia back on the closed toilet seat and knelt on the bathroom floor in front of her. She held her hands. "Sonia, you've been feeling pretty awful for the past couple of weeks, haven't you?" Sonia shrugged. "I'm fine," she said, looking down. "You're not fine," Jerry said. "You're pretty sick right now. You haven't been taking your medicine. You've been pulling out your hair," she added, her voice cracking. She felt the tears well up in her eyes and her throat ached. "You need a little help to get back to your old self. I'm going to take you to see the doctor." Sonia looked up, her face contorted. "No," she said in a barely audible breath. "No, I go to the counselor. I go all the time." "I know, baby, I know. It isn't counseling you need right now. The doctor has to talk to you, check you over. You have a chemical imbalance, that's all. But we have to get it straightened out before it gets worse. I want you to come with me, and I want you to let the doctor help you." "No," she said, shaking her head, and her face twisted in a painful and miserable grimace as she squeezed Jerry's hands. "Please, no. Just let me be. I'll be okay. Just let me be." And then her shoulders shook as she began to weep. Jerry was frankly glad to see a little emotion, but hoped she wouldn't have to hog-tie Sonia. She shook her head and ran a gentle hand over her shiny, clean hair. "No, honey. If I let you be now, it would just get worse. I want you to come with me. I want you to trust me. I'll stay with you until the doctor decides what's best, okay?" "No, no, no," she cried, great tears rolling down her cheeks. "No, please." "It's gonna be all right, Sonia. You have to trust me. Come with me. The doctor's waiting for us." She wiped the tears off her friend's face. "You'll be safe. I'll make sure you're safe." Jerry stood and pulled Sonia up. She put an arm around her shoulders and led her out of the bathroom, through the family room. She grabbed her purse off the counter and said, "We'll take Sonia's car. Sonia, where are your keys?" BJ and Andy exchanged looks, standing back. Sonia didn't even acknowledge them. She was completely focused on either Jerry or the floor. Andy reached over to the hook mounted on the wall by the back door and handed Jerry the keys. Then she hugged Sonia. Sonia hugged her weakly. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," Sonia said, crying. "Nothing to be sorry about, honey," Andy said. Jerry pulled Sonia out the door. "Let's go now. I'll take care of you. Everything will be all right." "Need help?" Andy asked. "No, we'll be fine. I'll call when I can. I'll come back when I can." Jerry put Sonia in the passenger seat and backed out of the garage. Then she held her hand all the way to the hospital, steering with the other hand. When they got to the hospital, they took the elevator up to the clinic where Dr. Calais was meeting them. When they were out of the elevator, Jerry stopped and, with her hands on Sonia's upper arms, looked into her eyes. "Sonia, listen to me. I love you. I want you back in my life. You tell the doctor everything she wants to know. Tell her about eating, sleeping, how you've been feeling. I want you to get better. Sonia, promise me?" Sonia nodded weakly, and Jerry pulled her into her arms, holding her for a moment. "Please, baby, please tell the doctor." When Jerry pushed open the clinic doors, the place was dark and deserted. They didn't have clinic hours on Sunday, of course. But an attractive and smiling Pakistani woman in a pair of khaki slacks and a lightweight sweater was standing in the dimly lit reception area, waiting. "Ah, Sonia. Hello," she said. "Not feeling so well at the moment. How can I help?" she asked, taking her out of Jerry's care, leading her away to an office. Jerry sat in the waiting room, in the semi-darkness. It was several long minutes before it occurred to her that Dr. Calais could have met them in an emergency, where there was always a crowd, always fast movement and a lot of action, usually tough to find a bed. But the doctor had used a personal key to open up the mental health clinic, saving Sonia the stress of all that. She must have done that because she took Jerry's description of the situation very seriously, and for that she was so grateful. During the first hour, sitting in the quiet, dimly lit room, Jerry couldn't help but picture what the past 2 weeks must have been like for Sonia. The nightmare of not being able to cope, feel nothing but darkness and pain. She'd been completely self-destructive. Possibly there were bad dreams or even hallucinations. During her second hour of waiting, Jerry thought about her husband, her kids, and her friends, all in such transition, all in danger of collapsing around her. Yet, she wasn't falling apart. Oh, she was crying too much, lonely too much, furious too much. But even with a 25-year marriage on the ropes and 3 teenagers testing her sanity, she was somehow hanging on. You can never tell about a person. Jerry didn't think of herself as strong. Sonia, on the other hand, who seemed to know every trick, how to calm nerves, listen to her body's messages, alleviate depression, help sleep, stimulate herself, how to level out and maintain serenity, was coming apart. Sonia, who always seemed to have an answer, a cure, was losing it. 2 full hours and change passed before Dr. Calais came into the darkened reception area. Her expression was serious. "Thank you for bringing your friend to the hospital," she said with just a slight accent. "Sonia is going to be admitted to Glendale Psychiatric for a little while. At least a couple of weeks, perhaps a month. You are right, of course. She's clinically depressed and needs treatment." Jerry's eyes flashed. "Her husband walked out on her a couple of weeks ago." "I know this. But of course that's not the cause of her depression. A trigger, perhaps, but the cause is medical, and we may or may not get to the bottom of that. You're a psychologist, you say?" "I'm a social worker with CPS, but I have a master's in clinical psychology." "Ah, well, you're very smart, and we're so lucky you noticed. But please don't suggest to Mr. Johansson that he caused his wife's depression." Then she reached out and put a hand over Jerry's. "I'd like you to go now. I've given her a very heavy sedative, and will have her transported as soon as arrangements with the insurance company are complete. It won't take long, and I won't leave her in the meantime." "But I didn't pack a bag for her. I didn't even bring her purse." "Perfect," Dr. Calais said. "She doesn't need anything, and the purse would be taken away from her during admission anyway.
I'm going to suggest she not have visitors for about 10 days. Then we'll reassess. But you're welcome to call me to inquire about her progress any time you like."
"Is she going to be all right?" Jerry asked. She'd had clients admitted to psychiatric hospitals before, but this felt so personal, so emotional. It left her shaken.
"I'm optimistic. Sonia is 40 and has been functional for many years. I believe once she benefits from medication and therapy, she'll be functional again."
"And happy?" Jerry asked. "Because she was always happy." Dr. Calais smiled kindly.
"I'm counting on that. But please, be patient. It's a process that takes some time. And so much is up to Sonia."
"I know," Jerry said in a breath, afraid she'd seen Sonia giving up. "Did I tell you everything? About her packing up all her feng shui and meditation and natural food stuff? Her relaxation CDs, her little fountains, and—"
"Yes, Jerry, you told me."
"And that she hadn't bathed? That she was pulling out her hair?" Dr. Calais nodded, that soft smile still in place.
"Can you please leave her in my hands now?"
"Yeah," she said, running her hand through her hair again. "But I did promise her I wouldn't leave her." Dr. Calais shook her head patiently.
"She's not aware of any promises right now. It's all right. You can go. I can take it from here. She's safe with me. Trust me."
"I asked her to trust me," Jerry said softly, hanging her head. She turned to go, but at the door she turned back. "Thank you. Please take good care of her."
"I'll do everything I can,"
the doctor said. "Will you call her husband? I understand it's not really his fault, but I don't want to call him. I don't think I can talk to him."
"I've already spoken with him twice. The insurance, you know. He's aware. If it's any consolation to you, he's being extremely helpful."
"He'd better be. Because it might not be his fault, but she was fine before he—"
"It's so much harder to be objective when it's a loved one," Dr. Calais said, cutting her off. "I know you understand how this often works. If not the separation, perhaps an accident, an illness, a death in the family, a financial crisis. There is so often a precipitating factor that is not the cause. I think I should get back to Sonia now."
"Yes, of course. Yes," Jerry said, though it was very hard to leave. She heard the lock on the clinic door slide into place behind her, and it sounded so like the crashing closure of prison cell doors. Jerry drove back to Sonia's house and parked the car in the garage. She found Andy and BJ just finishing up, and they'd done far more than surface clean. They had the place just about up to the old Sonia standards in record time. She filled them in while they worked together to fold a final load of laundry and run the vacuum around the master bedroom. She reassured them. Dr. Calais was very kind, very sensitive, and Sonia was safe and could begin healing. In fact, Jerry was more convincing to them than she was to herself. Jerry kept having visions of Sonia sitting on the couch, blankly staring at the TV while biting off her nails and tugging on her hair for 2 long weeks, while her friends assumed she was simply responding to new medication with grogginess, lethargy. It must have been such a lonely, frightening time for her. Finally, Jerry went home, emotionally depleted. When she walked in the front door, she was met with complete silence. She walked farther into the house. No one seemed to be around. She went through the kitchen and found Phil in the office he'd only visited for the past several weeks. He was using the computer rather than his laptop. He swiveled his chair around to face her as she stood in the doorway. "Where is everyone?"
she asked him. "Jed's at Tracy's for a while. We talked for an hour this morning. He's repentant and maybe 1 degree smarter. Jesse was up for a while, had something to eat, and went back to bed. And Matt's down the street playing ball with his friends. You get everything taken care of at Sonia's?"
"Not really," she said, shaking her head.
"No, the house is clean now. Laundry done. But I had to take Sonia to the hospital. They're admitting her for a couple of weeks, maybe a month. She's...
Jerry dropped her chin, looking down. Phil stood and came toward her.
"What happened?"
She lifted her eyes and a large tear spilled over.
"She cracked. Went completely over the edge when George... God, Phil..."
She gasped with sobs that begged to be torn free, that when facing the best friend she'd had in her lifetime, she could no longer rein in.
"She was tearing out big hunks of her hair."
"Oh, honey," he said, pulling her into his arms. She leaned against him and cried hard tears, and he pulled her back into the room and down onto his lap. He held her, and for a few minutes all she did was cry against his shoulder, his arms around her, reminding her so painfully that this was where she'd always found safety and ballast. Because of that, she started to wrestle free.
"I can't do this. I can't."
But he pulled her back.
"It's okay, Jerry. It's okay to do this. It doesn't commit you to anything to let me comfort you a little." "Oh, God,"
she said, crumbling against him.
"Oh, God, you'll just confuse me."
"Stop it," he said, holding her.
"You were never confused about this. I come to you when things are bad. You come to me. That's how it is with us, no matter what else is happening." "No,"
she said.
"It's not the same as it was."
"Stop it," he said.
"This is the same as it was. Honey, I'm so sorry about your friend."
She felt his hand stroking her back while she cried, and she remembered. She'd always depended on him in her very worst moments, and he'd never let her down, even when there had been someone else. But she forced that out of her mind and stayed right where she was, burying her face into his neck, smelling him, feeling him. And he did what he'd always known how to do. Made her feel that everything was going to be all right. Given her state, she decided the illusion was worth the risk. Chapter 7. After spending most of the day at Sonia's house, Andy had to rush around. She'd done her own house cleaning, but not her primping and cooking. She felt strangely nervous, and the whole time she was showering, choosing clothes, fixing her makeup and hair, she had one thought. It's just Bob. But it was also Beau. Surely he'd know it was okay to bring Beau. And while it hadn't been very long since she'd seen Bob, she was positively elated that he was coming back to take pictures and join her for dinner. They would tell stories and laugh, and hopefully he'd be in no rush to leave. She couldn't quite figure out what it was that had her so completely enchanted by him. He certainly wasn't her usual type of man. But she hadn't had a real male friend in longer than she could remember. There was something about a man's perspective on things. Not just any man's perspective, but Bob's. He was so deeply honest and guileless. He seemed innocent, but he wasn't. He'd certainly shouldered some of life's harsher blows. He'd lost a woman he loved. Yet he was the most understanding and forgiving man she'd ever known. Conversations with him were soothing and warm and exactly what she needed. But there was something she couldn't put her finger on. Spirit, maybe. Or soul. He was so right with himself. He was alone with only that one brief relationship to report and had every reason to be grumpy, bitter. but he actually appeared grateful he'd had his wife in his life. Anyone else would have been hurt and angry. Andy wanted to know how he did that. How did he turn his heartaches into blessings? She was very careful with how she staged the evening. Casual place settings, plenty of light and no candles. Hearty food for a hearty man. She didn't want him to get the wrong idea. She was absolutely going to make a play for him, but for his friendship, nothing more. This was Bob, just an ordinary guy and not some young stud. She wanted to keep him in her life because he made her feel so full when he was around. But it would be cruel to mislead him, have him question her motives. He mustn't feel seduced. If that happened, they'd have to talk it out, get their boundaries back, and she knew she might lose him in the process. But when she opened the door to him, she hugged him. She was so startled by her own reaction, she jumped back before he could return the hug. "Well," he said, grinning, "wasn't that nice?" "I'm sorry. I think I really missed having you around." "Don't be sorry. Been a while since a pretty young girl hugged me." "Bob," she laughed. "I'm not a young girl. I hate to admit it, but I'm actually a middle-aged woman." She crouched down to give Beau a proper welcome, scratching behind his ears. "Oh, thank goodness. I was afraid you might not bring him." "I thought about leaving him home. But then he pouts when he's left behind, and he does like it here. He's had dinner." "I'd have been so disappointed if you hadn't brought him." She straightened. "Hurry up, take your pictures so we can just relax." He came in, saw that the kitchen table, not the formal dining room table, was set for two. "Aw, you couldn't get an appointment with your boy?" "Oh, I started out with a commitment from him. But his life went to hell in one night and he ran scared," Andy said. Bob looked at her, lifted his eyebrows, and waited. "He was here last night, got together with his best friend, and they smoked a couple of joints in the park. The police cited them, and Noel came home stoned with a ticket in his pocket." "Oh, boy," Bob said. "He's 19, right? Isn't it amazing that 19 doesn't make them all that much smarter than 17? "Or 15, she said. "I made us a brisket." She looked over at Beau, sitting patiently in front of the sink, waiting for his biscuit. "Oh, did I forget something?" she asked, going to him. Bob pulled a small digital camera out of his pocket and began snapping pictures quickly, from various angles. "You're spoiling him, and you're going to make him fat like me." "You're not fat," she said. "You're perfect. Generous." "You're generous," he laughed. "It smells pretty good in here." "It is good. I know how to make about 3 things, and if you eat all your dinner, I bought dessert." "Oh, Beau," he said, bending to the dog. "Andy likes to spoil us." Then he turned to Andy. "I'm sorry Noel isn't here. I'd looked forward to getting to know him a little. He seems like such a nice kid." "He's a great kid. When I think about what I put him through, I shudder. And he's been so good. It was nice of him not to get completely screwed up." "You put him through?" Bob said, still snapping his pictures. "Well, it was the 2 of us for a long time after Rick left. Until Rick got himself resettled with the new wife. And a baby. They had a baby right away and another child right after that. Then, later, I dated a lot. That can't be very easy on a young boy, although I was careful about it. No one spent the night if Noel was here. But then I brought Bryce into his life, and I think Bryce was less mature than my son. There were so many fights, mine and Bryce's fights with Noel, the poor kid." Bob slipped his camera into his pocket. "You taking the blame for that, Andy?" "Well, he's my son," she said with a shrug. "It's my job to protect him, to do my best by him, you know?" "He's a nice kid, Andy. I'd say you did just fine." "Except for the pot," she added. "I smoked a little pot in college. I mean, I didn't want to, but it was Berkeley. It was the law.
Then he grinned. God, that was a long time ago. Kinda makes me nostalgic.
Don't get any ideas about getting high with my son, she teased.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm so dull I don't have a vice left.
How about alcohol? You hang on to that vice? Because I have cold beer and a nice bottle of red wine.
I admit, I'm weak when it comes to a cold beer, he said.
Let's take one out to the patio, she said. The weather's so perfect. Chilled glass?
Bottle or can, Andy. I'm pretty low maintenance. By the way, this is awful special. You cooking. I must have done okay on the kitchen.
She pulled a couple of bottles out of the new fridge. Yeah, she said, smiling to herself. You did a good job on the kitchen. They sat outside and talked about his growing up outside Santa Rosa on a farm, and her growing up south, in San Luis Obispo, an only child like Noel. Her mother passed when she was only 25. That was especially hard. But her father was alive and well and in excellent health. Bob asked about Noel as a baby and young boy. She asked about his sisters. There were 3, only one of whom stayed in California. They talked so long the brisket almost burned. The mashed potatoes were packaged, the vegetables frozen, the rolls from the bakery. But Bob seemed thrilled. He dug right in. Of course, Bob also seemed like the kind of guy who'd have been honored if she served him up a charred brisket. She poured glasses of Cabernet to go with the red meat and sat. I want to hear more about you and your wife, she said.
There's not much to tell, Andy. I think we were just friends. Literally.
Were you in love with her? She asked.
Oh, yes, he said. I adored her. Still do. It was over 10 years ago I met her, through a dating service, if you can believe that. My sister made me do it. In fact, she filled out the forms.
He laughed and shook his head.
I guess she knew I'd never do anything under my own power. She was probably afraid of being stuck with me for life. So I met Wendy, and she was young, pretty, incredibly smart. And she liked me. All the blood rushed out of my head and didn't reoxygenate my brain for 2 years. I'll probably always love that girl. But that's pretty much beside the point.
Okay, this is probably the wine talking, but didn't you know during sex?
He didn't blush, didn't shy away. He was so straightforward, even on delicate subjects. No, I mean, I could tell she wasn't loving it, but I didn't know much about women. I assumed I wasn't very good at it. He frowned slightly. Is it wrong for me to talk about this? He asked her. She shook her head.
No, she said. Something inside her needed to know.
Well, I kept asking her to guide me, lead me, show me, or tell me what felt good. But she just couldn't. I thought she was awfully shy, but later realized she wasn't shy at any other time. She went along with it, but it was obvious she didn't enjoy it at all.
During their conversation, something changed for Andy. She noticed the little bit of slightly graying hair popping out of Bob's open shirt, and the sweet, faraway look in his eyes when he spoke, softly, about being willing to do anything to please his wife. Elbows braced on the table, hands clasped together, he gently opened and closed his fingers, and she felt a shiver run through her. She found herself imagining those big, sweet arms around her, those large hands touching her, his wonderful voice asking her what she'd like. I'm losing my mind. Maybe the wine is way more potent than usual, she thought.
Of course, after the facts were in, I understood. There wasn't anything I could do. It just wasn't meant to be. Sometimes I'm real disappointed about that, but I also know it's no one's fault.
At least you never blamed yourself, she said.
I did for a while, he admitted. I don't know that there's anything harder than wanting someone when she wants someone else. It's all about chemistry, I guess. We had the right chemistry for some things, but not for all things.
Andy recognized the stirring within her. She was getting turned on by a 53-year-old balding carpenter with the most beautiful hands, sparkling eyes, incredible smile, and sweet face. There is something seriously wrong with me. I'm just a sex-starved nutcase. But the way his voice lulled her, his gentle spirit soothed her, she wanted to fold into his body like warm clay molded to him. She wanted to hear that soft, seductive voice talk her through lovemaking, tenderly asking how he could please her. I am totally nuts, she thought. I adore him. He turns me on. And tomorrow I'm going to be beet red all day long just thinking about what I've been thinking about. Bob, you shouldn't give up. I bet there's a woman out there for you who's not a lesbian, she said. I mean, you're a sweet, attractive man. He laughed at her.
You think so, huh? I don't mind. My life's pretty good. I like what I do. I have a great family.
But really?
Tell me what it's like, dating, he said, surprising her. I haven't done much of that. I know I should have, but I never did.
Well, it can be very disappointing, she said truthfully. It's meeting someone, getting hopeful, checking them over, and deciding if they meet the basic criteria, and then it's like trying to put a round peg in a square hole. You try them out at dinner, with your friends, with your family, in bed, always hoping this time it will work. If one of these things clicks, you might have someone you can... Her voice drifted off.
You can... he prompted.
Someone who fits you just right. Someone you feel you belong with. Trust. I don't mean just trust to be faithful, but someone you trust with your feelings. Someone who will always be there for you and have your well-being as a priority, while you have his well-being as a priority. Someone you never doubt. Someone you understand. I'd say true love, but it's more than that. It's one of those symbiotic relationships that makes no sense to anyone but the two of you. I thought I was getting close to it twice, and I was wrong. And I thought my best friend Jerry had it. Then her marriage started to fall apart after almost 25 years.
Oh, that's so sad.
It turns out he had an affair.
Bob shook his head. We're such fallible creatures.
I think I have that syndrome. You know, they used to call it the Cinderella syndrome. A totally bogus fantasy of being rescued by a handsome prince and living happily ever after.
I don't know that it's so bogus. I bet it happens for some people.
But you don't have that illusion, do you, Bob?
Well, I'm different,
he said, smiling.
I've accepted myself the way I am. Just not the kind of guy who's going to have a woman fall madly in love with him. I mean, even my wife, who I know loves me, chose me because I was safe, harmless.
And kind and sweet and gentle and earnest, Andy thought. Suddenly she wanted to get up, walk him to the door, enjoy her kitchen, and forget this insanity before someone came after her with a net.
But Andy, it's not exactly over for you, he said. You're a beautiful young woman.
She laughed. But remember, I'm twice burned. Believing in someone and having them fail you completely is very painful. I think it's smarter for me to learn to live as you do. Happy with my life as it is. It's not a bad life after all.
Wanting what you have versus getting what you want, he said.
What did you say?
She asked. Wanting what you have versus getting what you want.
She was quiet a moment. That's brilliant. Where did you get that?
I don't know. A long time ago, standing in the bookstore, I had an epiphany. There were books on how to get everything, and books right next to them on learning to live simply with less. There were books on losing weight next to books on how to be fat and happy. And I thought, no one knows anything. No one knows the answer. Whether it's believing you can have it all or believing having it all would be too cumbersome. I realized being happy doesn't have anything to do with things. It's all a state of mind. You shouldn't ask me, Andy. I don't strive for anything. I think contentment is addictive.
God, she said. If only I could be content with what I have. That would give me such peace of mind, she thought.
Lao Tzu said, to know when you have enough is to be rich beyond all measure. He grinned. Philosophy major.
Whatever you have, Bob, I want some of it.
Be careful what you wish for, he said, laughing. They talked through dessert and coffee. I should probably get going, Bob said.
So soon? She asked.
Andy, I've been here 4 hours, but it sure was fun. Thank you.
Do you have to go? She asked in spite of herself.
I start pretty early tomorrow morning, he said, standing. Can I help with the cleanup?
No, absolutely not. She rose too, but reluctantly. I'll need something to do to wind down from the evening.
Wind down? He laughed. Did I get you revved up? We didn't play football or anything. He reached across the table and took her hand. Really, it was great.
It was, she agreed. He called to Bo and walked to the door. He turned, and Andy spontaneously put her arms around him and laid her head on his chest. Slowly, perhaps doubtfully, he let his arms close around her, and she couldn't remember ever feeling so comfortable, so protected and nurtured. She felt his lips touch the top of her head in a small, friendly kiss, and her heart leaped. She lifted her head and looked at him. "Stay a little while," she whispered. "Just sit on the couch with me for a little while." He smiled at her, ran a rough finger over her cheek.
"Feeling a little lonely?" he asked.
"No," she almost said. "Not lonely. Nothing as innocuous as that." But all she did was shrug and lead him into the living room, which was dark. She sat and pulled him down beside her, then put herself into his embrace again, her head on his shoulder. His arm was around her, and he stroked her curly hair, combing it with his fingers. She smiled, seeing Bo sitting by the door, waiting patiently, watching them curiously. She sighed, lifted her head to look at Bob. She let her eyes close and pressed her lips against his. He was passive at first, letting her do this, but finally he kissed back. Then he kissed deeper, moving over her mouth with skill and desire, forcing her lips open, letting her tongue into his mouth. She put her hands on his face, pulling him harder against her, feeling his arms tighten around her. They kissed for a long, wet, breathy time, devouring each other's mouths, invading and being invaded, sighing and moaning. At length, they broke apart.
"Andy, what's happening here?"
Bob asked. "Whoa," she said. "I didn't think I'd do that. In fact, I was telling myself I shouldn't."
"Oh, Andy, I think maybe you're just feeling, needy." She shook her head.
"I don't think so. I think it's you. You and me, anyway." She ran her hands over his chest and shoulders. "You're a very good kisser."
"I don't know how that's possible," I haven't done that much kissing."
She unbuttoned his shirt a little bit and pressed her lips against his chest. Then she went to his mouth again. "Stay," she whispered.
"Oh, I don't know, Andy," he said, shaking his head. "Maybe that's not such a good idea."
"Why?" she asked. "Union rules? I'm not a client anymore."
"I don't want you to be sorry. I mean, if you're feeling, like you need a little attention, there's nothing wrong with feeling that. It's just nature. But—"
"Stay," she said. "Please."
"This is such a crazy idea."
"Please," she said again.
"Where do you want this to go?" he asked.
"To the bedroom," she said without hesitation.
"Oh man, this isn't happening to me,"
he said, pinching his eyes closed. "Yes, it is. But I want it to happen to me, too. And pretty soon." She stood from the couch and took his hand, pulling him up.
"What about your son?" he asked.
"Gone for the night."
"Oh man."
She laughed slightly. "I'll be gentle with you," she said, teasing him.
"Oh, you don't have to do that," he assured her. "Listen, I don't have anything like protection. I've never carried anything like protection."
"It's okay," she said. "We'll be fine." The bedroom was dark. Andy kicked off her shoes and flopped on the bed, but Bob moved more slowly, taking her in his arms, holding her, kissing her, pressing against her. She felt his large hand cup her bottom and pull her against him, and she groaned.
"You sure about this?" he asked.
"Oh, yes."
"Oh, man, I can't be doing this."
"Yes, you can," she said. "And do it a little faster, will you please?" He carefully unbuttoned her blouse, removed her bra, unzipped her jeans, and helped her slide them down. His hands moved so slowly all over her body, almost as if he didn't want to miss anything. And then his lips were on her, kissing her everywhere, from her cheek to her ear to her neck and shoulder. He kept whispering her name as his tongue moved from her neck to her nipples to her navel. Andy started squirming and pulling at his clothes.
"Let me," he said, and he undressed quickly. He wore goofy patterned boxers, which slid down to the floor and disappeared from Andy's sight. And there he was, what she could see of him in the dim light, compact and solid, a small patch of hair on his chest, and so much more. Bryce thought he was blessed. Ha! Bob lay back down beside her, carefully drawing her into his arms, pulling her close. She reached down, closing her hand around him, and was amazed by his size, his apparent power. Then she felt his fingers glide smoothly over her tummy and down into her. "Want to tell me what you like? Show me how to make you feel good?" he asked.
"I'll speak up if you seem to need advice," she said breathlessly. "So far, you know exactly what to do." He caressed, kissed, massaged, and then his mouth moved lower, down her body, over her breasts, across her belly. He gently pulled her legs apart and started to lick her. She almost rose off the bed. It was so erotic, so wildly sensual. She spasmed, lifting her hips against his face, crying out, gripping the coverlet in both hands, completely and instantly out of control. Her whole body trembled in an orgasm that was fast, long, and deep. When she fell back onto the bed, he released her, rising over her with a laugh that was soft, lusty, and sounding very pleased with himself. "Well, that worked pretty well," he said. "Oh, My God, she whispered, touching his face with gentle fingers. Oh my God, I didn't expect that.
Neither did I,
he said.
That was wonderful. Just wonderful.
He brushed the hair away from her face.
Want to stop now? You all taken care of?
She shook her head and spread her legs to take him in. It was his way, she realized, to move slowly, carefully, luxuriously, filling her and rocking with her in an easy, deep, rhythmic motion that felt so good. Andy thought she would lose her mind. It had been in her mind to return the favor, not have a second pleasure, but she was already headed that way. She was prepared for this to be over for him quickly, having had so little sex in his life. But it wasn't. He took her lips with his. He was so agile, and despite his size, kept his weight off her. The pressure began to build in her again, and she thrust back at him greedily, wantonly, and he moved to her pace, pumping his hips. She dug her heels into the mattress and pushed against him, and it happened again. She exploded into an orgasm so powerful it sent electric waves through her whole body, leaving her in quivering, clenching spasms. Yet he hung on, and when she was starting to come down from the experience, he grabbed her bottom with his large hands and plunged into her, enjoying his own release. And then, gently, so tenderly, held her against him, stroking her softly while she struggled to catch her breath.
"Oh, you big liar," she said. "You've obviously been having sex twice a day for years."
Huh?
"You could never have done that, lasted like that, if you were, well, you know."
He smiled.
I concentrated on baseball stats, he said. I couldn't let you down.
Okay, then you watch too much porn.
Andy, I don't watch that stuff.
He laughed.
How do you feel? Okay?
What I feel is so much bigger than okay.
He made a move as if he'd leave her body, and she grabbed his butt.
"Not yet,"
she said.
My arms are going to start to tremble pretty soon.
"Hang in there for the trembling arms," she said.
And then she laughed.
"You're amazing."
I can't be,
he said.
It's just not possible.
"Bob, you're amazing. Incredible."
Really?
"If you're as inexperienced as you say, how do you know what you know?"
Wasn't that pretty ordinary stuff?
"Nope,"
she said, shaking her head.
"You didn't take Viagra or something, did you?"
How would I guess? I might have use for something like that.
"Well, you're no kid. I mean, aren't you getting into the age where things start to go a little, you know what I mean, unreliable?"
Yeah, I think I'm getting to that age, or at least close. Funny. I always thought it was such a cheap trick that I still had erections, but lost the hair. I didn't seem to have much use for erections. I could have used hair.
"Who needs hair?"
she laughed. His arms, holding his weight, began to tremble. "Okay," she said, releasing him. He rolled over on his back, and she curled up to him.
"Oh, God," she whispered. "I think the women you work for have all had their way with you."
He laughed.
This is a first. Believe me.
She shifted, propping her head in her hand.
"Bob, I think I just took complete advantage of you."
I didn't mind too much,
he said.
Would you like me to go now?
"Go? As in leave?"
I don't want to wear out my welcome. I'm sorry, Andy. I have absolutely no idea the etiquette on... On...
Oh, how to act after a spontaneous, spectacular roll in the hay? No, I don't want you to go. I want you to stay. Can you stay?
Are you sure?
I'm so sure.
I should take Bo out. Can he borrow your backyard? Can I give him a bowl of water?
Sure. Can you be back here pretty quick?
He grinned. You bet. And then he pulled on the goofy patterned boxers and trudged barefoot out of the room. She watched his departure and smiled. He was just so cute. Andy visited the bathroom, then pulled back the covers on her bed and crawled in. It wasn't long before Bob was back, slipping in beside her. She snuggled right up to him, sighed deeply, and his softness, his calm breathing beside her, rocked her to sleep. Somewhere in the night, she felt his hands on her back, her bottom, her hips, stroking her, and she turned in his arms and gave herself to him. Again, he amazed her, took her to heights she hadn't experienced before. As she came back to earth, she said, "God bless those baseball stats." Then she curled up to him and went back to sleep. The next thing she knew, he was leaning over her, kissing her on the cheek. She opened her eyes and saw that he was dressed. She glanced at the clock. It was 5 a.m. She started to get up.
"Oh, I'll make you some coffee."
"Stay in bed, Andy. I made you some coffee. I get a real early start at the shop."
She said,
snuggling back in. "Andy," he said, "would you like me to call you sometime? Or would you like me to—" He didn't finish. She knew what he was going to ask. "Should I just go away and never bother you again?"
"I want you to call me today," she said. "Promise?"
"Sure," he said, kissing her cheek. "Thank you."
Believe me, Bob, the pleasure was all mine.
On Sunday afternoon, Jerry had let Phil help her through the upset of Sonia's hospitalization. They made pizza together for dinner before he went back to the city for a few more nights. The woman with the guest house had relented. He could move in the following weekend and leave it unpainted. Once he'd gone, and the house was again quiet, she summoned Jessie to her bedroom for another talk. Jessie had been in bed most of the day, recovering from her hangover, so this time they were able to talk about the separation without the snottiness and high drama. Jerry was so worn out from the events of the day, she was feeling quite calm. They sat together on Jerry's king-size bed, cross-legged, and talked for at least the 20th time about women's health, about birth control, STDs, about when it seemed right to be sexually active and when it could be just stupid or dangerous. Of course, Jessie already had all the facts and understood them. Jerry had made sure of that. Jessie told Jerry that she believed sex was only appropriate in a serious relationship. She'd had such a boyfriend earlier in the school year, but she confessed she'd lacked the courage to go to a family planning clinic, to face an adult and ask for birth control. Even with a social worker for a mother? Even with everything you know about how scary doing nothing can be? Jerry asked, rather astonished as her daughter merely shrugged and looked into her lap. Well, that was exactly typical of a young girl, Jerry thought. Teaching them to abstain didn't help them abstain, and teaching them to ask for birth control to prevent an unwanted pregnancy didn't drive them to the doctor's office. It was an incredibly brazen yet vulnerable time of life, so hard on the kids in so many ways. And it was so impossible for the parents to get a grip on what was going on with their kids. There were many times in Jerry's role as a caseworker that it became necessary to have a woman or a juvenile examined by a doctor with due haste. Injury, assault, molestation, the list was long and the reasons almost always unpleasant. To this end, she had developed a close relationship with a woman practitioner at a family planning clinic in Marin County, Joyce Arnold, M.D.
For better than 6 years, Jerry had been seeing Joyce for her own medical exams, and they'd become friends. She knew she could call her, get Jessie in to see her at once. "Okay, we'll go to the doctor together," Jerry said. "But our appointments will be completely separate, and you'll be alone with Dr. Arnold. She's very nice, very modern and knowledgeable, and you can talk to her about anything. Everything." Is she gonna have this whole STD conversation with me again? Because I'm kind of sick of being talked down to like that. I made sure there was a condom. "Very likely," Jerry said. "One mistake should get you grounded or your TV privileges taken away. Not dead." Doctors are pretty adamant about that, for good reason. Try to sit through it, let her talk, but ask for what you need and tell her anything you think she can help with. Your conversation with her will be confidential, and she's a pro. Anytime you need a ride there, I can chauffeur without asking personal questions. I swear. It's a promise I make to you, Jess. Sure. Okay. Now about me and Dad. The separation. Listen, I need you to try your best to understand this. I didn't throw him out. He could have refused to leave. He's a lawyer. He knows it's his right by law to live in his house. I asked him to give me some time alone, to give me space while I get some counseling. I asked him to get counseling too, and he is. Jessie, please. I'm not a bad person. I'm not being mean to your dad. This is terrible enough without you thinking that. Yeah, Jessie said, looking down. I know. It's just that, she met Jerry's gaze. It's just that this sucks. And I don't get the point. He's a screw-up and wishes he wasn't. How is he different from other guys? Jerry actually felt a smile threaten her lips. It was pretty basic logic. Her teen daughter was so brilliant, such a dimwit. He's not very different, but the situation is a little more serious than that to me. Honey, I'm the one, maybe the only one, having a hard time with what happened. I know you and Jed and maybe Matt all think I should be a big, tough girl and tell him to just be good from now on. But it's more personal than that for me. He was in someone else's body, and I'm just not ready to invite him back into my body until... Jessie covered her ears. Ew, stop. I don't want to hear about this. Of course, Jerry thought. Parents only had sex when necessary. Grandparents never had sex. In Jessie's mind, only teenagers and movie stars and rock stars and pro athletes had sex. Okay, maybe people had sex until they were 30, provided they were neither overweight nor icky, but after that, at the first sign of flab or wrinkles, it was over. It's more personal to me than a little mistake I can just overlook. But I didn't throw him out. He agreed to a separation and counseling. We both love you, want to be there for you through everything. And goddammit, Jess, we're doing the best we can. Cut us some slack. We can't work on the marriage while you kids are going out of your minds. Yeah, okay, Jessie said. Then she shrugged. Whatever. I'm so mad about what you did last night, Jerry told her. Yeah, I know. It could have been so dangerous. You were compromised by alcohol. You could have been assaulted. And I know there was drunk driving involved. Those boys shouldn't have been driving. You're just damn lucky all around. It was more stupid than dangerous, Jessie said. I mean, going with them. The driving part, you're probably right. One of them only had 2 beers, he said. But they're just a bunch of idiots, and believe me, I'm not going to be out with them ever again. Correct. You're grounded. You won't be going out weeknights at all, and weekends will be an early curfew. And I will double-check where you're going. If you break curfew or lie to me, you'll be grounded for life. Yeah, fine, she said without argument. I expected that. And Mom, get this thing with Daddy fixed up, huh? It sucks around here. This thing with Daddy. If only it was just a little thing with Daddy. On Monday morning, Jerry spent a long time in front of the mirror. Only 5 years ago, she thought of herself as a woman who was holding up damn well. A decent-looking woman for her age. She was tall and slim, had high cheekbones, a nice arch in her brows, straight white teeth, and a wide smile. Not many women could wear their hair cut so short, but she had the perfect oval face for it. Phil always told her it was sexy as hell. And now she was conscious of every flaw. Her eyelids had drooped, laugh lines put frames around her mouth, and there was something she'd never even thought about. Back fat. Where the hell had that come from? That roll above the back of her bra. She could wear a low-back dress well into her 40s, but no more. Her breasts sagged, and she had too much flesh. But she wasn't sure when all this had happened. It had been happening. It just hadn't seemed that important. She leaned toward the mirror and pulled back on her facial skin, considering a little surgery. Maybe just the eyes and jaw. Perhaps the neck. After Jessie had her appointment with Dr. Arnold, Jerry took to the examination table in a gown. "What's up with you?" Joyce asked. "It isn't time for your annual just yet." "Menopause. I'm struggling. Hot flashes, the usual crap." "You've been trying to make do with all the natural aids, trying to avoid hormone replacement," the doctor said, reading the chart. "I've swallowed so many herbs, when I burp I taste grass." "I worry," Jerry said. "My mother died of uterine cancer." "I know. That doesn't necessarily make you high risk. Years ago, when women took estrogen without progesterone, we saw a lot more of that. Let's at least do a blood panel, get some hormone levels, and—" "My husband had an affair," Jerry blurted. Joyce looked up from the chart, startled. "Because of menopause?" she asked. "It was over 5 years ago, but still—" Joyce put the chart aside. "Okay, so you have menopause issues in addition to this, correct? Is it my looks? I'm looking so much older. I'm starting to age fast. I'm grumpy. Goddamn Phil isn't aging, or he's aging well." "It wasn't your looks 5 years ago, and it's not your looks now," Joyce said, leaning toward her. "You're a fine-looking woman, very attractive, very fit, very sharp. Please, struggle to remember, brains and wit are sexy." "But I can't compete with those young city lawyers," Jerry said. "I've gotten the message it was a lot about sex. The sex in our marriage was waning a long while back, but I thought that was normal." "It is for some people," Joyce said with a shrug. "It's not necessarily a given. A large number of my patients are sexually active well past 50, and 60, but now I have a vagina like sandpaper and it hurts. I heat up about once an hour, leave the sheets damp. I'm uncomfortable, haven't felt sexy in years, and yes, I've run out of natural remedies." Joyce looked down, shook her head, and moved back to her stool. She sat looking up at Jerry. "If you feel like telling me, how are you handling it? This thing with Phil?" "It's like it's my fault," Jerry said. "My fault he was driven to an affair. My fault I found out. If I hadn't found out, we'd be the same. Now we'll never be the same." "You okay?" "Hell no. I'm so far from okay, I'm not sure which end is up." "Need an antidepressant?" "I know you don't need a physical exam." "I need someone to tell me what I should be doing," Jerry said angrily. "I asked him to move out, get counseling. I'm getting counseling, and it's not good counseling.
I get better counseling from my next-door neighbor." She shook her head. "I feel like I never met this counselor before, and I've known her for 8 years. We're not accomplishing anything." "Well," she said, giving a sniff but managing to keep her eyes dry, "we're keeping the tissue industry in business." She took a breath. "Joyce, how do other women deal with this? I have to know." "Oh, shit. In a million ways. Some work on getting their husbands back. Some leave them. Some shoot them in their sleep. Some ignore it and carry on. I don't think you and Phil are going to be able to do any of those things. He's been gone for weeks, though he's around when I need him for the kids. The kids want him home, need him home, and I can't share a bathroom with him. I can't. I can't do his laundry. Half the time I want to torch his clothes. I'm trying to get past the anger, if only for the kids, but I hate him for what he did to us." "So, that waning sex drive, that okay with you?" Joyce asked. "I never even noticed," Jerry said. "Well, I barely noticed." "You talked about it? With Phil?" "I didn't know there was anything to talk about. We've always done a lot of talking about everything, but that didn't come up, so I thought it wasn't an issue." "And the menopause symptoms? Really getting to you, huh?" "Oh, yeah. Some of my friends glide right through it, but I'm not. You know you're flashing when your bra is wet, when your scalp is wet and your hair goes flat. Throw in an extramarital affair and it's like the bottom's falling out." "Let's try something. We'll get a blood panel, see where you are, and try some bioidentical hormone replacement, used in the form of creams. We can start with a low dose, see if you get some relief. Some women have good results. And I'm going to give you a tube of cream with testosterone in it. You can apply it anywhere the sun don't shine. Try the inside of your thighs every evening before bed. See if you begin to develop a libido. And in case you do and want to enjoy it, I'll fix you up with some lubricant that'll make you much more comfortable. Now? Right now, I don't want to sleep with him." "Then you won't," the doctor said easily. "On the other hand, if you decide you do want to, he's still your husband, right? That could really screw up my potential divorce. I don't want to give him false hope." "But," Jerry thought, "the truth is, I don't want to give myself false hope." "Jerry, I'm going to be frank," Joyce said. "You don't have to give up sex yet. Remember how much fun it was in your younger days? A lot of women are still having fun at your age." She shrugged. "Some are lying back and thinking of England for a few minutes a couple of times a week, but some are having hot sex. Women in their 50s often rediscover that part of life. It's pretty common, in fact." "I don't think I'm one of the hot sex girls," Jerry said. "Maybe not. That's not confirmed yet. After talking with my patients, I'm convinced the ones who don't use it, lose it. Seriously, women who used lubricant for intercourse in their 40s because they had to are having fun with it in their 50s, 60s. Whatever the case may be, in a marriage it helps if you can assess each other's needs." "Honestly, I didn't know these needs existed." "Yes, you did," Joyce said, straight out, pinning it on her one more time. "You did. You know you did." "I didn't," Jerry said angrily. Joyce took a breath. "I attended this seminar once. We had workbooks and completed little homework assignments before each weekly workshop. They were silly little things that I thought were such a waste of my valuable time. One assignment was to go to your closet and take out the one outfit you know looks terrible on you and get rid of it. And I thought, I don't have an outfit like that. And who cares? I wear scrubs most of the time. Obviously, my reaction was common because the next sentence said, "Yes, you do, and you know it. Go take it out of the closet and get rid of it." So I went to my closet and pulled out this beige outfit that made me look sick and fat.
I'd spent a lot of money on it, and I was determined that eventually it would look as good on me as it had on the mannequin. But I threw it out, because even though I didn't want to admit it, I knew. In fact, I'd always known. She's right, Jerry thought. If she was truly honest with herself, she did know Phil was still interested in having sex with her. He'd made overtures from time to time. Not often, not desperately, not like a man driven. Certainly not like a man about to put those moves on someone else. All she'd had to do was tell him she was too tired or too moody or too menopausal, and he'd roll right over. He's snoring in 60 seconds. Now and then she took pity on him and gave in, hoping he'd hurry up. She didn't want to think about what kind of passive, disinterested partner she'd been on those occasions. She sighed. So, a little hormonal help. Lubricant. And that's your prescription? I'm going to examine you, run some tests for STDs just to be safe, even though the affair was years ago and you have no symptoms. And I think you should try to talk to him. See if you can zero in on what's worked well for you as a couple. What hasn't worked so well? Even in the closest marriages, it's hard for couples to discuss their more personal needs. Cravings. It might have been quite easy for you to avoid subjects like that, and never even know you were becoming less close. Every time we start a conversation, it ends in a fight. That's so? Then one of you is dropping the bait. Could be him, trying to get you to take the rap. Could be you, letting him know just how angry you are. Is that the best you can do? Because I already know that. And you already know that gynecologically, medically, biologically, a sex drive is a powerful force in nature. It'll make your beloved pet turn on you and maul you because he's picked up the mating scent. It'll cause animals to fight to the death. It could cause a good man to wander, even if that's not what he wants to do. Good women, too, for that matter. You owe it to yourself to find out what you're dealing with. Look the other way. Be understanding and forgiving? I don't know, Phil. Is he a good man? Or is he just another bastard who cheats whenever he gets the chance? Whenever there's an opportunity? Was he looking for sex, or was there more to the story? There's nothing Phil can say to me that will convince me there was a good reason to have an affair, Jerry said. I imagine not. Can I tell you one more thing? Orgasms are very healthy. They're great mood stabilizers, tension relievers. If you can't find it in yourself to enjoy that aspect of marriage, you can still indulge in orgasms. There's more than one way to skin that cat. Jerry sighed deeply. I don't think I'm going to be cured by an orgasm. I didn't mean to suggest that. But the waning sex drive, the affair, the discomfort of menopause. Jerry, you're a counselor. See if you can find out what happened to you and your husband. I always thought he was ethical, if nothing else. Moral. I'm not thinking that way right now, and it's painful. I don't feel like giving him a break. Joyce grinned. I didn't suggest you couldn't leave a bruise or two. I mean, he was a bad boy, right? Try not to hurt yourself in the process. Can this marriage be saved? Jerry said sarcastically. If you walk away, be absolutely sure you're burying something that was dead. Chapter 8. Sidney Calais was filing some charts in the office she shared with 2 other psychiatrists at Glendale Psychiatric. Sonia walked into the office, and the doctor looked up with a smile. Well, it looks as if you're feeling much better today, she said. Please, have a seat. Give me a moment. Sonia sat in the chair that faced the desk. She noticed that Dr. Calais had some chimes hanging in the corner of her office. A miniature waterfall on top of the filing cabinet. She made a face, seeing these artifacts that once meant so much to her. The upscale private facility was only partially covered by insurance, but George was taking care of the rest. It didn't bother Sonia that George was stuck with the bill, yet it made her angry that, without his benevolence, she'd be in some state hospital sharing a ward with 8 other patients, eating food off a metal tray instead of china. Sonia had never made a good living, not even before George. She'd always dabbled in things that interested her, was satisfied to live at home with her parents until she married. She'd immersed herself in those things that fascinated her, soothed her, subjects reputed to bring health, light, peace, serenity, and balance to one's life. Now she felt she'd been tricked, wasted her time. Dr. Kalle sat behind the desk, folded her hands atop Sonia's chart, and smiled. "This isn't a therapy session, Sonia. Just a medical evaluation. So, you're looking good. So much better." "I don't feel much better," she said with a shrug. "In fact, I think I feel even worse." "Tell me about that," the doctor said. "What doesn't feel better?" "I'm crying like an idiot in group sessions," Sonia said. "I hate crying in front of people. I didn't do that much crying before." "Crying about failing George, failing at marriage, falling apart, going crazy in front of my friends, finding out I've just been deluding myself about everything." "Grieving," the doctor said. "It's painful but important work." "And what was I doing before?" Sonia asked. "Not grieving," she answered. "You couldn't grieve, so you shut down emotionally, mentally, refusing to feel." "So, I did that to myself on purpose?" "Of course not. You did it on instinct, because feeling was very painful for you. Your mind and nervous system took over to protect you. If we could look way back, we might find instances in your childhood that were so traumatic, your system perfected a way to take over, keep you safe from feelings that could be dangerous to you." "On the other hand," she said with a shrug, "there might be a DNA pattern in your family tree, a history of depression or something similar, that provided a natural pathway to your mind's ability to drift into that state." "My aunt committed suicide," Sonia said, looking down. "I never knew her, though." "A possible link to a family history of depression, but not necessarily confirmed." "My lymph nodes have been swollen," Sonia said. "Like I'm coming down with something." "I read this in your chart. I don't think it's due to illness, Sonia. I'm pretty sure it's a reaction to your medication, and I'd like to ride it out for a while. It might pass. If it doesn't, we'll try something else. However, you're responding to the medication in a very positive way." "I never took drugs before, for anything. Everything's been natural." "The drugs you're taking are also natural, not synthetic," the doctor said. "Everything in nature has great power. Homeopathic remedies can be very effective, but they can also be lethal, depending on the dose, the combination, the prescriptionist." Sonia waved an impatient hand. "Medical doctors. Always the same drill." "Oh, you might be wrong about that. That's often a correct assumption, but not always. For example, I visited a Chinese herbalist in San Francisco. She's been tremendous in helping with my allergies." She laughed. "She has many remedies for everything from aging to liver cleansing. She looks like bloody hell herself, which makes me wonder. It can be a leap of faith with natural herbalists, with physicians." Sonia leaned forward. "Who?" she asked. Dr. Kalle shook her head. "No," she said. "I wouldn't make a referral like that. We're really here about another matter."
A relatively simple matter. Clinical depression. By now you've learned you're hardly alone. In fact, I would consider you fortunate. You seem to be responding to medication, despite the lymph nodes. Have you any idea the number of patients who don't?
I'm catching on, Sonia said. There are people in my group sessions who've been hospitalized several times.
Does that worry you?
Of course, she said. I don't want to be a high-risk patient.
I'm not concerned about that, the doctor said. Would you like to know why?
Yes, please.
A combination of reasons. You haven't had a previous breakdown like that in your adult lifetime, unless you're holding back information that could be pertinent. There's no pattern. I don't see any kind of toxic use of natural remedies in the list of herbs, roots, and plants you used in your diet. Your break from reality was terrifying and seemed endless to you. But, in the great scheme of things, it was relatively short, thanks to your early intervention. And your response to medical treatment was immediate. You've been lucky, and I'm optimistic. But it's going to be entirely up to you to continue making progress toward health and to do what's necessary to avoid relapses.
Then why do I feel so bad, so hopeless? Sonia asked, her eyes round, her expression beseeching.
Because, Sonia, you're grieving so many things. It will pass, but there seems to be a structure to grief.
I know, she said. We go over this at least 3 times a day in group. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance.
But, Sonia, people don't always go through these stages in order. Many people skip a step, or combine stages, or even go through them so quickly it appears they haven't grieved at all. It's very individual.
I heard that, yes. I still don't know what I did.
Of course you do. Denial and depression. You don't like to show anger. The anger was buried, and there was no bargaining. Your life was changed in an instant, and there was nothing in your imagination that could change it back. Nothing you could trade. Add to that, for whatever reason, your depression was complete and dangerous, almost like it had been sitting there, waiting. Fortunately, we have tools now. We can help.
That means I still have steps to go through? She asked.
We don't know that, the doctor said. People actually do skip steps in the progression. Or maybe the progression is just a rough map that isn't always carved in stone. All I ask of you right now is that you allow yourself, with the help of medication, to feel. And report the feelings in your group sessions. Your group leaders and counselor keep good notes.
I hate that, Sonia said. Them writing down things about how I'm doing and not knowing what they say.
They say very encouraging things, Dr. Calais said, smiling. You're an A+ student. Just keep moving ahead. You're doing so well. Not such a hard task, really.
Sonia was quiet a long moment. I always thought I knew exactly what to do. Exactly what was right. I studied. I took courses, attended seminars, worked so hard, practiced such discipline, and I didn't expect big things. I wasn't looking for miracles, just balance, just a life that worked, physically and mentally. My husband and my friends, they considered me radical, but I wasn't. I was just
a person who feared loss of control, the doctor inserted. It's common for absolutely everyone, not just patients in a psychiatric facility.
Suddenly, Sonia's eyes widened dramatically. Oh my God! Was I trying to control George?
Perhaps, Dr. Calais said with a shrug. Or Perhaps you were controlling your own life, of which George has been a significant part. That's why you go to therapy, Sonia. All you have to do is gain an understanding of your responses, and you can choose alternate paths that work better for you.
Wow, she said, sitting back. She thought for a moment, and then said, You have the chimes, the waterfall. You visit an herbalist. Why? Dr. Calais smiled.
Comfort. Personal taste.
Is your house filled with stuff like that?
I have a 6-foot-tall waterfall in the courtyard outside my office at home. It's wonderful for me. I love the sound of cascading water. My husband has a very large statue of the Virgin Mary in his. He's Mexican, Catholic. We have very few beliefs in common, just the ancient ones that descend from his Aztec roots and my Islamic ancestors, none of which includes waterfalls or Blessed Virgins.
Really? Sonia said, kind of wonderstruck, impressed that two people from such different worlds could accept each other like that. Dr. Calais leaned forward.
I'm sorry. You have so many adjustments to make, so much hard emotional work to do, but I'm very proud of your progress. Just a couple of weeks, and look how far you've come, she said, paging through the chart. You're eating and sleeping better, responding in group. It's so much advancement in a short period of time. Even so, I want you to agree to stay longer, at least the full 30 days. I recommend that, but you realize you're here by your own will and can check out whenever you like. In order to commit you involuntarily, it would require a life-threatening situation and a court order. I'm so glad we didn't have to act on something as alarming as that.
30 days? She asked weakly, though she'd known from the beginning it could come to that. I miss my house, my bed.
I know, the doctor said. I would too.
And it's very expensive here, isn't it? I talked to some of the others. Some patients have been in other, less fancy hospitals. It's hard to get in here. Hard to afford.
Correct, the doctor said. Your husband has good insurance, and in addition has guaranteed payment for your stay, no matter how long. You're very fortunate.
I suppose, she said. That's kind of hard to swallow.
Is it?
Dr. Calais asked. Of course, Sonia said. I really don't like George spending a lot of money on something like this.
Are you concerned about his finances?
Concerned? She asked with a short laugh. Oh, God, not at all. George is actually rich, though you'd never know it. He lives pretty cheaply, but that's because he's hooked on investing. He has a lot more fun looking at a portfolio balance than spending money on something expensive, extravagant, or entertaining. It's just that if this is good for me, something I need, I'd like to be able to afford it myself. And I can't. Dr. Calais folded her hands and smiled.
It's beyond most of us, Sonia. It would be very difficult for me as well. But apparently it's not a burden for George. I don't think you have to take on that worry.
Sonia let out a laugh. Oh, believe me, I'm not. I'm just sorry I'm not successful. I never learned how to be successful. That comes in handy, especially in emergencies.
Absolutely, Dr. Calais said. But then there are many definitions of success.
Yeah, I get that. But George's is to throw money at his problems, and right now I'm the problem he's trying to make go away. He's just a sleazy, passive-aggressive cocksucker in a business suit, and I hate him. Dr. Calais was shocked enough that it showed in her posture, her startled expression. But then the expression melted into a grin. Not the usual soft, patient, sensitive smile, but a large grin that showed her beautiful teeth. "Well now," she said. "Perhaps we won't skip the anger stage after all." A few minor changes brought some stability to the Gilbert home. Phil was living closer and thus spending more time around the house. Jessie was grounded, so there was no panic about whether she'd be getting into mischief. Sonia was in the hospital, and without Phil to wake the kids in the morning, Jerry was going into her office a little later. Even though it pushed Andy for time in the morning, they moved their power walk to 6:30 rather than 6. 30 minutes of extra sleep felt like all the difference. "I hate to admit this," Jerry told Andy, "but I think the hormones are helping. I'm on the lowest dose, but rather than a hot flash an hour, it's more like 2 a day." "And you feel more stable mood-wise?" "I haven't opened fire on anyone in a couple of weeks," she said with a laugh. "Seriously, that might not be the hormones. I have Phil right down the street, much more available, and the kids are mysteriously well-behaved. Besides, if you ask Phil, I've always been a loose cannon mood-wise. He's been on something for 25 years, I swear to God. I mean, what's he got to be so pleasant about, huh?" "He's spending more time around the house?" Andy asked. "Sort of. If I have to work late, he can usually get to the house by 6 or 7, and when he's tied up, I'm there. He comes over a lot of evenings just to use the office, rather than being stuck with his laptop. He comes for dinner sometimes. Sometimes he brings food, gets in a little time with the kids. He can stay longer since he doesn't have to drive back to the city. And we haven't been fighting much. It's almost like living together, but not living together." "How's the counseling going?" Andy asked. "Top secret," Jerry said. "I quit. We can't let Phil know. He'll think he can quit. I'm not letting him off that easy." "Why'd you quit?" Andy asked, surprised. "She wouldn't stick to the issues," Jerry said with a shrug. "I needed to talk about my relationship with Phil, how things got derailed, and she wanted to go back to my childhood, my parents' type of discipline, earlier relationships, all kinds of stuff that don't apply." "Are you sure they don't?" "Well, maybe there's some stuff in there that could be looked at, but I've had a lot of counseling before now. It's a job requirement. Believe me, I'm all caught up on childhood traumas, grief and anger, etc. I have a husband problem. At least I had one 7 years ago, whether I knew it or not. Things are almost normal at our house these days. I'm thinking of going out on a limb and asking him if he'd like to have an evening out, away from the house and kids. See if we can talk about the future without fighting." "Sounds like there might be a reconciliation in the wind," Andy said. "I love Phil. That's why the idea of another woman has been so hard. It's like there was a gap in our relationship that he had to fill with someone else, and I didn't know about it beforehand, when I had a chance to face up to it, do something about it. How am I supposed to handle that?" "But you seem to have some ideas now. What was missing?" Andy said. "He told you he was tempted. He didn't want to be done with his sex life, and you're the first to admit that it was a low priority with you." "Yeah, but that's after the fact. The problem is I didn't stand a chance. He never said it was something he needed us to work on. I mean, come on. I can be honest, yes, there were times he suggested sex and I made excuses, but he accepted them so easily it was like it hadn't really been that important to him. Maybe I'm not the hot ticket I was when he married me, but I've always listened to what Phil had to say. We've always been able to figure things out, compromise. But instead of making himself heard, he went outside the marriage, screwed around. I'm not a fucking clairvoyant." Staring straight ahead and walking fast, Jerry's voice became a little warbly. "I want him home so bad," she said. "But not unless I can be sure he can level with me, be honest about his feelings, and faithful. My God, I have to believe he'll be faithful. Is that asking too much?" "Of course not," Andy said. "Jerry, I just don't get the whole low sex drive thing. I love sex. I'd be very vulnerable if I had a partner who wasn't interested in making love. Am I just plain oversexed? Or is it because I don't have 3 kids and a job filled with emotionally draining social services cases?" The
Those things suck a lot out of me, that's for sure. Doesn't leave me feeling very sexy. Then she grinned at Andy. So how are you holding up? Need me to buy you a box of batteries for the vibrator to get you through the dry spell?
As a matter of fact, no, Andy said.
Ah, Jerry said. Sounds like you upgraded to the plug-in model.
I moved on to the warm, cuddly kissing model, she said quietly.
Jerry stopped walking. Huh?
I guess you haven't noticed, Andy said. There's been a vehicle in front of my house some nights.
I haven't noticed,
Jerry said.
Oh, Andy, what are you thinking? You know it's too soon after Bryce.
Andy resumed walking, leaving Jerry to catch up. Probably, but I don't care. My life is different now than when Bryce first materialized. Back then, I had a teenager at home. Now I barely see him. And even though I know what you're going to say, this is different.
Bullshit,
Jerry said. Bingo! That's what I thought you'd say.
It's too soon. You're too vulnerable. It's gonna suck you in, lock you up. You know a rebound lover will eventually tear you up, break your heart, and send you out looking again.
No,
Andy said. And you're gonna cry and ask me why I didn't stop you before you got involved.
You're wrong.
I've known you for 15 years, and I love you like a sister. You're nearly perfect in my eyes, but for some reason, you can't make it long without a man in your life, even if it's the wrong man, Jerry said.
That's crap. I didn't have a guy in my life after Rick. Not for 2 years. A long 2 years, by the way. And after the courtship, Bryce wasn't all that attentive. But this is different. I swear it's something I've never experienced before.
They both stopped walking and just looked at each other. I've heard that before. What the hell's so different this time? Jerry asked.
It's Bob, Andy said.
Andy thought the look that came over Jerry's face was priceless. Her hand went to her chest in a mock heart attack. She took several steps backward. Her heel caught on the curb, and she fell back onto the grass in a fake collapse. Andy stood over her, hands on her hips, looking down at her with a wry smile.
Very funny, she said. That verged on impolite.
Bob? Jerry asked from a reclining position.
Sweet, lovable, precious, highly evolved spirit Bob, Andy said with a grin.
Bob, the carpenter?
Oh, stop it, Andy said, marching away. Shame on you, she called out over her shoulder.
Jerry scrambled to her feet and quickly caught up. Bob? She asked yet again.
If you keep doing that, I'm not telling you why.
Okay, I'm done. Why?
Because he's the greatest man I've ever known. I spent so much time with him while he was working in the kitchen, and I adore him. He's so sane, so giving. He has an understanding of humanity that goes beyond anything I've experienced. I had deeper, more meaningful conversations with Bob before I even hugged him than I've had with 2 husbands and at least 5 boyfriends. I'm completely hooked on the human being he is. He's just amazing.
He's 5'8", overweight, bald, withdrawn, and a carpenter. Not your usual type, Jerry said.
He's so totally wonderful. You have no idea. Besides, don't you think he's kind of sexy, in his own way? I love his smile, his eyebrows, his hands.
Andy, I've known you a long time. Through those 2 husbands and 5 boyfriends. By the way, it might have been 5 boyfriends, but there was a baker's dozen that didn't achieve boyfriend status. Never mind. All of them were very good-looking, hard bodies with impressive jobs and lots of sex appeal. Most were younger than you.
Yeah, Andy said. I had no idea what I was missing.
Oh, God. You've lost your newly reclaimed virginity to Bob?
You're pissing me off. I adore Bob.
I'm having an out-of-body experience, Jerry said. This isn't happening. Am I going to have to take you to the clinic, too? What's going on here? Are you thinking that with someone like Bob you can play it safe? That he won't have all the same flaws the men before him had?
Oh, for God's sake! Aren't you listening? It's not about his looks. But, by the way, I find him awfully cute. I know he's not tall, handsome, and muscular. It just isn't what got my attention. Could I have a little credit for a working brain here? Maybe I finally got smart. Ever think of that?
You've always been smart, Jerry said. You've also always been really... what's a polite word?
Horny?
I'm sure there are more polite words, but that one works.
Holy shit, Andy.
How old is Bob?
53,
she said with a shrug. How old is Phil? Phil was the same age. And all the parts are totally functional? Jerry asked instead of answering the question.
If you mean private parts, he's outperforming the 2, the 5, and the baker's dozen.
Whoa, Jerry said, speechless.
You can't judge a book by its cover. And he's nuts about me.
What does Noel say?
Noel met him in passing during the kitchen work, and I've invited him to dinner about 4 times in the past couple of weeks, and he's been busy. But why should I worry about what Noel thinks? Does he run his personal life by me? I haven't met a girlfriend since senior prom, and I know he's dating. There has to be more than one reason that apartment his friends have is more appealing than his own home. I'm not looking for Noel's approval anymore.
BJ came up alongside them, winding down from her run, all sweaty and looking slightly euphoric. Hey, what's up? She asked breathlessly. Well, plenty. I'm starting to like my wayward husband again, sort of, and Andy just confessed she's seeing Bob, the kitchen carpenter, Jerry said.
Just how far do you run every day? Andy asked.
You know, Jerry interrupted. Seeing him. All of him. I try to do 4 miles, but I'm happy with 3, BJ said, ignoring Jerry. It works for me. I think it's the endorphins. Listen, I'm supposed to get a painter to do some work on the house for the owners. You think Bob could do it?
Want me to ask him?
Yeah, please. That would be great.
You're renting that place?
Andy asked. Not exactly, BJ said. I'm kind of borrowing it, till I can save a little money. Friends of the family. Then she looked at Jerry. You didn't tell her? Jerry shrugged. The kid's father is dead, and I'm kind of not capable of a good income. But my brother, who is my employer right now, had friends with so much money they could actually spare one of their rental houses for a while. Eventually I'll have to find something else.
Wow, Andy said. Sure, I'll check with Bob. He's a good painter.
Thanks. So, is Sonia doing okay? She's doing well, Jerry said. I'm going to visit her this week. That shrink, Dr. Kale, has been terrific. Gives me very positive updates when I call her. They'd come back to their block. Well, ladies, I'm out of here. Have a good day. Jerry walked to her front door. She shook her head and laughed silently. Bob, she thought. We're all going a little nuts. It wasn't yet 9 in the evening when Bob and Andy sat in her bed, each with a book. Bo was curled up on the end of the bed right between their feet. He wasn't allowed on any other furniture, but he was welcome on Andy's bed until he was politely asked to get down. Then he curled up on the floor at the foot of the bed. Bob let his book drop to his lap and looked up at the ceiling with a heavy sigh. "What is it?" Andy asked. "Everything all right?" He looked at her with a smile. "I don't even recognize my life," he said. "I thought I had the perfect attitude to take me into old age in my sister's guest house, alone. Do you know what it's like to be here with you? Like this, sitting in bed, relaxing, reading, knowing in a little while we'll turn off the light and I'll get to lie beside you all night long. Andy, what are you doing with a guy like me? Are you crazy?" She put her book aside and turned toward him,
her shoulder on the pillow. "I feel so lucky to be with a guy like you. You turn me on like gangbusters." He patted her thigh. "I'm afraid I'm going to wake up in the psychiatric ward like your friend Sonia. The drugs will finally kick in and they'll break it to me that it was just a hallucination." "She's coming home this week," Andy said. "You know what that means? It's almost a month you and I have been... you and I." "Pretty remarkable." His face took on a startled look. "Is that like an anniversary of some kind or something?" "Don't be silly," she laughed. "You have to coach me, Andy. You know I'm not experienced with this sort of thing." "That's what you keep saying," she said. "There's something I feel like I have to do pretty soon, if you're agreeable." "What's that?" "Well, my sister. She didn't waste any time looking out her bedroom window and noticing that Beau and I are out all night. A lot of nights. I told her I have a girlfriend. Was that presumptuous?" "No, you have a girlfriend," she confirmed. "Now she's after me to bring you around to dinner or something." "I'd love to meet your sister," Andy said. He ran a hand over her curly hair. "She's gonna just die," he said. "I'll try to put her off a while." "You don't have to do that. I'm not going to disappear on you." "Seems like we should get together with Noel first," he said. "Noel," she said, turning onto her back. "I told him I've been spending a lot of time with you, that I wanted him to have an evening with us, get to know you a little better, and he just brushes me off. He's way too busy for other things." Bob laughed. "I vaguely remember 19. Your family's the last thing on your mind. There are exciting things to do, lots of places to go. They'll turn up one of these days. I look forward to that." There was a distant sound, a key in the front door lock, and Beau lifted his head, then jumped off the bed to go investigate. "Speak of the devil," Andy said, throwing back the covers and getting off the bed. She was wearing pajamas, but she grabbed her robe off the closet hook while Bob sat on the edge of the bed and pulled on his pants. "Mom?" Noel called into the house. "Hey, Mom!" "Just a minute," she yelled back. But before she could move, he stuck his head right in the bedroom door. Bob had his pants up but not buttoned or zipped, and he was just pulling on his shirt. Andy was tying her robe closed. "Mom?" Noel said. "Mom, there's a dog in the—" "Mom?" he said, clearly flabbergasted. "Jesus, Mom, what are you doing?" She glanced over her shoulder at Bob, who was stuffing his shirt into his pants as quickly as he could. "To tell you the honest truth, we were reading in bed," Andy said. "You might have called." "Ah, Jesus, Mom," he said, whirling out of the room. "Bob, give us a minute, please." "Sure," Bob said. Andy followed Noel down the hall and into the family room. When she got there, she faced his back. "That wasn't very nice," she said. "First you barge in, and then you act like an ass." Noel whirled on her. "Are you out of your mind?" he asked in a whisper that was not nearly quiet enough. "What are you doing with that old guy?" "What's the matter with you?" she asked angrily. "Who the hell raised you? You come barging in here and then say something as mean as that?" He took a step toward her. "Jesus, he's just a fat old guy, Mom. What's up with that?" "He's the most beautiful man I've ever known," Andy said, stepping toward him. "If you'd even bothered to keep one date with me to get to know him better, you'd understand. He's the best man in the world." "I think Bryce leaving made you completely nuts." "Bryce didn't leave. I threw him out. He was unfaithful, abusive, and immature. Getting him out of here made me sane. For once, I'm happy. Bob is the most wonderful, genuine, loving—" "Andy," Bob said from behind her. "I think Beau and I will just go. Give you and your son some time." She turned. "No," she said. "Please don't go." Then she turned to Noel. "Why are you here?" she asked, folding her arms over her chest. He hung his head, suddenly a little embarrassed to face Bob. "I wanted to tell you I got off with a fine for the pot, and I'm finishing up with a 3.6 at school." She looked at her watch. "It's 9 o'clock. Did you just get the news?" "I just got the time to—"
"You know, I wouldn't do this to you. I know where that apartment is that you like to hang out inland. I wouldn't ever drop in on you like this, then humiliate you in front of your friends. I'm over 21, Noel. I'm self-supporting. From now on, try to accept an invitation from me if you can, and you're welcome any time. But for God's sake, call me before you use your key to walk in and then embarrass me in front of someone who—" She turned and glanced at Bob. "Someone who means very much to me." Noel lifted his head, and his eyes might have been a little glossy. "I just didn't expect anything like— sorry, Bob." "Hey," Bob said. "Not a problem. I think she's crazy too, but, son, I didn't trick her. Honest to God. Your mom is pretty smart." "Yeah," Noel said. "So, sorry, man," he said. Then he turned to Andy. "Look, sorry. I'm gonna take off now, before I piss you off any more." "I want you back here," Andy said firmly. "Soon. Tomorrow. Or in 2 or 3 days tops. I've been asking and you've been blowing me off for weeks. I want you to have dinner with us. It's not too much to ask, I don't think. Bob is going to be around for a long time, but I want you to make an effort to get to know him now, before he's been here a year." "Sure," Noel said, sticking his hands in his pockets and staring at his feet. "Sure." He turned to go, then turned back abruptly and gave his mother a kiss on the cheek, then got out of the house quickly. For a moment, Andy just stared after the path of his departure. Momentarily, she felt Bob's hands squeezing her upper arms. He turned her around to face him, and there were tears on her cheeks. "Aw, honey," he said, pulling her closer. "He's just a kid." She leaned against his chest and sobbed. "Listen," he said, stroking her hair. "It's your duty as a parent to forget a lot of things, all right? You have to let it go. He'll start thinking, and eventually—" He lifted her chin and looked into her eyes. "Let it go. Kids are dumb. It's a rite of passage. Besides," he shrugged, "he caught us in our undies. He'll have to be 50 years old to really understand what a trip that is for us."
"He was cruel," she said with a sob. "I couldn't bear for you to be hurt."
"I don't hurt that easy, Andy. It's all right. I'm sure not gonna hold it against him."
"I didn't raise him that way."
"Yeah, but he was unprepared for what he was gonna see."
"He's walked in on me and Bryce practically swinging from the light fixtures,"
she said with a hiccup of emotion. "Well, now they sure wouldn't hold us," he said with a chuckle.
"We don't even need anything like that,"
she said, smiling through her tears.
"I'm sorry, Bob. He had no right."
"Aw, he's right. I'm just a fat old guy. The luckiest fat old guy in the state." He hugged her tight. "That was so nice, what you said about me." She pulled back and looked up at him.
"It's just the truth. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me."
He pulled her against him again, hugging her. "Andy, I'm a flexible guy, but I hope you don't come to your senses. You're the best thing that ever happened to me, too. Now, is he the only one with a key?"
"Uh-huh. Well, there's Jerry, but she'd never."
"Good. Let's get back to our undies." I'm so happy when we're in our skivvies."
She laughed. "How can you joke? That was kind of traumatic."
"No, it wasn't. Not really. Hardly anyone would put you and me together if you think about it. So, like you said a while ago, we're gonna have to make sense to no one but us. That okay with you?"
She smiled. "Oh, yes. Very okay." Jerry had arranged with Phil that he be at the house around dinner time so she could work late. When she came into the kitchen, she saw his back as he sat in the dark out on the deck, feet up on the rail, a steaming cup of coffee on the table. He was the only person she knew who could drink coffee late in the evening and fall asleep, snoring like a tugboat within 10 minutes. Caffeine didn't bother him. During law school, he trained himself to take sleep when it was available and manage on little when the pressure was on. She poured herself a small brandy. Sleep had never come easy for her, but for the past couple of weeks she'd been resting pretty well thanks to hormonal intervention. She took her brandy outside. "Feel like company?" she asked. He turned toward her, sitting up. "Yeah, sure." "It's beautiful out here," she said. "There probably isn't any better time of the year." She nodded at the coffee. "That won't keep you up?" He chuckled. "You've asked me that same question for 25 years. I have some work to do tonight." "Are you working here? In the office?" "Nah, it's just writing. I'll shove off in a minute." "Is that place okay? The guest house?" He shrugged. "Gets me by. The landlady is a stalker. The showerhead is for a woman, a short woman, and the bed could use a new mattress. Not as bad as our first apartment." "I never asked. What kind of commitment did you make? As in, lease?" "Cash up front," he said. "I don't want to have a lease. I want to be flexible." She smiled at him, took a sip of her brandy. "You sound like a man who wants to come home." He laughed and shook his head. "You have no idea." "You think a couple of months mends the tear?" "Jesus, Jerry. I don't know. How are you feeling about things? Because since I got back to Mill Valley, you seem to be doing a lot better. Generally." She swirled her drink and laughed. "Well, I have a secret. I guess you deserve to be in on it. Not a panacea for things like affairs. That comes harder. But a big help for things like hot flashes, insomnia, and mood swings. I'm trying out some hormones." His eyebrows shot up. "You were always pretty stubborn about taking the cure." "It's a low dose, just to test it," she said. "And there's another thing. Jessie's on the pill now. They could do a lot for her PMS, which, in combination with my menopause, gets us pretty ugly at times. You're relatively safe from the women in your life." "On the pill," he said, sounding melancholy. "That's probably hard for a father to accept." "I have one baby girl," he said. "I don't want anyone to touch her. Ever. And yet the thought of her going forever untouched makes me want to cry. I can't find a happy place. I wouldn't trade her for anything, but we should have had 3 boys. They get out of line, you just swat them and don't lose any sleep over it." "We should have had 1 boy and 1 girl, but you lost your head." He grinned at the memory. "I don't remember the other 2 feeling as good to make as Matt did. I'm sure that's why he's so good-natured." "How's your counseling going?" she asked. "I hate it, but it's probably the right thing to do. After I spend a few hours getting over the urge to just smack the little prick, I find myself thinking about things. But when I tell him that, he gets uppity and I want to hit him all over again." "He's making you talk about feelings. You've never liked that." "Yeah, but at least I recognize I have them.
That's probably progress.
Really?
Here's what men do,
he said.
Men tend to feel their feelings and are driven by them, but they hardly ever think about them, talk about them, reveal them. It bores men to do that. Men like to move a lot faster than that. They want feelings to be peripheral and actions to dominate their lives. If a man feels pain, he quiets down, internalizes, sulks. If he feels anger, he throws something. If he feels lust, he fucks. It's basic and uncomplicated, which is what gets men in trouble. They don't want to understand their feelings. But the women in their lives would like to know why they do the things they do.
She frowned.
Then why aren't all men divorced? They feel, they do, they move on to the next driving force. Because most men know how to play the game, and the game has rules. Socialization. It's just like football.
He finished with a helpless shrug. He took a sip of coffee.
You might have ignored an important rule, she said softly.
He nodded.
Driven by feelings I couldn't understand or think about. That's why we're doing all this crap in counseling, to see if I can work on that.
Wow, she said. I think maybe the guy's good.
Don't tell him,
Phil said.
Really, he gets snotty, omnipotent, and he hates me.
She leaned toward him. Think we're gonna make it, Phil? He looked down for a moment, then raised his eyes and looked right at her.
I think there's too much right about what we have for us not to make it.
Well, do you think we can get it back? Like it was? A heavy moment of silence hung in the air, so long that Jerry almost spoke.
I don't want it like it was,
Phil said. Her breath caught. She couldn't speak, which was almost a first. Oh, God, she thought. He's leaving me for real. She swallowed a couple of times before speaking. But you said there's so much right about us.
I want it, like it should be,
he said.
I'm not sure that can happen.
What are you talking about? She asked. He pushed back his chair and moved so he was sitting in front of her, facing her. He leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees.
Everything we have together is about keeping this boat afloat. There isn't a family in Marin that does it better than we do, and under more pressure than 95% of the people in 5 counties. I mean, 2 public servants with 3 kids? People don't have that many kids anymore. But we not only have them, we think we wanted to. And we don't just feed them and keep them warm, we get right into their lives and make sure they're growing up strong and smart. And we do that while succeeding professionally and being good friends. I've never had a friend like you. But obviously our marriage wasn't complete. There were things missing.
Sex, Jerry said. We're going to talk about not having enough sex again.
No. Well, yes, we didn't have enough of that, but that's the other thing about men. They know how to take care of that without even getting a woman involved. But what about time together when we don't talk about work, or the kids, or the house? How about once in a while being so into each other we don't even smell smoke until the house is almost burned to the ground? I want more of you than Andy gets. I want your mind, your heart, and your body. I want your pragmatism, humor, good sense, and passion.
Phil, I'm not young anymore, and neither are you. There's nothing I can do to turn back the clock, make it all seem brand new.
I don't want it brand new. I've put in too much time for that, and so have you. I want the woman I've loved for 25 years. I want us in the next stage, the richer, deeper, closer stage.
It's not like I've been withholding, she said, almost pleading. I've wanted more too.
But I never had an affair to— Not because you're more decent than I am, he said resolutely. Because there wasn't anything you needed. You didn't need it, Jerry. There wasn't an empty spot inside you. You weren't unconsciously searching for something to fill you up inside. I'm sorry. That sounded like I was blaming you, and I wasn't. You didn't know, and that's entirely my fault. Hell, I'm not sure I knew. I might have been moving on instinct. I knew. She almost said it. But instead, she shook her head. It sounds like the same old thing again. That itch, physical desire, wanting to— No, he said. It's way more than that. It's intimacy, not familiarity, not comfort. Don't get me wrong, I love those things about us, that we can be naked in the bathroom and talk about the stock market. I love that when we're in trouble, we go to each other first, but I also remember a time we had to pull off the road because we were so worked up, turned on. I remember, even after the kids, that we locked the bedroom door and just held on to each other until we got sweaty. I remember when you'd jump in the shower with me and offer to wash my back, and you could never stick to business. You made me late for court a few times. It pissed you off, she reminded him. I never liked being late for court, but I sure like not being able to stop. There were times we made love that we got laughing so hard we almost couldn't seal the deal. It was all about you and me. Just you and me. So tight it was hard to tell where I left off and you began. And I don't remember the kids or the jobs or the chores ever getting shortchanged. She looked at him for a long time. She took a sip of her brandy and put the glass down. You got all this from your counselor? No, he's not getting credit if there's credit to be had. I've spent 2 months trying to figure out why I'd cheat on the woman I love more than life. Make that 5 years and 2 months. It couldn't have been the sex. I don't even need much sex. It was everything that came before and after that. It wasn't that I needed to feel desire. I feel that for you all the time. It was what I felt coming back at me. Someone wanted all of me. Wanted me enough to take risks, break rules, get hurt. Oh, God, she said in sudden realization. She loved you. You might have cared about her, but she loved you. I hurt her, he said softly. I hurt 2 women just going after what I wanted, what I instinctively needed. And the result of having done that ripped me up. Oh, God, she said, for a moment thinking that was almost worse news than learning he had loved the other woman. He wanted to be wanted. Phil, I love you so much, he said. You just have no idea how much. I don't know what to say. She felt a tear run down her cheek, and he wiped it away with his thumb. Don't say anything, he said. I want you back in my life so badly, I'll take any crumb. If we could go back to the way we were 6 months ago, I'd be grateful. Even if we could only go halfway back, I'd be thankful. He pulled both of her hands into his. But Jerry, if we can start over, really start over, build a marriage that really serves us, I swear I'll find a way to be more honest with you. Even if it means sitting in that little prick's office once a week for life. A huff of laughter escaped her, as did another tear. He leaned toward her and kissed her cheek, kissing the tears away. She was very close to begging him. Come back to my life, my home, my bed. Just as she opened her mouth, Phil spoke. Maybe you were right about this. The separation. Maybe it forced me to understand some of this stuff. Let's think about things a little while longer. Think about what you really want. Not just the things any woman in her right mind would settle for, but what you really want. What defines the perfect marriage to you? I'll go get a concussion from that showerhead and curvature of the spine from that mattress while we both weigh it all. It's hell. But if we can walk through this firestorm, who knows? Maybe we can still make this right. You know I love you too, she said. It was never about not loving you. I mean, I hated you, but I still loved you. He grinned. You just gave yourself away. Hated. Past tense. That gives me hope. She walked him out through the garage and let him kiss her goodbye. He kissed her deeply. He put his hands on her waist and pulled her against him and kissed her in a way that made her wonder if she could fall in love all over again. Intimacy, she thought. The thing men are always accused of not wanting, not understanding. Maybe it was the thing men craved and had no idea how to meet the need. Phil left and she locked the doors, turned off the lights and went to her room, where she sat on the bed in the dark for a good half hour. It wasn't fair that he had an affair, and she was filled with regret. It just wasn't fair. She washed her face and brushed her teeth. She snaked a hand under her nightie and smeared a little of the magic cream on her bare belly. And then her hand froze. She picked up the other tube, the one she hadn't yet bothered to use. She squeezed a little cream onto her finger and applied it to the inside of her thigh. Then she did it again. More cream. The other thigh. Rubbing it into her skin. We'll see, Phil. We'll see if I can meet you halfway.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.